Mysterious voice asks if the listener remembers as a magical book opens. The narrator explains this is a tale from a distant past. Long ago, a human king discovered a gate to another world, and the story begins when he opens it. When that gate opened, humans panicked and tried to escape. From the gate, horrifying monsters emerged into the human world. The other side of the gate is revealed to be the demon realm inhabited by powerful demons. Monsters pour endlessly from the gate, plunging the once peaceful world into chaos. Countless humans die and the world is covered in bloodshed. At that desperate moment, a human king prays earnestly to the gods. The king begs the gods to grant humans power to drive away the evil monsters. In response, a brilliant light descends from the sky. The monsters are reduced to black smoke and vanish. Afterward, certain humans gain special symbols and mysterious powers. These empowered humans, able to fight monsters, are revered by people as mages. Thanks to the mages, peace is restored to the world. Yet a boy standing among skulls wonders if it was truly the gods who granted the king's wish. As someone approaches, the question is raised about who really answered that wish. A cloaked figure arrives at the ruin where the boy stands alone among bones. The newcomer looks shocked as if realizing a disturbing truth. The man and the mysterious child face each other in the ruined hall. The child, bathed in light, is implied to be that mysterious something else. Under twin moons, music floats from a brightly lit circular building. An elegant party is underway with nobles chatting and laughing. Someone complains internally about how irritating the situation is. The golden-haired singer Seren grumbles to her companion that this was supposed to be a gathering of mages. Seren, annoyed by the nobles, says she only came because she was told the black mage might appear. Deciding to endure it, Seren plans to sing one song and leave while nobles gossip about monsters in Lufin's forest. The gossip describes a carriage that was recently savaged by a monster in that forest. Seren criticizes the nobles for partying while such dangers exist. Despite her irritation, she thinks she truly wanted to meet the famed black mage. The performance begins, and the audience eagerly anticipates hearing the famous singer Seren. Seren suddenly freezes on stage, sensing something wrong as everyone stares in shock. The nobles look frightened even before her song starts. Seren realizes their terrified expressions are directed at monstrous figures appearing behind the tall windows. Seeing the monsters, Seren is stunned. She unleashes magic against the glass as the monsters attack, screaming in fear. The glass barrier cracks violently, raising the question of what is happening. The barrier shatters and a monster bursts into the concert hall towards Seren. Seren screams as the monster closes in on her. The black mage suddenly appears between her and the monster, slashing it apart. The monster is torn to pieces while letting out a dying shriek. Seren watches in shock as dark magic whirls around her rescuer. She focuses intently, stunned by what she is seeing. The black mage continues to cut down another charging monster with fluid dark magic. We see his calm, obscured face amid the swirling power. More lizard-like monsters cling to the windows as his magic tears through them. His dark power surges, annihilating the remaining creatures. Seren stands trembling with monster blood on her cheek. Her companion runs to her side, calling out in concern. Shaken, Seren barely responds, fixated on the mage who saved her. She realizes this man must be the black mage from Ophion she had heard about. Outside, another monster's head lies destroyed by his magic. The black mage stands atop the slain beast under the twin moons, a living legend. His true appearance is shown clearly. Blue eyes and dark attire surrounded by dark energy. Back in the hall, Seren is hurried towards safety as people point out that the black mage is really there. Other guests react nervously to the revelation that the black mage has appeared. The panicked nobles discuss how famous he is in Ophion and recall that he saved many people previously. Seren looks toward the ruined windows where the black mage stands silhouetted. He approaches Seren and casually calls out to her, startling her. He politely asks if she is hurt, and she flusteredly insists she is fine. Relieved, he says that is good and prepares to ask her something. Seren and her companion stare at him wide-eyed, waiting for his request. With uncharacteristic earnestness, the black mage asks her for a favor. Seren, overwhelmed, eagerly promises to do anything he asks. After a pause, he readies himself to present his request. He then shyly asks her to give him an autograph. Seren is bewildered that all he wants is an autograph, while he clarifies where she should sign and asks for her name. Time passes. The story shifts to a bright day over a grand building in the city. Inside, mages murmur with surprise upon hearing that the black mage is present. Others also react to news of the black mage's arrival. The black mage internally comments that he often has the same thought. Walking through the crowded hallway, he notes that he hates crowded places as people whisper about him. He thinks this is why he dislikes appearing in his current form, which draws attention. An orange-haired clerk calls out to him by a disguised name, correcting herself mid-word. She questions why he is entering through the main gate so late, addressing him as Rin. In chibi style, they confirm he has come to report a mission, and she guesses it involves their master. She remarks that he actually completed the task, while he laments he had no choice. Curious, he asks what bulky item she is carrying, and she tries to dismiss it as nothing. She excuses herself to go to the master's office, suggesting they eat together later. As she walks away, she accidentally drops a sheet of paper. He picks up the fallen paper and calls after her to say she dropped it. His eyes widen as he catches sight of what is printed on the page. The paper turns out to be a flashy flyer advertising the black mage's services, using his image without consent. Ren shouts in panic, while he realizes this ridiculous advertisement must be the master's doing. Embarrassed, she admits she told the master it should have been secret, but he ignored her. She insists she was against the idea, putting the blame on the master. When she turns back, she realizes he has already stormed off. Meanwhile, the master calmly enjoys tea in his office. He muses to himself while looking out the window of his book-filled office. Just as he comments on the nice weather, the enraged black mage kicks open the door. Startled, the master complains about someone barging in so violently. Ren, still in hooded form, stands silently and is addressed by his nickname Blow. The master greets him cheerfully, saying he has been waiting for him. Confused, he asks if someone bullied Blow on the way, and Blow retorts that only the master bullies him, shoving the flyer in his face. The master feigns innocence as he looks at the paper. He then casually throws the incriminating flyer out the window. Laughing nervously, he downplays it as just an advertisement that has now vanished. Blow, fuming, asks if the master is joking with him. He complains that his presence already causes chaos everywhere, and now the master has created unauthorized publicity on top of that. The master brushes off his embarrassment, joking that Ophian's superstar Blow is just shy. Blow slams a signed paper onto the desk, completing the autograph mission. The outburst startles the master, who admits Blow scared him. Delighted, the master celebrates that Blow fulfilled the mission to get Seren's autograph. Blow warns this is the last time he will accept such frivolous errands disguised as missions. The master awkwardly responds that they cannot simply stop. He points out stacks of minor requests like rescuing a puppy or delivering love letters, presenting them as missions for Blow, who refuses. The master notes that Seren is reputedly prickly with strangers, yet Blow still managed to get her signature. Blow mentions the attack at Seren's concert, which surprises the master. The master thought Seren's city Ravi was a safe zone and questions this. Blow answers that it is not. Blow reveals the attackers were monsters. He adds that although they were only mid-sized, their appearance in Ravi under the tower's protection is very suspicious. The master agrees that it is strange and says they must investigate further. As Blow leaves, the master teasingly praises him again for getting the autograph, prompting Blow to shout that the master forced him to do it. Blow then shifts the topic, prompting the master to talk seriously. The master asks Rude how long he intends to stay in the Black Mage form. Blow jokes that because of all the weird missions he has too much energy, while the master laughs nervously. He reveals his true name is Blow and prepares to drop the disguise. Dark energy surges around his hand, triggering his symbol. He uses the ability Awaken Release to transform. The master notices that in his normal form, Rude seems taller than before. Rude, now blonde and youthful again, wonders if he really has grown. Flustered, he remembers his purpose and demands a proper mission now that he has completed the autograph job. He slams his hands on the desk, insisting he has brought back the autograph and wants a real mission. Rude stares seriously, waiting for the master's response. The master smiles gently, clearly fond of Rude. He addresses Rude by name and prepares to talk sincerely. The master explains that since the concert incident, many mages and the association are watching Rude closely. He warns that things will only get more dangerous and different from now on, and admits he is worried for Rude. Rude points out that despite such danger, the master still circulates flashy flyers of him. Irritated, Rude tells him to save the jokes and demands to hear the real mission details. The master finally admits there is indeed one significant mission. He describes a grand auction held periodically that trades in rare and unique items. This time, the auction will feature a high-grade named Magic Stone. Rude recognizes it as a top-tier magic stone, while the master says there is a complication. The complication is that many other mages also know about the stone and will compete for it. The master hints that, because of that, Rude's upcoming mission could be quite interesting. Later, alone in the office, the master reviews paperwork, clearly planning ahead. He silently looks over an official document he has kept hidden. He admits to himself that he could not show this paper to Rude. The hidden document is an admission letter to Helios Magic School for Rude, which he keeps secret. A close view emphasizes that it is indeed an official Helios Magic School admission letter. The scene transitions to night, showing a starry sky through a glass ceiling. Beneath the dome, many cloaked and armed figures gather, including mages. The grand auction hall with a huge angel statue fills with guards and guests as the event prepares to start. An elegantly gloved host raises his hand to address the crowd. The auctioneer steps forward and formally thanks everyone for waiting. With a confident smile, he prepares to commence the proceedings. He officially begins the long-awaited auction event. The hall is crowded with adventurers, nobles, and mages mingling under heavy security. Dressed up for the event, Ren remarks on the huge crowd and comments that the Shazan's Heart magic stone must truly be extraordinary. The hooded boy notes that the auction's item is an unusually rare top-grade magic stone. The red-haired woman looks around and thinks there are many mages gathered here. The boy, identified as the Black Mage, anxiously wonders if participating like this is really okay. He hesitates but convinces himself that everything will probably be fine. He reflects that his goals and purpose here differ from those of the others, worrying his companion. Remembering someone saying this mission might be fun, he internally protests, confused by that idea. Flashback, he asks his superior what the mission actually is. The superior explains they must find someone at this auction and carry out a client's request for vengeance, a job called Vengeance Delivery. The request is revenge against a cruel mage who ruined the client's life. After investigating, the superior says the target is a predator who exploits the weak and repeatedly escapes the law. The boy listens, uncertain, as he studies the mission documents. They review the file on the mage Dan Marcel, alias Cloak, noting he is a dangerous, elusive third-class mage. The superior cheerfully says that is why he wants the boy to handle it, prompting the boy to ask if he is expected to kill the man. The superior replies that killing would be too simple and unsatisfying. He predicts the rare magic stone will attract many people with differing agendas to the auction. He says their first task amid the crowd is to locate the target. Once they find him, he insists they must capture, not kill, the man, which startles the boy. The superior darkly suggests brutal methods such as breaking the mage's arms and torturing him for information. In the office, they continue discussing tactics around the cluttered desk. Then the superior suddenly declares that the real plan is to strip off the target's pants, horrifying the boy. The boy yells that this makes no sense as revenge, but the superior insists this is exactly what the client wants and urges him to listen. The superior reveals rumors that the target once belonged to the supposedly destroyed criminal group Kodal. Kodal was thought eradicated, but bounty suggests survivors, and the city hosting the auction bears a grudge against that group. Kodal members supposedly bear an irremovable venom-made emblem on their legs, so exposing the mark publicly would be damning. The superior concludes that revealing that mark at the auction would be a very satisfying form of revenge. The boy silently absorbs this explanation. He worries that if the rumor is wrong they will only humiliate the man, but the superior says that public humiliation would count as revenge too. The boy refuses the job, but the superior theatrically begs, saying only their organization's superstar can handle it. Returning to the present, the boy steels himself at the auction. His companion asks if their plan is truly okay, and he nervously claims they will manage somehow. Laughter echoes through the grand auction hall. A lively princess peers over a balcony, thrilled by the huge crowd. Her attendant reminds her they are here to watch, not play, and seats her. The princess excitedly says she expects something dramatic to happen as another woman looks on. The princess greets the blue-haired Teshiana as she enters the hall. Teshiana has dozed off standing, attendants call to wake her. A bell is rung, signaling the auction's progress. A nobleman named Lapis is addressed, snapping to attention. His father orders him to observe the proceedings carefully, and Lapis nervously agrees. Lapis's father comments that with so many mages gathered, something interesting is bound to occur. Lapis clenches his gloved fist tensely. He obediently answers his father while watching the floor below. Nearby, a leaf falls, hinting at latent magic or tension. A besteered officer calls out to his subordinate Seek. He reminds Seek that their mission today is to guard, not destroy, the magic stone. Seek absent-mindedly plays with a leafy branch, muttering about something coming and going, ignoring the lecture. His superior stares at him in exasperated silence. The besteered man grows visibly irritated. When he calls again, Seek curtly tells the old man to shut up, further offending him. Seek drops the last leaf from the stripped branch. He grows serious, his expression sharpening. More leaves fall as his focus intensifies. He stomps, releasing a burst of fiery energy. Seek smirks, clearly sensing something approaching. Flames swirl around him as he announces that whatever he feels is coming. On stage, the auctioneer awards a necklace to a bidder and prepares to move on. He tells the crowd it is time for the star item of the auction. Rude and his companion listen attentively from their balcony. The princess and her escort also focus as the next item is introduced as extremely rare. Near Lapis, nobles murmur as the auctioneer proclaims the featured magic stone empowered by the great Shizarnu. The stone, Shizan's heart, is dramatically unveiled, shining under glass. Spectators react in awe at its brilliance. The auctioneer hypes the stone's radiant power and urges buyers not to miss this unique opportunity. Ren quietly asks Rude whether he has found their target among the crowd yet. Rude admits he still cannot clearly discern the target's presence. He explains that the mingled energies in the hall make sensing difficult and speculates the target might not have arrived, while Ren tells him not to avoid reality. With no clear sign of the target, Ren decides to begin her own preparations. Behind the curtains, Rude grips the fabric to ready his magic. Power flares around him as his eyes glow and his cloak stirs. He invokes his power, transforming into his older form as the mage blow. He activates a spell called Awaken, glowing symbols lighting his hand. Ren watches his transformation, remarking how rare mages with changing appearances are. Wrapped in swirling darkness, she starts to comment on how little kid becomes. Rude's childlike form shifts into a striking young man, completing the transformation. He apologizes for acting like a brat earlier, and Ren responds playfully that she was only joking. Ren asks about his mana reserves, and he replies they are sufficient, adding that something more important is happening. Rude senses hostile forces approaching and warns that they are coming. He and Ren peer out from behind the curtains to see what will happen. Suddenly the guards at the stage are struck and stagger. A man seizes the auctioneer from behind, shouting for the guards to move, while laughing maniacally. Two conspirators declare the mana stone as their prize. They loudly claim the stone as theirs while holding the auctioneer hostage. Ren anxiously asks Rude who these attackers are. The kidnappers order the surrounding guards to lower their weapons and back away. One of the attackers arrogantly says it is the guards who should retreat. He unleashes a wave of purple magic that sends the guards reeling. The guards clutch their heads and cry out in pain under the spell. One guard sees a new flare of magic and gasps in surprise. A powerful blast knocks the armored men flying as the kidnappers try to escape with their hostage. Rings of golden energy swirl in the air, part of the attacker's magic. The axe-wielding mage stands ready, weapon glowing with power. He and his partner casually survey the fallen guards, remarking on the situation. The green-haired man pins the auctioneer down, gloating while the other stands by. He announces they will take the mana stone and reaches toward it. A gloved hand suddenly seizes his wrist, stopping him. Seek has stepped in front of the stone, blocking the thieves. The green-haired mage notices Seek's beast-like ears and nervously asks who he is. Seek crushes his hand with electric force, making the thief scream. The injured man yells about his arm and realizes from the robe that Seek is a mage from the association. The crowd whispers in shock, recalling that an association mage with beast-like ears and tail is infamous. Onlookers remember the legendary association mage who fits that description. They identify Seek as Linas's hound, the association's feared enforcer. Seek bristles at being called a hound. Angrily, he demands to know who just insulted him with that nickname. The axe mage curses the meddling association and prepares to attack. He sends a deadly golden wave of power at Seek, shouting for him to die. The attack slams into Seek's head, apparently striking him. The two criminals stare in shock at what happens next. Debris from the impact flies toward the crowd and crashes into the structure. Seek calls out to the attackers in a menacingly casual tone. He turns with glowing red eyes and says that their attack actually hurt. The two thieves are left speechless and terrified. Watching from above, Ren realizes the host city had a powerful trump card after all. She remarks that having an association mage guarding the auction is unexpected, since she associates that group with aloof elites. Rude urges Ren to look closely at Seek, saying this man once appeared with the person they are after. Later, both attackers lie unconscious on the floor as Seek addresses the hall. Seek warns all mages present that acting rashly over the mana stone will only bring them misfortune. He orders everyone to behave until the auction ends, promising to personally deal with anyone who approaches the stone with ill intent. Confident everyone understands, he starts to step away from the display. He then realizes with horror that the mana stone has somehow vanished. A staff member points to the top of the angel statue where someone stands holding the stone. Seek shouts at Seek's red-haired comrade, demanding to know what he is doing up there with the stone. The red-haired mage smiles, saying he can feel the presence he has been seeking somewhere in the hall. Seek reacts in disbelief and alarm at his comrade's behavior. The red-haired mage calls out to the hidden black mage, taunting him to come take the mana stone from him. He threatens that if the black mage does not appear, he will consume the stone himself. The crowd murmurs in fear and confusion, recognizing Seek's name and wondering what will become of the mana stone. Ren realizes that the black being called out must be Rude in his black mage persona. Rude silently acknowledges this, unsettled at being targeted. Ren worries that things are spiraling beyond expectations and suggests withdrawing, since a simple resolution now seems unlikely. Rude refuses, insisting he will not abandon the mission because of that troublesome red-haired man. Ren latches onto his description, jokingly calling the red-haired mage Red Dust. Resigned, she decides to trust Rude and believes things will somehow work out. In the audience, a guard admits that just seeing Seek has crushed his desire to compete for the stone. Others argue that even with many mages, challenging Seek would be foolish, as he is far above them. Teshiana listens to talk that only the black mage who once fought Seek might stand a chance, though most think no one would dare. The bystanders react with disbelief at the idea of anyone confronting Seek. On the statue, the red-haired mage waits in silence, the stone glowing in his hand. He grins and prepares for whatever response he provokes. He mocks the unseen black mage, asking if he is afraid and treating the situation like a game of hide and seek. Seek yells for him to stop and come down, but the red-haired mage dismisses him as an old man who should get out of the way. Suddenly, a powerful blue beam of energy crashes into the statue. Both Seek and the red-haired mage are startled by the unexpected attack. The blue energy tears through the statue, cracking it apart. The massive angel statue shatters as the attack finishes, stunning everyone. Seek stares upward in shock, demanding to know what is happening. The explosion of ice or water magic continues to erupt violently. The statue's head crumbles amid the blast. Through the settling mist, a silhouetted figure emerges. Teshiana steps forward from the ruined statue, sword drawn and aura blazing, revealing herself as the one who launched the overwhelming attack. The Katter noble angrily confronts Teshiana, demanding to know if she caused the devastation. Teshiana calmly says she only came to participate fairly in the auction. She shows a single silver coin as her bid money, while the Kattered man internally scoffs at how little it is. Teshiana adds that the real problem is not the auction but something else. She accuses the red-haired noble of obstructing her. Teshiana firmly declares that he is actually the one in the way. The red-haired noble, enraged, calls Teshiana crazy. Watching from a balcony, the orange-haired woman is surprised by Teshiana's arrival but sees it as a chance to act while Teshiana stalls the red-haired noble. She confirms with her cloaked companion that this opportunity benefits them. The hooded man agrees and prepares to move. The hooded man calmly confirms his cooperation. He recalls the image of a man and woman, identifying the male as his target. The target's face is shown clearly, cementing his identification. The hooded man realizes he has finally located his marked target. Dust and debris swirl as magical power prepares to erupt. Teshiana launches a powerful, wind-like charge straight at the red-haired noble. Teshiana closes in, sword drawn, with focused determination. She darts around the battlefield, pressuring the red-haired noble with swift aerial strikes. One of her attacks hits him with a direct, glowing blow. Teshiana and the red-haired noble clash swords midair in a fierce exchange. The red-haired noble wonders why insignificant people keep appearing to challenge him. He rages that nobodies continually irritate him as his crimson power flares. He unleashes a massive red vortex of magic against Teshiana, who braces with her sword. The red whirlwind detonates in a huge explosion. Shockwaves reach the crowd, who shield themselves and flee from the blast. The explosion ravages the auction site, leaving the plaza fractured and smoking. Amid the lingering smoke, Teshiana's lone silhouette stands with her sword. Shrouded in mist, she introduces herself by name as Teshiana. The red-haired noble emerges from the smoke, still unbowed and radiating power. Teshiana's eye gleams as some deeper power stirs within her. She undergoes an awakening, blue energy spiraling around her and her sword. The red-haired noble dismissively asks if awakening will really change anything. Bloodied but resolute, Teshiana addresses him with renewed resolve. She warns him to prepare himself and charges again, her awakened power surging. Her attack lands with explosive force, drawing odd exclamations. From another balcony, the young princess excitedly cheers that Tess has awakened, while her attendant is flustered. The attendant urges the princess to leave, noting they must retreat since their guard Teshiana is now fighting. He reminds her they snuck out secretly, and that he would be ruined if she were harmed. He firmly insists they return at once. He wants to withdraw before the chaos outside grows even worse. Outside, officials try to evacuate everyone while nobles shout in confusion about the missing mana stone. Some people claim they saw the mana stone fall near a certain direction. The Katter noble shoves through the crowd, urgently demanding people move aside. Frustrated, he thinks that if his comrade is going to fight, they should first hand him the mana stone and wonders where it fell. Nearby he glimpses the hooded man slipping through the crowd. The hooded man watches the previously identified couple from behind, silently observing. He notes there are many people, but with everyone focused on the mana stone, this confusion is the perfect chance to act. He ponders how to reveal the target's leg mark naturally, even jokingly considering pulling down the man's pants. Embarrassed by his own idea, he tells himself there must be a better plan, and blames his master for putting him in this situation. As others shout about the missing mana stone, the hooded man stays quiet, listening. He approaches a blue-haired man and politely gets his attention. The hooded man whispers that he saw the purple-clothed man hiding the mana stone. The blue-haired man incredulously confirms which person is being accused and hears that the stone appears to be hidden in the man's pants. The blue-haired man loudly confronts the purple-clothed man, accusing him of hiding and stealing the mana stone, causing the crowd to react. As guards move to seize the suspect, the hooded man marvels that his improvised scheme is actually working. Suddenly the blue-haired accuser is slashed and badly wounded, blood spraying. The purple-clothed mage curses the attackers under his breath. Realizing his theft has been exposed, the purple mage panics, wondering how they figured it out. The hooded man, annoyed, thinks the mage ruined his careful plan at the last moment, and wonders if the man truly has the mana stone. The purple mage clutches the mana stone to his chest, vows not to let it go, and declares his name as Cloak. Cloak activates his own awakening, flooding the hall with purple magic. Surrounded by swirling orbs of purple energy, Cloak boasts that the mana stone is his and threatens anyone who covets it. He vows to kill everyone and starts raining lethal purple projectiles toward the crowd. One of Cloak's projectiles is abruptly cleaved apart by a black-swathed attacker. The black-clad mage comments wryly as he intercepts the attack. Cloak stares in shock while the black mage closes in with overwhelming force. Cloak strains and grunts as he blocks the black mage's strike, clearly pressured. Cloak's weapon goes flying from the impact. Cloak recognizes the distinctive black spear and realizes who he is facing. The black mage calmly answers that Cloak's assumption is unlikely, radiating cold confidence. Meanwhile, the red-haired noble observes the chaos with narrowed eyes. He turns away from Teshiana's distant figure, momentarily distracted by the new threat. Teshiana, still glowing blue, readies another full-powered charge. She unleashes a massive wave of icy blue energy straight at the red-haired noble. Elsewhere, Cloak crashes to the ground, his purple aura flickering. Onlookers gasp, recognizing the black magic swirling around the black mage who defeated Cloak. The cat-haired noble stares wide-eyed, thinking about the infamous color of that magic. The crowd realizes that the mysterious fighter is the feared black mage. Cloak defiantly shouts he will never give up the mana stone, claiming it as his, while the black mage points out he stole it. The black mage explains he is not interested in the mana stone itself, but clearly has other business with Cloak. Cloak begins charging another dangerous red spell, alarming the black mage. The black mage's eye reflects the glowing red magic, recognizing the threat. A gigantic swirling red magic circle forms overhead, shocking him. The black mage dodges as a colossal flaming sword crashes down from the spell. He stares intensely at the destructive power now filling the hall. He launches himself upward, intent on countering the escalating magic. The red-haired noble's eyes blaze with multicolored power as he too prepares to act. A blinding red strike hurtles forward, signifying the start of his attack. Appearing beside the black mage, the red-haired noble casually greets him. The red-haired noble leans close, mockingly calling the black mage by the nickname Blacke. Startled, the black mage internally identifies him by name as Seek Muon. Another devastating red explosion rocks the area, hurling debris everywhere. The panicked audience screams and scrambles to escape the renewed blast. Amid settling dust, a lone figure remains crouched at the center of destruction. A small cluster of survivors watch silently, stunned by the devastation. Teshiana, battered and smoking with lingering blue energy, admits that she is in pain. Clenching her fist against the shattered ground, she laments that even her sword was taken. Steeling herself, Teshiana vows that next time will be different. She promises that she will never lose again. Meanwhile, Cloak, still obsessed, rushes off, intent on reclaiming the mana stone. He runs at full speed, shouting that the mana stone belongs to him alone. Guards and adventurers chase after him, yelling for him to stop as he flees with the stone. Cornered, Cloak whirls around and hurls more purple magic at his pursuers, insulting them. He pours his power into a massive spell, determined to blast his way free. His attack detonates violently, but he is knocked sprawling by the backlash. Snarling that weaklings should move aside, Cloak is suddenly addressed by someone calling him Mage Cloak. A masked mage attacks from above, taunting Cloak that plenty of mages here are stronger than him. The newcomer lands a heavy blow on Cloak, stunning him. Several armed allies rush forward to reinforce the assault on Cloak. The battle spills deeper into the auction hall as fighters and civilians scatter around the dueling mages. Cloak looks shaken and alarmed as more opponents close in. Bystanders excitedly spread the news that the black mage is fighting Seek Muon. A blonde noble in a VIP seat is shocked to hear that those two legendary figures are clashing. Realizing the building might collapse, the blonde worries and calls out for his father. He then discovers his father has already escaped, leaving him behind. His attendant rune confirms that their lord has fled, astonishing the blonde with his speed. The blonde debates fleeing himself but hesitates. Enthralled, he decides he wants to stay and witness this battle between powerful mages. Elsewhere, the orange-haired woman despairs that things have escalated so far. She analyzes that underestimating Seek Muon and the association was her mistake and regrets not bringing a mana orb, realizing the drawn-out chaos is bad for her allied Blow. From her balcony, she impatiently wonders what Blow plans to do next. Down below, Blow and the black mage face each other amid raging energies. The black mage tells Blow clearly that he has no intention of fighting him. Blow smiles skeptically and questions his claim. The black mage explains that the mana stone is not his current objective and deduces Blow's mission was only to guard it until the auction ended. He notes, based on Blow's comrade's words, that Blow's priority is still the stone. The black mage proposes they each mind their own business and instead eliminate the looming threat overhead. He points to the enormous, absurd red magic circle above Seek Muon's head that must be dispelled. Seek sarcastically asks if the black mage dislikes his magic circle, clearly unconcerned. Seek states that he does not care what the black mage's goal is, mana stone or otherwise, implying he will fight him regardless. The red-haired man explains he has been hunting for the black mage ever since Ophion began hiding him and has pursued every mission where he might appear. He says he still never found him, while the black-haired mage thinks he has just been busy with celebrity work. As he lands amid shattered ground, the red-haired man declares the present moment. He states that his quarry is finally standing right before him, and they clash in midair. The two collide violently as their powers explode around them. Smiling, the red-haired man asks the black mage to show him that terrifying sight once more. A flashback begins, showing the black mage's chilling expression that once left a deep impression. The memory continues of the black mage's ominous silhouette that gave the red-haired man goosebumps. Returning to the present, the red-haired man hurls a raging magical attack downward at the black mage. The black mage looks up warily as the attack gathers, sensing danger. The red-haired man vows to kill him and unleashes a massive destructive spell. His blast tears apart the auction hall, causing parts of the structure to collapse and people to scream. Panicked guests flee and dodge falling debris. One beastkin noble clenches his flaming fist, preparing to act. He smashes a huge boulder aside, shielding nearby guests from being crushed. While running, he curses Seek for almost destroying the entire place and being disturbingly excited about it. He notes that the auction is already ruined and decides he must recover the mana stone to justify anything. Meanwhile, cloaked attackers surround the purple mage and demand to know where the mana stone is. The purple mage, confused and frustrated, wonders what everyone else is doing. The assailants order him to hand over the mana stone and question where he hid it. As the fighting intensifies, a bystander yells about pants, continuing the ongoing joke about where the stone is hidden. That man then shouts clearly that the mana stone is hidden in the purple mage's pants. The purple mage is horrified and denies the accusation, insisting it is nonsense. The blue-haired swordswoman and her group glare silently toward him. The purple mage, panicking, denies everything and screams at them to stay away. Outside, the hall continues collapsing in a haze of dust and red magic. Seek tears open the purple mage's clothes to grab at something. Seek stands amidst the smoke looking down, holding the torn cloth and saying nothing. High above, the black mage watches the chaos from a balcony. Two noble ladies stare at him anxiously as he notices them. He quietly tells the women to leave quickly because the place is dangerous. They nervously retreat while he turns back toward the battlefield. Sitting on the railing, he thinks the idea that Seek could kill him is absurd and muses that using mana on him is pointless. He realizes that this troublesome man is probably the reason his master has been giving him odd missions since that first encounter. Observing that most people have evacuated, he concludes that this mission is effectively a failure. He decides he at least needs to check whether Seek bears a certain mark. Seek, seeing the black mage still passive, resolves to force him into a fight if he will not respond willingly. Seek remarks that the auction house is full of distractions and obstacles. He reasons that if he wipes out the surrounding trash, the black mage might change his mind. Guests notice something strange forming overhead and react in shock. More people look up, confused and frightened by the growing disturbance. A huge red magic array fills the ceiling, prompting cries of alarm. The purple mage also notices the phenomenon and wonders what it is. The blue-haired woman and others shout at him to stop and tell everyone to look up. The purple mage panics that no one seems to care about the new threat, but decides to keep fleeing regardless. A blast knocks him to the ground, dealt by the black mage or his allies. The black mage appears and orders everyone to leave immediately, startling onlookers who recognize him as the black mage. He warns the armed intruders that if they value their lives more than the mana stone, they should retreat at once. Seek mutters that the building could collapse at any time. The unstable magic array above rides ominously, making that danger clear. The Beastkin noble calls after Seek as he marches toward the center of the chaos. Grabbing Seek, he yells at him to stop because innocent people are still inside. He demands to know if Seek intends to kill everyone remaining. From a balcony, Ren watches the devastation and thinks the situation is a complete mess. She runs through the corridor worrying about Blow and planning to use a teleport scroll to escape with him. Ren suddenly feels an ominous premonition as she moves. On the ground, the battered purple mage looks up to see the black mage approaching him. The purple mage accuses the black mage of greed, believing he wants the magic stone for himself. The black mage internally notes that people see only what they want and calls the accusation nonsense. His eye glows as he focuses on the situation. He addresses the injured man by name, asking if he belongs to the Kodo organization. The mage stammers in denial, but the black mage calmly notes that his bounty is high and that operating here is foolish. Observing Cloak's reaction, the black mage concludes the guest was right and decides to confirm the truth personally. He seizes Cloak, who panics as the black magic threatens the stone hidden on him. Terrified, Cloak hurriedly presents the glowing magic stone and offers it to him. The black mage realizes Cloak truly possesses the stone, and Cloak begins to protest. Before anything else happens, Seek blasts through, sending Cloak flying. The impact creates another massive explosion that tears up the floor. The black mage notes wryly that Seek had claimed not to care about the stone yet interfered anyway. Seek steps on Cloak and derides him as trash, wondering what pleasure there is in dealing with such scum. Holding the stone, Seek asks the black mage if he does not agree. He stares at the black mage with a slight smile, eyes blazing red. The black mage suggests they talk first, but Seek charges with overwhelming power, forcing the black mage to conclude that conversation is impossible. The black mage's foot is suddenly grabbed mid-movement. Seek yanks him and hurls him away through the air. The black mage is flung violently while protesting. Seek detonates another blast where the black mage lands, relentless in his assault. Turning, Seek speaks again, preparing yet another attack. In response, the black mage finally releases his own dark power and challenges Seek to fight with him. A new red beam tears through the ruins. The black mage races forward, exasperated by Seek's recklessness. The two adversaries face each other in midair, their powers swirling. A brief monochrome cut focuses on their intense gazes as they recognize each other. They descend toward each other, ready to continue their duel amid the smoky battlefield. They land on opposite sides, bracing for the next exchange. The black mage notices that the energy he had gathered earlier has mysteriously vanished. Elsewhere, Seek is scolded by the Beastkin noble, who calls him a brat. The Beastkin noble suddenly senses something and looks down as purple light glows underfoot. A huge purple magic circle appears at the feet of several people. Additional circles bloom around the hall, alarming everyone nearby. The entire floor becomes covered in multiple glowing magic arrays, cracking the stone. Observers realize that these are magic circles and are confused why another one has appeared. Crystals erupt from one circle as silhouettes of people stand nearby, prompting shocked cries. The crystal formation reveals monstrous eyes beginning to open. A gigantic multi-eyed monster fully emerges from the circle, causing people to flee in terror. Among the evacuees, a young noble is pulled along as his servant calls out to him. The young noble panics about the monster's origin and is told it came from the magic circle on the ground. Nearby victims beg for help as part of the creature looms over them. The blonde noble asks Rune for a sword, knowing he may be outmatched but determined to try fighting. He steels himself, realizing that doing nothing will not improve the situation. Sword in hand and aura flaring, he declares that standing idle will not help. He moves to protect others as they scream, promising he will defend them. He is immediately overwhelmed by the monster's power and hurled backward. He grimaces in pain as he braces for the hit. Rune dashes and leaps into the fray, moving to support him. Catching him, Rune jokes about what to call the grotesque creature. She likens the monster to a giant octopus, still analyzing it amid the chaos. Recognizing the abilities involved, Rune activates her skills, preparing a mana arrow after absorbing energy. She knocks a glowing arrow and calmly remarks that this is what she will call the creature. Her shot explodes against the monster in a burst of purple energy. Elsewhere, the Beastkin noble battles another of the same creatures, exclaiming in frustration about what they are. Watching the summoning circles, the black mage and Beastkin realize the ground arrays are in fact summoning circles. The Beastkin, startled, agrees with the black mage's deduction. The black mage asks whether mages capable of summoning monsters exist, and the Beastkin replies that he has never heard of such magic. The black mage wonders how such a large-scale summoning of multiple creatures is even possible here. Ren runs back toward Blow and the black mage, calling out to them by name. Blow is surprised she returned, but she insists she could not abandon her allies and claims she came back out of loyalty. The Beastkin wonders if Rin is an ally of Ophian's group, though she does not look like a mage. He turns to Seek to speak, but Seek obliterates another monster with an enormous fiery blast. The beastkin sees that the magic stone Seek held has vanished and demands to know where he threw it. Seek calmly says the stone is gone, leaving the beastkin incredulous. He privately notes that Seek had it only a moment ago, and now it has somehow disappeared. Seek confirms that the stone has vanished without a trace. Ren calls to Blow, announcing that she is about to use the teleport scroll so they can escape this madness. The black mage is taken aback and asks if she is really leaving now. Seek's aura flares again as he prepares another move. An explosive impact shakes the ground. He blocks the black mage's attack with his own body and insists that no one, not even an old man, is allowed to interfere. Ren gapes at them, wondering what they are doing in such a situation. She yells at the beastkin to stop his companion. The black mage realizes his energy never truly disappeared but is still present within his weapon. He wonders if the earlier loss of power was only temporary, and calls out Seek's full name, asking if he also sensed it. Seek confirms he felt mysterious energy evaporation and agrees something is wrong with both the phenomenon and the monsters. He concludes that now is not the time for him and the black mage to be fighting each other. Yet Seek declares that he does not care what is strange and shows no intention of stopping. He strikes forward again with black magic while the black mage counters. A massive fiery blast erupts dangerously close to Ren as she holds the teleport scroll. Ren stares in shock at the explosion bearing down on her. The black mage watches, eyes widening as he notices the danger approaching her. Another figure's voice orders Seek to stop now. The beastkin steps protectively in front of the black mage, remarking that clingy men are not attractive. Ren retorts that with all this chaos the tower's mages will soon arrive and that staying here will only cause trouble. The black mage reflects that Seek blocked the attack with his own body, then begins to suggest they leave. Seek's eyes blaze as he coldly tells the supposed old man to move, warning he will not tolerate interference. The black mage wonders if Seek is insane as Ren calls out to Blow again. Ren agrees that avoiding the tower would be wise but suddenly notices a threat and shouts for Ren's own safety. She turns in confusion, asking what is happening. Blow rushes toward her with his sword, yelling for her to watch out as another danger approaches. A powerful slash of light tears across the scene, signaling the start of a fierce battle. A many-eyed monster screeches as it appears, shocking those who see it. The blonde young man urgently asks if the girl is unharmed. The red-haired girl turns, stunned and barely able to speak. She sees the blonde man desperately fending off the giant monster and thinks he looks far from okay. A silver-haired attendant calmly offers to help the young master, who frantically accepts. A devastating magical attack cleaves through the monster's head. The blonde man is thrown back by the impact and crashes to the ground in pain. The black-clad boy checks if Rin and the girl are alright, and Rin answers shakily that he is. The black-clad boy analyzes that the creature was a mindless, coreless low-tier monster and wonders who would summon such a thing. The attendant checks again on the injured young master. The girl realizes the dark-clothed boy is the black mage. The blonde noble recognizes another figure as the famed mage Seek Muon. Overwhelmed, the blonde noble thinks about how strong these mages are. The black mage silently observes the aftermath. Nearby, a purple-haired mage lies unconscious amid rubble. The black mage, still unsure of the full situation, prepares another spell called Blow. The girl angrily decides to abandon her mission, blaming a bad omen from her morning dream. She activates a glowing teleport scroll and is relieved she brought it. She invites the black mage and Ren to escape with her using the scroll, while the black mage awkwardly misreads her actions. Ren and his attendant blankly repeat the misunderstanding about taking off someone's pants. Flustered, the girl clarifies she meant escaping since monsters and people are still around. But the black mage says the tower will handle it and starts to focus on something more important. She suddenly calls out to the blonde noble in the distance. She offers that, as thanks for earlier, he and his attendant can leave with them using a teleport scroll that can take 4 people. The blonde noble, moved, repeats the idea of leaving together. When she hesitantly adds they do not have to, he hurriedly says he would be grateful to join, while his attendant notes they have their own scrolls too. Elsewhere, Seek wakes up with a headache. He grumbles that just writing the report will be painful, while his companion scolds him for causing trouble. The companion bites Seek in frustration, making him cry out. Back at the scroll, the girl sets its destination as wherever she desires and the condition as those who are touching it. She tells everyone to grab on, and the blonde noble nervously agrees. As the teleport begins, the blonde noble internally complains how annoying all of this is. The enraged red-haired mage demands to know why the blonde noble is running away, mocking the arrogance he showed earlier. The blonde noble, now chibi-like, sweats nervously under that murderous glare. He points out the angry mage to the black mage, who dismisses it as just a staring contest. The black mage, needing to concentrate on the teleport, irritably asks Ren to stop talking to him. Seek vows not to let them go, while his cat-haired companion calls out his name. Glaring, Seek curses the black mage under his breath. He unleashes a massive red spell that blasts remaining monsters inside the hall. The cat-haired man panics, realizing a similar disaster is starting again. The blonde noble compares the current situation to what happened just moments ago. The black mage shouts Ren's name in alarm. Ren groans as the teleport magic begins to envelop her. She starts voicing her desire to teleport them away. Ren completes the spell and the group vanishes in a flash of teleportation. Outside the city, a gigantic pillar of fire erupts where the auction house once stood. The shockwave and embers sweep through nearby trees. In a distant forest, a mysterious hand summons a glowing magic circle. The figure closes their fist, making the magic sparks dissipate. A purple-haired mage with a tiny one-eyed creature on his shoulder remarks that the situation is amusing. He turns to a cloaked observer in a tree and asks if they find it amusing too. A golden crystal flies toward the observer. A cat-haired youth casually catches the crystal, identified as a ruby monster. The youth scoffs that the incident is not amusing at all. Examining the crystal, he notes how much chaos one small object caused. He crushes the ruby monster crystal in his fist, scattering fragments. Watching the pieces fall, he mutters that humans are such pitifully trivial creatures. Days later, morning light shines on a quiet stone building, signaling a change of scene. Inside, an official reviews a report stating the building was destroyed, the magic stone is missing, and strange monsters appeared. Amused, the man laughs that the whole incident was quite a spectacle. In his office, he and Ren sit in silence, tension between them. Ren angrily asks how he can laugh when he had only sent them to fetch pants, and they survived that chaos unharmed. He replies that he is honestly glad she is safe, while she doubts his sincerity. He insists that if he had known Seek Muon was there he would never have sent them, and wonders why Seek keeps targeting Blow with suspicious motives. He trails off, unable to explain the Muon family's mindset. He reflects that the Muon family has always been somewhat crazy, and he cannot guess what they are thinking. Rin, surprised, latches onto the word family and what it implies. He says time will dull the tower's interest in Blow, so for now they must avoid contact, which is why he has been giving Blow odd, low-risk missions. Still troubled, he rereads the report, and recalls his suspicion from the start about the high-grade magic stone being auctioned publicly. He lists the mass summoning of unknown monsters and the sudden disappearance of magic, deciding this is not an incident they can ignore. Rin predicts the association and the tower will turn the incident into a major issue. She notes that despite that, Blow just turned in a minimal report and vanished. Meanwhile, Blow's disciple Rude studies alone in a quiet tavern and someone wonders where he is. Rude confirms the records have nothing about the monster summoning and realizes standard data will not help. A cheerful green-haired boy arrives with Rude's drink. Recognizing him as Ben, Rude greets him. Ben asks why Rude has been buried in books lately, and Rude says he is researching something that interests him. Ben marvels at the dense text and diagrams in the book, impressed by Rude's ability to read it. Rude jokes that Ben is only now realizing he is smart, while Ben recalls his sister's advice about staying humble. Rude remarks on how many customers are present, but Ben says most are just chatting. Rude overhears customers gossiping about the heroic exploits of the mysterious Black Mage. He is baffled by the word exploits being applied to that disastrous night. Ben excitedly recounts the popular version of events, in which bad mages tried to steal a magic stone at an auction but the Black Mage appeared, defeated them all, and saved everyone. Rude, remembering the building being blown apart, silently wonders how that makes him a hero. Ben gushes that he hopes his sister can become a powerful magician like the Black Mage. Rude learns Ben has a sister. Ben proudly explains that she was just accepted into Helios, an elite magic school. A view of Helios shows as Ben describes it as an amazing academy for the best of the best. Ben admits he is sad to be separated from her but plans to write letters whenever he misses her. He adds that his mother refuses to send the letters so they will not distract her, but he has already written 10 and their neighbor Lone responded by yelling his name. Ben leaves to work, wishing Rude luck with his studies, and Rude politely answers. The tavern scene quiets as Rude returns to his thoughts amid the crowd. Rude broods silently, still consumed by questions. He closes his eyes, thinking deeply. Surrounded by unaware patrons, Rude sits alone at his table, isolated with his concerns. Around him, customers trade conflicting rumors about the auction, some claiming Seek Muon won, others that the Black Mage saved everyone, or that the explosion was a tower plot. More rumors spread that a man named Cloak swallowed the magic stone and that the Black Mage might actually be a woman. Rude notes how wild the rumors have become yet how conveniently one person is taking all the blame, which he feels is deserved. Reading an official article that omits any mention of monsters, he suspects the tower covered up that part. He reasons that it is likely, since monsters should not appear in a city under the tower's barrier. He briefly wonders if the barrier itself is faulty. Rude rejects that theory, thinking such a failure could not stay quiet, and considers whether the magic circle he copied might hold a clue. Deciding on his next step, he resolves to visit his master. The story shifts to the tower's city under a bright sky, where Rude is headed. The scene focuses on the grand tower complex looming over surrounding buildings. A hooded priestly figure rides by and is addressed as Rispin. Rispin is told there is some commotion ahead but reassured it is nothing he needs to worry about. He addresses Dana inside the carriage, asking again if she is sure about their current plan. Dana firmly insists she is fine and tells him to stop worrying. She begins to explain that she is willing to do anything if it will help a certain child, even a little. Her vow is echoed over a shot of Rude walking through town with his notes. Rude admits that staring at the copied magic circle gives him no answers and that he is still completely in the dark. A gust of wind snatches the paper from his hand. He watches it land ahead and laments the mishap. He runs after it as the wind keeps carrying it away. Chibi-Rude leaps, shouting for the paper to wait. The sheet continues to glide down the street, forcing him to chase it farther. Elsewhere, a nervous young man begs a group of thugs to return his bag. Their leader claims he only picked up abandoned property, while the victim insists he just left it briefly and demands it back. The thug grabs the victim by the collar, hurting him. Sneering, the thug says even begging might not get the bag returned and mocks the victim for raising his voice. At that moment, the flying paper slaps onto the thug's face mid-threat. Startled, he rips it off, confused, as the victim coughs and the page falls nearby. The thug declares the bag his now and complains that the paper dirted him. Rude, having retrieved the paper, kneels nearby and calmly reads it, unnoticed at first. One of the thugs spots him and asks who he is, then realizes Rude is holding the disputed bag. Rude matter-of-factly returns the bag to its owner, who thanks him in amazement. When the thug orders Rude to give the bag back, Rude coolly replies that he picked it up too and tells the victim to hurry away. As the owner runs, the thugs move to pursue but Rude tells them to leave him. Their leader seethes, calling Rude a cheeky brat as ominous magic flares around him. He decides to teach Rude a harsh lesson and orders his men to block any escape. Rude assesses that the man is a magic user, but seems like a low-tier one. The thug advances with dark energy, saying he will show Rude how the world works. Rude, not wanting trouble, briefly considers backing down. He instead decides to run, sprinting away in a burst of speed. The thug and his followers gape in shock at Rude's sudden movement. Rude launches himself upward out of their sight. He soars over the street and lands atop Dana's moving carriage. The guards rein in their horses, confused by the impact on the roof. Rispin and Rude lock eyes, each surprised by the other. Inside, Dana senses something above and startles. She turns puzzled, trying to understand what just happened. Tower escorts outside also look up in shock. Another guard glances back toward the carriage roof, alarmed. Rude stands atop the carriage, steadying himself. The full scene shows him balanced on the roof, while the escorting knights react below. Catching his breath, Rude remarks aloud that the carriage is impressively sturdy. A wide view emphasizes the bizarre sight of him calmly standing on the royal carriage as it moves. A loud thump from the roof underscores his unexpected arrival. Rude then takes off running from the carriage, continuing his escape as the escort watches in astonishment. The cloaked riders react in shock as they notice a hooded figure on horseback. One rider recognizes the kid who jumped in front of their carriage and calls out to Rispin. A sword is suddenly held to Rude's neck as a voice orders him to stop. Rude, unfazed but impressed by the speed, notes how fast his assailant is. The silver-haired knight sternly asks Rude if he understands whose carriage he just stepped on. With the sword still on his shoulder, Rude silently listens as the knight demands an answer. Rude bows deeply, apologizing for stepping on the carriage despite not knowing who owned it. He explains he did not realize the carriage carried an important person and politely apologizes again. Putting on an innocent look, Rude promises to be more careful and asks to be forgiven this once. Flustered by the boy's demeanor, the knight hesitates and then agrees to let it go. Rude thanks him and quickly runs off, leaving the knight speechless. The female mage laughs at Rispin's reaction, while he remains wordless and embarrassed. She teases Rispin for threatening a child who apologized so properly, calling Rude just a kid. Rispin, thinking of the rooftop fall, remarks that Rude's landing from such a height was uncanny. He concludes that Rude cannot be considered an ordinary child. The woman reminds Rispin that he himself slew mid-tier monsters at that age and downplays it. Jokingly, she suggests Rude might be a prodigy worth taking as a disciple. Nearby, the veiled noblewoman watching them finds the encounter interesting. As Dana steps forward, she comments that Rude seemed strong and intelligent. The cheerful mage excitedly proposes recruiting Rude into their magic troupe. Dana chuckles while Rispin curtly tells his subordinate to stop getting carried away. Walking with Dana, the mage anxiously asks if she was hurt, but Dana says the carriage is sturdy and she is fine. Dana changes the subject, saying they are close to their destination and she would like to walk. Rispin respectfully accepts Dana's wish to walk the rest of the way. The group proceeds through the busy street with Dana leading and the mage is escorting her. Hidden around a corner, Rude observes them leave and thinks the situation unfolded as expected. He deduces that the elegant woman must be a noble and that Rispin is extremely skilled, and feels lucky to have escaped. Relaxing in chibi form, Rude wipes cold sweat, still rattled by the incident. Walking away, he complains internally about his recent bad luck but assumes he will never see them again. Dana later smiles warmly, having apparently decided something after meeting Rude. Dana and the two mages sit opposite Rude and his master, beginning a formal meeting. The tension rises in the library-like office as Rude and his master realize who their visiting client is. Confused, Rude asks why he is present, but his master insists he should stay and hear the client's request. Dana indicates Rude as the child in question, drawing everyone's attention to him. Rude's master starts praising him as one of Ophion's finest talents while Rude is shocked. Dana notes that Rude looks young and confirms with the master that he is a newly ranked 7th tier certified mage. The master exaggerates further, claiming Rude is the best among his peers, leaving Rude mentally protesting. Dana comments that Ophion hides many talents and mentions the rumors about its powerful black mage. Calling the earlier carriage incident memorable, she says she wants to meet that rumored black mage while she is here. Smiling, the master lies that the black mage is currently away on a mission. Dana accepts this explanation with mild disappointment, while the mages look tense. She remarks that visiting Ophion has become a long detour from her original purpose. Turning to Rude, Dana greets him as the child she met earlier in the street. Rude is startled, and his master also seems puzzled by the unexpected connection. Dana gently explains that Rude never saw her face earlier, and reveals she owns the carriage he fell onto. Rude and his master, drawn in chibi style, struggle to connect her words with the earlier chaos. Dana muses that their meeting must be fate. Placing her cup down, she tells the Ophion master that Rude seems like a dependable child. The master, realizing her interest, starts to respond. Dana formally introduces herself as the Duchess of Artian, shocking Rude. Rude internally reels at learning she is not just any noble but from a ducal house. Dana says they should get to the point of her visit. She notes the master already knows her purpose and prepares to explain why she came. In ominous imagery, she states that she came because of her second child, a student at Helios Academy. The scene returns to the office as everyone listens to her story. Rude's master recaps to confirm. Her second son at Helios is the focus of her request, and she agrees. Dana states that her second child is having serious trouble adapting to school life. She calls to Fran, one of the mages, to assist with documents. Fran presents prepared files on Helios, including the student list and an internal situation report. Hearing Helios mentioned again, Rude notes how often that academy is coming up today. Dana explains that although her child entered Helios only a month ago, something has gone wrong in that short time. She reveals that her son is being labeled a monster at school and wonders who would dare insult the Archons. She explains that Helios forbids outside interference once students enroll, and it is now too late to withdraw him. Clenching her hands, Dana describes her second child as fragile and prone to loneliness. She recounts that from childhood, all affection went to his older brother, leaving the second son overlooked. As a result, he grew up isolated, and even she failed to give him the attention he needed. By the time she realized, he had become a wounded, emotionally fragile boy unable to open his heart. Dana admits she just does not want her child to suffer any more harm. She adds that, above all, she cannot tolerate her family's child being treated that way at such a prestigious place. Rude, listening, is confused by how serious and emotional the request is. Dana finally states that her request is simple. She wants someone to help her son live peacefully at school and protect him from the abuse he suffers there. Later, Rude stands with folded arms and demands that his master explain the absurd situation he has been dragged into. His master feigns ignorance, while Rude angrily insists he explain how things ended up like this. The master cheerfully says it is exactly as Dana requested and that Rude will handle the job. Rude is horrified at being assigned the mission alone and mutters that the situation is ridiculous. He then berates his master for boasting he was 7th rank and for introducing him in that way. The master jokes that calling Rude a mere certified mage was already stretching belief, which only frustrates Rude more. He argues that Helios students are just unawakened trainees and protests that he never agreed to the mission. Rude brings up a previous failed mission at Helios, insisting they should investigate that instead, but his master calls his name. The master hands him a folder and tells him not to worry about the past failure but to focus on this mission. Inside, Rude finds an official admission letter from Magic Academy Helios issued in his name. Rude is left speechless as he stares at the unexpected acceptance document. In chibi form, he asks if this is some kind of joke. When the master tries to justify himself, Rude slaps the document against his chest. Rude coldly declares that their relationship ends here and that he quits Ophion, shocking the master. Walking away with his bag, Rude thanks his master for everything but announces he is leaving Ophion. The master dramatically refuses, wailing about all the care and food he has given Rude while grabbing onto him. Rude yells that of course he would have refused if told beforehand and questions why he needs school at all. The master insists that is exactly why he had to arrange it secretly, calling it a special request. Rude shouts back that he will not accept the request, asking if the master still does not understand. The master melodramatically proclaims he just wants to send Rude to school out of deep love. Rude internally wonders what is wrong with his master and says he does not understand him at all. Their argument is interrupted when Ren walks in and demands to know what they are doing. The master grumbles that Ren should knock, while Rude mentally scoffs at calling this an important discussion. Ren retorts that she did knock and clearly heard their shouting. She orders both of them to sit down and stop embarrassing themselves. Once calm, she prompts the conversation to resume. Rude asks Ren if she was also aware of the plan. Ren tells him not to take it too seriously, suggesting he treat it like a simple trip and assuring him the mission is easy. She and the master encourage him to relax, enjoy school life, and make friends his own age. Rude remains silent, clearly unconvinced by the idea of making friends. He bluntly says he does not need friends, sitting apart from them on another couch. The master concedes that if Rude truly hates it, they cannot force him, even if turning down the Duchess is serious. He then mutters that refusing might cost him his head. Rude sits in chibi gloom but grudgingly accepts the gravity of the situation. The master says he will accept whatever Rude decides as long as it eases Rude's mind. Ren thumps him and tells him to stop being overdramatic. Ren acknowledges that acting without telling Rude was wrong and notes that attending Helios could last quite a while. She tells Rude only he can decide and asks what he thinks he should do. The three sit in silence as Rude contemplates his choice. Rude finally summarizes that he simply has to help the Duchess's second son. Ren and the master stare at him, surprised he seems to be leaning toward acceptance. They immediately praise him, insisting the task will not be difficult and lauding him as Ophion's rising star. As they excitedly discuss uniforms and packing, Rude wonders if he should just quit everything. The master clarifies that while Dana believes he is only 7th rank, Helios does not know he is fully awakened. Rude confirms that means he must hide his true power and cannot freely use his black mage abilities at school. Reading through thick documents, he notes how much information there is but is reassured that nothing too dangerous should occur. The master concludes that the mission is both a vacation for the black mage and a first official job for Rude Crisis. Rude reflects that his master really knows how to frame things and begins wondering about school food and clothes. Later, holding the file, he grudgingly prepares for the mission while Ren comments on the master's spin. Walking outside while reading, Rude wonders how exactly he is supposed to help the bullied boy. He looks at the picture of the silver-haired, eye-patched student who is the Duchess's second son. Rude decides that simply beating the bullies would be excessive and pauses as a new idea occurs to him. He slaps his hand over the photo, focusing on the boy's image. Rude asks if the intimidating student shown is actually the main bully tormenting the Duchess's son. After a pause, his master explains that the boy in the photo is in fact the hurt second son himself. The master clarifies that this supposedly monstrous child is the one Rude must protect. The narration identifies the boy as Lidursus Dian Artian, the second son being called a monster at Helios. Time passes and the scene shifts to the Grand City and Academy as Rude's departure approaches. In a bustling hall, someone is told that a letter cannot be sent to Helios. The clerk explains that Helios strictly controls outside items, so letters need official certificates. The boy asks where to get such a certificate, and is told his student sister should have one and to ask his parents. The freckled green-haired boy says his mother forbids sending letters and begs the clerk to send them anyway. The clerk apologizes that she really cannot help just as someone else approaches the counter. Rude appears with the necessary certificate and offers it on the boy's behalf. He asks the clerk to send his luggage and the boy's letters together to Helios, delighting the child. Rude addresses the boy as Ben, gaining his full admiration. He tells Ben that he will personally deliver the letters to Ben's sister at Helios. The scene transitions to the gleaming, expansive Helios Academy under a bright sky. The view closes in on one of the Academy's grand buildings filled with students. Inside a refined classroom, someone asks if others have heard the latest news. Two students discuss that a certain prodigy is arriving at the Academy that day. Gossip spreads that this new student scored perfectly on the entrance exam and that professors are excited, though he enrolled late due to an illness. A silver-haired student with magenta eyes, listening, curtly tells his classmates to shut up and asks what their next class is. Elsewhere, another student notes that Varys is asleep again at his desk after asking to be woken earlier. A group of girls chat idly, admiring a trinket one of them bought on an outing. The classroom quiets as a new student appears in the doorway, drawing everyone's attention. The students murmur uneasily, watching and whispering as the newcomer walks among them. A pale hand grips the back of an ornate chair, signaling that the newcomer is about to take his seat. In the Helios classroom, one silver-haired student sits isolated at his desk while the others chat in groups. Some nearby students look toward him in uneasy surprise. One boy mutters that the isolated student is a monster. The silver-haired student lowers his head, clearly affected by the insult. Elsewhere, a white-haired girl reads peacefully and thinks that the classroom is pleasantly quiet. The silver-haired boy remains alone at his desk, engulfed by a dark, despondent mood. In the past, a blonde boy named Rude reads a paper and reacts in confusion. His guardians point out that his school record says he got a perfect entrance score despite having a chronic illness. Rude protests, wondering how he could ace an exam he never took and why it says he is ill. His guardian vaguely attributes it to his abilities and shrugs off the oddities. The guardian explains that Helios opened a month ago, Rude's admission letter was issued then, and he should already have started school. He continues that complicated circumstances delayed enrollment even though Helios has been sending repeated demands to send Rude. The guardian admits he needed an excuse the academy would accept, so he fabricated the chronic illness story. A memory shows Rude styled as a delicate, handsome young noble. The guardian describes the identity he created for him as a sickly genius pretty boy. He enthusiastically asks if that role does not sound fun, while Rude stares in disbelief. Rude yells in frustration about hearing this only now, causing a noisy commotion. Later, Rude arrives at Helios in uniform and is called by name as a new student. An escort tells him class is about to start and to follow, while Rude inwardly curses his master. Rude worries about accomplishing his mission in such a showy setting and deduces that his application was filed well before his admission letter. He silently processes that implication. He concludes that his master always intended to send him to school regardless of any mission. Rude internally demands to know what his master was planning by enrolling him here. He decides to set that aside for now. As he walks in, Rude senses magic flowing everywhere in the Helios Magic School. He resolves to complete his mission quickly and return, telling himself not to be too nervous. His escort explains that students vary in status and age, but those factors are not what matter at Helios. Rude asks what is important instead. The escort answers that talent is what counts above all. He adds that new students usually arrive thrilled, dreaming of becoming great mages. These newcomers imagine themselves already as real mages, but that vision is only an illusion. He warns that attending Helios does not guarantee anyone will become a full-fledged mage. Most students, he says, fail to surpass their limits and fall into despair. He asks Rude what he thinks of those harsh odds. The escort then formally introduces Rude as the Academy's first ever perfect scorer on the entrance exam. Rude decides that if he truly cannot manage here even after trying, he will simply quit. He calmly states this decision to the escort. The escort laughs warmly at Rude's bluntness. He calls Rude a cheerful fellow while Rude stays silent. Rude privately realizes that the title of perfect scorer may cause him more trouble than he expected, while the escort says Helios welcomes talents like him. The escort notes that Rude arrived later than other students but warmly welcomes him to Helios. Rude stands before the assembled class as the professor welcomes him to the special magic school Helios. Narration explains Helios as a place that trains those with the talent to sense and use magic. It further explains that Helios nurtures them into true mages who bear a magical mark. Students are divided by ability into the advanced class Ares, then into the intermediate class Clad, and finally the beginner class Eden. New students start in Eden and can rise through annual promotion exams. Rude quietly acknowledges this system. In class, the professor introduces late arriving Rude Crisis to his classmates, citing health reasons. The professor tells the class not to ostracize Rude and to get along, while the students jokingly promise not to bully him. Rude watches this reaction silently. The professor asks Rude to introduce himself briefly. Rude steps forward to speak. He gives a minimal greeting, saying it is nice to meet everyone. Classmates complain that his introduction is too short, comment that he seems younger, and ask his age. Rude looks around and thinks that he has found the person he came for. His gaze fixes on the silver-haired boy, identified as the second son of the Artian ducal family who is rumored to be a herding monster. Narration names him as Lidursus Dain Artian as he sits alone at his desk. Rude confirms internally that this is the Artian he was told about. Rude wonders why someone like Artian is sitting by himself. The professor tells Rude where to sit, and Rude agrees. As Rude observes Artian at his desk, he recalls the rumors that the boy was wounded by being labeled a monster, and wonders why that label exists. Rude resolves to first assess the classroom situation and quietly observe for a while. A voice suddenly greets him, catching him off guard. The blue-haired boy behind him cheerfully calls Rude an ability user for getting a perfect score, praises him, and starts asking his age. Rude answers that he is 15, and the older boy notes, he is indeed younger. The boy introduces himself as Dio Barus and tells Rude to call him Dio. Rude hesitantly agrees to call him Dio, while Dio insists that classmates are all friends regardless of age. The professor scolds Dio Barus for chatting, remarking that he placed last on the test. He reminds Dio to save socializing for later since Dio wants to befriend Rude despite being last on the exam. Rude decides that for now he should avoid drawing attention to himself. He refocuses his gaze toward Artian. Rude thinks again that he will quietly observe Artian from a distance. After class, several curious classmates crowd around Rude, asking personal questions and wanting to call him by his first name. Rude notes that although he has a perfect score, there is also a strange rumor about him having a chronic illness, and the others bluntly ask what is wrong with his health, as he hopes staying quiet will avoid trouble. Overwhelmed by their curiosity, he wonders why everyone is so interested in others. Even during break time, the crowd keeps pressing him with questions about his age and background. The students follow him around as they keep chatting, leaving him no space. Rude guesses that this attention is because it is only his first day and politely answers questions about whether he is sick. Dio pushes through the crowd, claiming he has the important task of showing Rude around the school, and the classmates clamor to tag along. Rude stands quietly while others argue to accompany him. When he looks back, he notices that Artian has already left his seat. Rude wonders where Artian went just as Dio puts a hand on his shoulder. Dio enthusiastically declares they will go together as friends while Rude wonders when they became friends. Time passes as they wander through the grand campus. Dio guides Rude across a bridge, explaining that the school is huge and he may get lost at first but will quickly adjust. Dio adds that Rude does not seem like someone who would struggle and asks again to call him Rude. Rude indifferently tells Dio to do as he likes. Dio talks about how nervous he was entering Helios as a non-noble, and how he thought happiness would begin once he was accepted. He then laments that nothing really changed since he still ranked last on the entrance test. Dio admires Rude as amazing for being the first ever perfect scorer and says he is the total opposite of himself, while Rude insists it was just luck. Rude tells Dio he finds Dio impressive too. Rude explains that with so many new students, it is remarkable that Dio managed to score dead last, something not just anyone could do. Dio is left speechless by this serious compliment. He begs Rude not to say that with such a straight face, feeling lightly insulted as they walk. Later Dio announces they have reached their next destination. He proudly shows Rude the Helios Central Library, explaining it is the place they will visit most often. Rude notes how enormous the library is, and Dio agrees, emphasizing the vast amount of materials stored there. Dio points out glowing spheres over study desks, explaining they are magic spheres that create soundproof zones so students can study in silence. Dio brags about how cool this system is, while Rude calmly notes that maintaining it must cost a lot. Dio says the library has 4 floors, but beginners like them can currently only use the first floor due to class restrictions. As they talk, a group of upperclassmen from above suddenly calls down to Dio, insulting his appearance. Their blonde leader, Chebel von Hidelio, confirms Dio is from Professor Hale's class. Dio nervously acknowledges this while standing beside Rude. Rude notices the golden crest on Chebel's sleeve, identifying him as a Harry's student. Rude wonders if Chebel belongs to the elite upper class. Chebel recalls that he has seen Dio before and starts to mention a certain notorious student in Dio's class. With a menacing smile, Chebel explicitly asks how the so-called monster is doing. Flustered, Dio stammers that this student is doing fine. Chebel feigns disappointment, calling that unfortunate. He then dismissively tells them to continue whatever they were doing and walks away. Dio admits his heart was pounding in fear, while Rude questions why he is so nervous just because Chebel is upper class. A chibi scene shows Dio in panic, symbolizing his fear of the upper hierarchy. He tells Rude that innocents like him do not yet understand how harsh the academy's hierarchy really is. Dio grabs Rude's shoulders to emphasize his warning. He declares he will tell Rude an essential story for surviving treacherous Helios. The first rule he lays out is never to oppose the upper-class Harrys. He explains that Harrys are an elite few recognized by the school for exceptional talent and ability, numbering fewer than 20. Each Harrys member is said to be powerful enough to defeat hundreds of ordinary students and enjoys great privileges and overwhelming skills. Dio warns that angering them means the end of a peaceful school life, while Rude thinks they are still just unawakened kids. Dio insists that out of over 400 students, only a tiny number become Harrys, making them like stars in the sky, and Rude asks what the second rule is. Dio whispers that the second rule is to be especially cautious of Chebel von Hidelian. He clarifies that Chebel is the flashy blonde upperclassman they just met. Dio labels Chebel a high-risk individual to avoid and says that if Rude encounters him it is best to lay low, since all Harrys are skilled but have troublesome personalities. When Rude suggests their personalities must be terrible, Dio hurriedly shushes him and drags him away. Dio anxiously tells Rude to be quiet in case someone overhears and insists this warning is vital. Dio elaborates that Chebel, heir of the powerful Hidelio Marquis family, is a famous Harrys member whom even professors avoid offending and who ruthlessly ruins anyone who crosses him. He concludes that if you get on Chebel's bad side, your life at school becomes a living hell. Rude acknowledges that he should be careful but presses Dio about what he means by monster. Dio says Rude will find out soon. The so-called monster is a typical example of what happens when Hidelio targets someone. As Rude asks for more details, Dio instead changes the subject and pulls him along. Dio cheerfully suggests they stop the gloomy topic and continue touring the many places around the academy with his new friend. Their tour continues across the campus courtyard, including a large fountain. They also visit a shop where Dio talks with a clerk while Rude listens. Dio leads Rude to a grand golden hall with a glowing teleport or magic circle at its center. Time passes as Dio talks non-stop during their tour, while Rude listens. The day shifts from bright morning to evening over the school. Exhausted, Rude finally rests in a reception room beside a cart piled with suitcases. He thinks this endless tour felt more like an expedition than a simple school orientation. He recalls Dio telling him to visit his room later and notes that despite only being here a month, Dio acts like a know-it-all. A staff member arrives and apologizes for any wait as Rude muses that if Dio studied as much as he claims he would not rank last. She confirms his name as Rude Chrissy, and he answers yes. She explains that his luggage just arrived and that he will use a temporary room until a roommate assignment is finalized. Rude is surprised that his roommate has not yet been decided. She says all lower students must share rooms, but there is currently no suitable partner in his class and arrangements will take a few days. Rude, remembering the Duchess's intel, notes that there should be exactly one vacant spot in his class. The staffer reacts in confusion to his pointed observation. Smiling, Rude names Lidursus Diane Artian and remarks that he has heard that boy is occupying a room alone. Soon after, Rude stands with his bags in front of an ornate door, prepared to enter what will presumably be Arshan's room. Rude receives a special key that seems linked to his mission. He silently studies the key, looking thoughtful. A woman agrees to Rude's earnest request but tells him to return if he changes his mind. Rude recalls that persuading her took effort and hopes the result will justify it. Arriving at the academy dorm, Rude goes to meet the main person of his mission. After knocking, Rude wonders if his new roommate is not in the room. He tests the door handle and finds it opens. Rude steps into a grand, ornate dorm room. He notices the luxurious golden bed by the window. He also observes an elegant desk area, realizing how extravagant the shared room is. Thinking the room is far too spacious and luxurious for 2 students, Rude looks around. He sees someone lying under the covers on one of the beds. Rude wordlessly examines the sleeping figure. He wonders in disbelief if his roommate is already asleep, likening it to a fairy tale child. Curious, Rude tugs at the blanket. As the blanket lifts, hair is revealed. Underneath, his long-haired roommate lies sleeping peacefully. Rude notes how soundly the boy sleeps despite being in no position to relax and feels unsure whether to be relieved. He stands over the bed in silence, watching. Deciding to leave him be, Rude turns away to unpack. The supposed sleeper suddenly opens vivid purple eyes. The boy shifts under the blanket and looks toward Rude. Rude turns his head, sensing movement behind him. The boy quickly squeezes his eyes shut again, pretending to sleep. Rude finishes settling in while his roommate continues to feign sleep in the other bed. Night falls over the academy complex. Somewhere in the building, lights glow as something stirs. A blue-haired mage, carrying books, nervously complains about being summoned so often and freezes at something he senses. He anxiously explains he needs more time to avoid the tower's notice. Facing a shadowy figure beyond a window, he stammers that the contract will be fulfilled if he is given more time, then reacts in shock. Bursting into a room, he calls for Professor Hale and demands to know what is happening. Hale, calmly reading, asks what the commotion is about. The mage says he just saw a black shadow. Panicked, he insists the shadow was real, unaware that a dark mass looms behind him. He shivers, realizing something ominous is nearby. The shadow lashes out violently. Hale watches tensely as events escalate. Surrounded by writhing darkness, Hale vows that the contract will indeed be fulfilled. Morning comes, revealing the academy shining in daylight. Rude wakes and stares blankly upward. He looks at the decorated ceiling above his bed. Realizing he overslept, Rude sits up in bed. Seeing the other bed empty, he notes that his roommate has already left. He wonders when the boy slipped out and recalls how the other kept pretending to sleep despite Rude's attempts at conversation. Rude thinks he may have rushed rooming together, decides the boy is more guarded than expected, and notes that everyone here seems to wake early. Elsewhere in the halls, students chat as one calls out to another. Groups of students react with surprise to some news. From his window, Rude watches the murmuring crowd below, puzzled. Students gossip about the new top-scoring kid in Hale's class. They add that this newcomer is sharing a room with that monster, hinting at a notorious student. On a rooftop, Rude learns that people say he requested this living arrangement himself. Walking along the roof, Rude realizes rumors about their shared room are spreading faster and more intensely than he expected and worries that his roommate is already standing out too much. Resolving to handle the situation quickly, Rude spots trouble below and calls out. In a courtyard, older students force a silver-haired boy, Lidursus, along while others look on. One bully grabs Lidursus by the jacket, demanding to know what he is staring at. Observers debate calling a professor but decide not to get involved, saying this is not the first time. Rude, watching from above, steels himself and wonders what could really go wrong. As he moves in, Lidursus is shoved, starting to fall. The bullies tower over the fallen boy, scolding him for ignoring their warnings. The ringleader sneers that the central corridor is no place for a monster, and orders Lidursus to stay hidden like vermin. When Lidursus stays silent, the bully demands an answer. Smirking, the bully prepares to go even further. They cruelly mock Lidursus's noble birth, saying even his powerful family and heir brother treat him as a monster and deny his existence. Lidursus is asked if he has truly been abandoned and is pitted with feigned sympathy. The ringleader says it is fortunate that Lidursus's family wants nothing to do with him. He grinds his heel into Lidursus's injured hand, making him flinch. Another boy nervously notes that Manon is the one actually hurting him, but the ringleader dismisses it as acceptable since Lidursus is just a monster. Gloating, the bully says this is their one chance to trample the Great Duke's bloodline. He raises a book to strike, only for it to be suddenly knocked away by an unseen force. The bullies look up in stunned confusion as the book flies past. The ringleader is knocked flat by the impact, and the boys panic, wondering where the book came from. Rude, perched above, claims the book as his. Smiling, Rude politely asks them to return it. To their shock, he casually jumps down from the high ledge. Lidursus watches, stunned, as Rude lands and someone groans in pain. A close view of Lidursus's glowing purple eye shows his alarm. Standing over the sprawled bullies, Rude says he mistook the ringleader's head for the ground, prompting outraged questions. Facing the remaining bully, Rude calmly says that blaming him is inappropriate. Enraged, the boy swings at Rude for daring to talk back as in Eden. Rude clenches his fist, ready to respond. With surprising strength, Rude seizes the attacker's arm, shocking him. The punch lands harmlessly against Rude's face, barely making him move. The assailant stares in disbelief at how little effect his blow had. Rude begins speaking, his tone turning cold. He points out that the boy actually hit him, leaving the other stunned. A dramatic impact suggests Rude's counterattack. Lidursus sees the ringleader now lying defeated on the ground. The attacker lies unconscious with a bloody nose. The courtyard now shows all three bullies collapsed while Rude and Lidursus remain standing. Rude, flexing his hand, thinks they were weaker than expected even though he struck lightly. As Lidursus quickly leaves the scene, Rude realizes the boy is fleeing. Rude watches Lidursus run off and silently considers what this means. He calls after him by name. Lidursus, shaking, tells Rude not to come near him. Still walking away, Lidursus insists Rude must not approach. He hurries out past surprised classmates. Two girls react, startled by his sudden exit. From a distant ledge, Rude observes people rushing to aid the fallen bullies. He decides inwardly that such bullying cannot be allowed to continue. The view shifts back to the bright academy grounds bustling with students. Crowds fill the courtyards and gardens as the day goes on. Other students whisper among themselves about the latest incident. Rude notices that everyone's attitude toward him today differs sharply from the previous day. Walking with his blue-haired friend, Rude wonders where Lidursus has gone and whether he should have chased him immediately. Something catches Rude's attention and he turns his head. His friend suddenly grabs him in alarm, drawing stares from nearby students. Later, they slip into a storage-like space, slamming the door behind them. The blue-haired boy, Rude's friend, breathlessly asks if it is true Rude is sharing a room with Prince Artian, the so-called monster. Rude simply confirms it. Horrified, the friend urges Rude to change rooms at once, regretting not explaining the situation earlier. When Rude asks why, the friend insists it is necessary for Rude's peaceful school life and begs him to listen. He reminds Rude of his earlier warning that associating with the wrong person can make life hell and says that monster is Prince Artian. A brief flashback shows Lidursus, Prince Artian, sitting alone as that infamous figure. Rude responds calmly, prompting more disbelief. The friend explains that everyone shuns Lidursus as a monster and that he is thoroughly targeted by Chebel. Rude agrees, stating that Chebel von Hedelian is clearly the ringleader behind the harassment. He then pointedly asks his friend what he himself thinks about the situation. Rude questions whether it is acceptable that, because of one person's lead, everyone labels Lidursus a monster and ignores him. The two stand among crates as Rude waits for an honest answer. The friend says he personally does not think it is right but still hesitates. Rude places a hand on his friend's shoulder. Smiling, Rude says he feels the same way. He glances aside, clearly resolved. Rude calls out to Lidursus, who has been hiding nearby and overhearing them. The friend nervously asks what Rude is doing. Hearing a sound, Lidursus unconsciously reaches toward a crate. He realizes they are talking about him and stiffens. From above, he listens as Rude continues, starting to deny something. The friend panics, asking when Lidursus arrived there unnoticed. Lidursus rises from behind the crates, startling both boys. As he starts to leave, Rude calls, "Wait, lighter." The boys wince at the loud crash of crates as Lidursus moves away. They see him stumbling on the far side of the storage room. The friend tries to call out to him but Rude quickly covers his mouth. Lidursus demands to know what Rude intends by calling him over. He says nothing will change anyway and warns Rude he could end up treated the same way. Still turned away, Lidursus insists he is not joking about this danger. He begins to walk off. Rude steps forward and grabs the sleeve of his coat. Holding on, Rude calls Lidursus by name again. With a gentle smile, Rude says they really need to talk. Lidursus pauses in silence, back still turned. He shakes Rude off, saying there is no need. The two stand apart in the dim storage room as the distance between them grows again. Rude, confused and slightly hurt, reacts to being rejected while his friend calls his name. The blue-haired friend urges Rude to change rooms and questions why he wants to talk with that guy after such a harsh reaction. Rude thinks how strange it is that the kind prince he remembers is now branded a monster, and wonders what changed in just a month. His thoughts shift to images of Lidursus once calmly attending class, contrasting with his current reputation. Gossiping students remark that they would have quit in his place, and say his continued attendance is unsettling. Lidursus, haunted by the repeated word, monster, from all sides, silently endures the stigma. A crying boy is branded a monster by someone's furious scream. A wounded woman lies motionless, suggesting a tragic death. In front of a grand estate, a man cradles the dead woman while another figure watches from afar. A boy coldly addresses someone named Rasis. The boy accuses Rasis of being responsible for the woman's death. Startled, a silver-haired man's purple eye flares as he remembers. That man, now a student in uniform, clutches his head in distress. He leans against the hallway wall, hiding from nearby students as he struggles with his memories. Another student nervously asks why Archduke Artian is called a monster. His friend admits he actually does not know the true reason. Then he hurriedly says he knows a bit and is willing to explain. He recalls that rumors about Artian being a monster began after an incident involving Chebel, though things were not this bad at first. The blonde boy asks about that incident, saying he only knows vague rumors. The story shifts to a past day when many Eden students gathered in the library where the incident with Archduke Artian occurred. Hearing the title Archduke, the blonde boy is surprised. The rumor claims Archduke Artian transformed into a terrifying monster. More ridiculous tales describe him growing extra eyes, fur, or many arms, which his friend dismisses as crazy. The blue-haired boy insists these are only rumors and that he was not present himself. The blonde boy thinks the idea that someone literally became a monster is nonsense. Still, he notes the closed library proves something serious must have happened. The blue-haired boy suggests the blonde should just change rooms before the spreading rumors reach the Harry's dorm. The blonde reflects that people clearly treated him differently today than yesterday. He falls silent, troubled by this change. He then pointedly asks his friend whether he too will avoid him if he stays with Artian. The blue-haired boy is taken aback by the question. The blonde assures him that even after only 2 days he believes Dio is not the sort of person who would abandon a friend. Dio is flustered and embarrassed by this trust. Later, the students in the hall whisper as the pair walk together, watching them closely. The blonde notes everyone is still staring at him, though their reactions differ from before, and he wishes he were not in the spotlight. Dio anxiously asks what Rude is really thinking and whether he intends to oppose the powerful Harry's group. After a long pause that unnerves Dio, Rude denies he plans to go against them. Dio then asks why Rude is so intent on helping Prince Artian. Rude answers that he only has a request for the prince rather than a desire to help. As he thinks, he glances toward Artian seated alone. In class, Artian sits isolated at a desk while other students chat away from him. Arshan's expression is downcast as he studies quietly. Watching him, Rude reflects that if he does nothing, nothing will change. He feels that remaining passive would mean silently accepting an injustice. He remembers Artian as a lonely child cruelly labeled a monster. He also recalls a noblewoman's cutting words that must have deeply wounded that child. Rude calls out to Dio, drawing him along. As they exit the building, Rude notices something outside and pauses. Dio is confused when Rude says that they are already in this together as friends. Rude approaches Arshan's desk, thinking about the boy's high status as Lidursus dying Artian. He considers that although status is not everything at Helios, the authority of the Artian duchy should not be disregarded and that Artian has not exploited his name. Other boys wonder what Rude and Dio are doing as they approach Artian. Artian looks over, puzzled, when Rude and Dio just stand there. Rude remembers Artian being bullied and wonders why no one, including Artian, speaks up against such malice. He slaps his hand on the desk, resolved to break the silence. Arshan's purple eyes narrow as Rude begins to act. Rude sits near Artian in class, deciding he will gradually learn the truth. In lecture, a teacher explains from ancient texts how magicians are called God's messengers. The teacher describes magicians as saviors who purify corrupted lands and slay monsters. He criticizes modern times where some gain marks dishonestly, and weak magicians roam freely. Listening, Artian feels such noble descriptions do not fit how magicians are seen now. Dio hides behind a book, worried about the topic and others' reactions. The teacher concludes that despite corruption, powerful magicians truly are humanity's defenders against monsters. He adds that many ancient books affirm this view. A green-haired student also listens, intrigued. The same girl glances back, sensing tension. Class ends and students begin to move around and talk. Some classmates look nervously at Arshan's area. Rude, Artian, and Dio sit in a line. Others subtly watch them. Rude quietly calls out to Lidursus. Artian responds only with silence. The two sit side by side, an unspoken distance between them. Dio repeatedly calls Arshan's name from across the room. He suddenly shouts to Rude, trying to get Arshan's attention. Rude loudly claims he is starving and invites Artian to eat to break the awkwardness. Artian remains seated and alone after they leave, saying nothing. Over tea and waffles, Dio begs Rude to reconsider getting involved. Dio insists that the two of them cannot change anything by themselves. He argues that since Artian himself does nothing, they should not risk themselves for someone who seems indifferent. Rude calmly says he disagrees with Dio's assessment. He recalls that during their first classes together he found them boring. Yet he distinctly remembers noticing something odd about Artian then. In that memory, Artian sat reading while Dio studied behind him. Rude saw that the book in Arshan's hands was actually upside down. Realizing this, he became curious about Arshan's act. He concludes that Artian clearly cares and is not as indifferent as he appears. Rude reflects that despite their coldness, others once treated him and Dio like they mattered. His conscience tells him the situation is wrong. Dio laments how quickly his friends turned away from him overnight. Rude says he can still see the true feelings behind people's behavior. Dio presses again for them to quit, but Rude instead confirms that 2 people are not enough by themselves. Rude then declares they will simply find more allies to join them. When Dio asks what he means, Rude hints that circumstances already make retreat impossible. A group of upperclassmen suddenly surround their table, making the threat clear. Their leader asks if Rude Chrissy is the blonde boy. Rude calmly confirms his name and asks what they want. One of the lackeys calls Rude arrogant and becomes agitated. The leader is offended. Rude dared look at his face and repeats Rude's name ominously. He orders Rude to follow him somewhere private. They take Rude and Dio out to a garden courtyard where the leader sits like a judge. There, he orders the others to leave, wanting to speak to Rude and Dio alone. His subordinates reluctantly agree and back off. The leader fixes Rude with a hard stare. Rude recognizes him as Clad, someone he has seen before. Rude recalls seeing Clad together with Chebel von Hedelion during the fateful library incident. He realizes Clad is that same companion of Chebel. Clad implies Rude knows why he has been summoned to talk. Rude feigns ignorance, saying he has no idea. Clad is briefly speechless at Rude's cheeky answer. He acknowledges Rude as a late arriving rookie and remarks on his fearlessness. Clad then bluntly tells Rude it would be best to stop getting involved with the so-called monster. Rude repeats the word monster, questioning it. He asks if Clad is claiming an actual monster exists within Helios. Clad, irritated, says he does not like Rude's wordplay. He demands to know whether Rude is meddling with Artian out of pity or for amusement, and tells him to stop either way. Clad warns that everything happens for a reason and tells Rude to stop interfering in matters he does not understand. He adds that if Rude keeps approaching that monster, Rude himself will be the one to suffer. Rude asks if Clad is actually trying to give him advice. Clad curtly denies it, insisting his words are not advice. Rude and Dio stare back at him, unsettled yet defiant. Clad labels his words a warning, pressing his threat. Later, as the sun sets over the campus, Rude and Dio talk alone outside. Rude repeats the word warning thoughtfully as he gazes at the sky. Dio suggests that after such a severe warning they should probably back off. Rude falls silent, considering his next move while Dio frets beside him. Dio finally asks what Rude intends to do now. Rude decides their first step is to find allies, even though he knows that will be difficult. He resolves that they must start by gathering information. He tells Dio they need to uncover the true story behind the incident and to look for people who might help. Rude concludes that the quickest way to the truth is to ask the person at the center of it all directly. He heads back toward the school, determined. Rude thinks that once he has spoken properly with Lidursus, he can decide whether to confront Chebel or shake up the entire school. He enters a storage-like room, planning his next steps as he searches. Surrounded by crates, he thinks they must devise the best way to resolve everything. Not finding Artian there, he wonders where the boy is wandering now. Meanwhile, Artian stands before the headmaster in the office. The headmaster again asks if Arshan's school life is truly free of problems. Artian replies that there is no problem at all. The headmaster reminds him of his connection with Daner and offers help if Artian ever wishes to talk. He adds that if Artian will not seek help, the school has little it can do for him. Arshan's hidden purple eyes glow coldly as he listens in silence. Elsewhere in the corridor, other students chat while Artian walks away with someone at his side. Rude calls out to a passing student. He anxiously asks if that student has seen Lidursus. The boy panics and runs off, claiming not to know. Rude watches him flee, realizing just how afraid everyone is. As he walks through the hall, he hears classmates whisper that he is searching for the monster and telling each other not to meet his eyes. He inwardly complains that it is hard to even speak to anyone, though one classmate finally tells him Artian went toward the western storage. Rude approaches a sunlit room where a silver-haired girl stands. She confirms that the boy he seeks was carrying a manosphere box and was likely Artian. Rude thanks her politely. As he turns to leave, she calls out to him, starting to say his nickname. Behind him, her friends question why she is talking to someone like Rude. Others worry aloud about the danger he might be getting into. The girl looks after him, puzzled by his determination. Rude steps closer to her and begins to speak. He clarifies that he is not looking for a monster at all, setting the record straight. The blonde boy calmly says he is looking for someone named Lidursus. He walks away while a white-haired girl watches his back. The girl thinks it is strange and finds his behavior amusing. His hand slaps the stone railing as he stops walking. He decides that if the person he wants is going to the western storage, he must pass this corridor. From the balcony, he notes he should be able to see Lidursus crossing the courtyard below. He worries that Lidursus might already have passed and starts scanning the area. He looks intently down from the balcony. He spots a long-haired boy carrying a box of bread and recognizes him as Lidursus. He starts to call out to him loudly. He abruptly stops himself, telling himself to wait. Seeing the distance in the crowd, he hesitates, wondering if he should call out to Lidursus at all. He recalls the earlier warning from the stern upperclassman about staying away from Lidursus. He stands frozen at the railing, thinking. He steels himself to act despite his hesitation. Down below, another student suddenly shouts Lidursus's name in alarm. The other nearby students also react and shout out Lidursus's name. Lidursus, startled, looks up with confusion at being called. He sees the blonde boy on the balcony above, equally surprised. The blonde boy smiles, waves, and tells Lidursus to stay put while he comes down. Terrified, Lidursus turns around and bolts away with the box. From above, the blonde boy watches Lidursus sprinting off. He thinks in exasperation that Lidursus is running away from him yet again. Lidursus keeps running with the box clutched to his chest. Watching him flee, the blonde boy silently focuses on him. Lidursus remembers a past moment, saying he does not need something that is being offered. That memory shows him and the blonde boy standing apart in a dim storage room. The blonde boy grips the railing again as he makes up his mind. He concludes that Lidursus intends to avoid him to the very end. Power flares around the trees outside as he prepares to move. He decides that if Lidursus keeps avoiding him, he will simply chase him. With an explosive leap, he lands on the ground nearby, startling onlookers. His determined gaze fixes on the fleeing Lidursus. He vows internally that he will chase Lidursus down and rushes forward. As he runs, he shouts Lidursus's name, shocking the other boy. Another upperclassman, Chebel, suddenly appears using dark energy and orders Lidursus to stop. The watching students who know Chebel are stunned into silence. Two girls watching whisper to each other about the unbelievable scene they just witnessed. They realize in shock that the blonde boy actually jumped from the high balcony. The blonde boy races across the campus after Lidursus. A wide view shows both boys sprinting through the courtyard with other students staring. Bystanders ask what is going on as they watch the two students running. The blonde boy thinks he has unintentionally turned himself into a spectacle. While chasing, he notes that Lidursus runs better than expected and that the gap between them is not shrinking, though he still focuses on catching him. He decides that, no matter how strange things get, capturing Lidursus comes first and reaches out for him. Lidursus glances back in alarm as the blonde boy gains ground. Clutching the box, Lidursus reaches inside while muttering to himself. His hand closes around one of the round objects, which begins to glow with magic. Still running, he pours magic into the object, causing the other balls to scatter from the box. The blonde boy realizes Lidursus has just used magic and grudgingly thinks it is a decent move. One magically propelled ball slams into the blonde boy's forehead as he runs. Lidursus's eyes glow fiercely violet as he channels more power. From a distance, Lidursus awkwardly apologizes, leaving the blonde boy annoyed and confused. The blonde boy retorts that if Lidursus is sorry, he should not run away and wonders why this pointless chase had to happen. Lidursus replies sheepishly that he only ran because he was being chased. The blonde boy argues back that Lidursus started running first, insisting it is his fault. Lidursus claims he called out earlier but says he could not hear anything from that distance. Looking serious, he finally addresses Lidursus by name to get his attention. Elsewhere, a group of students gather and notice Chebel watching them from an upper walkway. Chebel stands alone on the balcony, observing with interest. A close view of his earring shows his composed demeanor. Chebel and a few other upperclassmen approach the scene silently. The blonde boy tells Lidursus not to run anymore and suggests they talk properly. Overwhelmed, Lidursus snaps and shouts at him not to come any closer. The blonde boy is taken aback by the harsh rejection. Lidursus trembles and begs him not to come near. The two stand far apart, tension hanging between them. The blonde boy accepts his request with a quiet acknowledgement. Lidursus bends to pick up another ball, starting to speak. The blonde boy suddenly hurls a ball back at him, angrily surprising Lidursus. Lidursus rubs his head, utterly bewildered by being struck. The blonde boy grabs him by the collar before he can react. Holding him close, the blonde boy demands to know what Lidursus plans to do if he keeps running like this. He stares seriously into Lidursus's eyes, searching for an answer. Lidursus, shocked, can only stare back in silence. The two stand locked in that pose, unsure how to proceed. The blonde boy awkwardly explains he only wanted a simple conversation, not anything dramatic. Chebel suddenly drops down beside them, repeating incredulously that they just want to talk. Lidursus's eye shows rising fear as Chebel's presence triggers old trauma. Chebel presses his boot against Lidursus's back, referring to him as a monster. From above, he pins Lidursus underfoot while another student watches. Chebel coldly asks what kind of meaningful conversation they think they can have with someone like Lidursus. Lidursus trembles submissively under Chebel's boot. Chebel taunts him, ordering him to speak up and calling him Little Eden. Chebel contemptuously asks what kind of conversation anyone could have with a thing like Lidursus as he steps toward them. He launches himself at Lidursus and the blonde boy, beginning a magical assault. A quick sequence shows all three faces reacting as the attack unfolds. Time jumps, and later the blonde boy and Lidursus stand again at the railing, shaken. Chebel laughs about his own kicking habit while holding the now toppled box. The balls spill out of the box and roll across the ground. Chebel's hand presses on the blonde boy's head as he suggests moving somewhere quieter. Chebel glares down at the two boys, beginning to menace them again. He demands to know if the blonde boy has a death wish and curses him internally. The blonde boy calmly answers that he actually wants to live and politely asks Chebel to remove his hand. Chebel asks if the blonde boy even understands who he is provoking, while the boy replies that he does. The blonde boy identifies him aloud as Chebel Vaughn in front of Lidursus. Lidursus nervously tries to recall the rest of Chebel's full title. Chebel mockingly pretends to forget his own full name and title, startling Lidursus. The blonde boy grabs Chebel's wrist and cuts him off with a firm anyway. He points out that Chebel is known as the highly praised upper-class Heres of Helios. Chebel forces a strained laugh, visibly annoyed by the pointed description. He wonders to himself what this insolent boy is and how he dares to speak that way. Down below, another group of students call for Anna's attention as they sense trouble. A glowing purple crystal pendant swings through the air. Chebel catches the pendant and prepares to use it. He sneers that he is not kind enough to ignore a cocky brat who does not know his place. Holding the pendant, he tells them to learn this lesson. Anyone who crosses Heres and Helios will regret it. The blonde boy and Lidursus stand side by side, bracing themselves. Chebel complains dramatically about the mess they have caused. The blonde boy recognizes the pendant as a high-grade magic stone and deduces they intend to use magic. Chebel says it is too late to back out and tells them to watch carefully as he uses his magic. He boasts that he, Chebel, future Grand Mage, will show them the overwhelming gap in power. Lidursus quietly tells the blonde boy to fetch a professor. Instead, they bicker over who should go, irritating Chebel, who yells at them for arguing. Chebel begins chanting, accusing them of not understanding the gravity of the situation. The magical incantation begins to form around them, startling both boys. The blonde boy worries about the coming spell and considers fleeing to prevent further escalation. Lidursus puts a hand on his shoulder, about to stop him. Lidursus insists that he had warned the blonde boy not to come any closer. The blonde boy decides to step away, telling Lidursus to get out of danger. Lidursus, however, says he will somehow handle this himself. The blonde boy watches, thinking incredulously about what Lidursus believes he can do alone. He sees Lidursus trembling with tension as he moves closer to face Chebel. Chebel laughs at the sentimental scene and mocks their resolve. Chebel remarks that a lot of time has passed yet Lidursus still dares spout such nonsense, suggesting he is crazed because someone cares about him. Lidursus protests that the blonde boy has nothing to do with his situation. Chebel dismisses him with a cold command to shut up and unleashes his spell. Magic slams into Lidursus's head, forcing his eye open as the spell takes hold. The impact sends Lidursus crashing into the ground with Chebel looming over him. The blonde boy gasps and calls out Lidursus's name in alarm. Chebel smiles darkly, announcing he intends to trap Lidursus in an endless nightmare. Within the illusion, he promises a personal hell for Lidursus as magic engulfs the boy's eye. Lidursus finds himself in a grainy memory, watching a young girl bathed in light. In the illusion, the girl happily calls to Lidursus, showing him a conjured flower. She admires how beautiful the flower is, smiling serenely. The scene twists and the girl appears bloodstained, smiling eerily and asking if it is pretty. Lidursus now sees her standing in a desolate, ruined landscape, calling his name. Behind her loom monstrous eyes and fanged shadows as she eerily asks what is wrong. In reality, Lidursus writhes on the ground, begging weakly for it to stop. Chebel watches him without sympathy, his face unreadable. Suddenly the blonde boy charges in and tackles Chebel to break the spell. He lands on top of the fallen Lidursus, checking on him while Chebel lies stunned nearby. Chebel clutches his head and yells at the blonde boy for repeatedly crashing into him. The blonde boy ignores the complaint and coolly asks what Chebel has done to Lidursus. Chebel replies that he only reminded that monster of the sins he had forgotten, making the blonde boy silently question what sin he means. Chebel coldly states that a rampaging beast that does not know its place must be punished. He adds that the blonde boy also does not know his place and therefore deserves punishment as well. Chebel tauntingly asks if the blonde boy has any nightmare or terrifying memory he never wants to relive. He offers to vividly show any such memory to the blonde boy with his magic. The blonde boy concludes that Chebel's ability is illusion magic and realizes the same magic was behind Lidursus's monstrous form in the library, revealing the culprit. The blonde boy reflects on being mocked into silence and decides he must confront the bully Chebel. Outside the school building, a teacher shouts at someone for their behavior. The teacher furiously calls out Chebel von Hedelion and orders him to stop at once. Professor Ken arrives, clicks his tongue, and tells Eden he is fortunate. After Ken intervenes, students lie unconscious on the ground while a teacher worries if they are okay. Seeing Eden's students collapsed, someone accuses Hedelion, while Eden inwardly notes it is not yet time to act. Eden, regaining consciousness, wonders what is going on. Another boy observes the situation and wonders what history exists between Eden and Hedelion. Time shifts to a bright new day. Classmates peek into a room, asking if someone inside can hear them, and receive a faint reply. The students find Eden sitting silently in the faculty room. Eden is summoned by name, Rude Chrissy. A staff member questions Rude about rumors that he energetically jumped from a high ledge at school, which Rude denies. The man brings up another rumor about Rude rampaging around the grounds with Artian, which Rude also denies. Rude calmly insists those incidents never happened. The man laughs it off, believing Rude, while eavesdropping students mentally protest that the rumors were true. The man reminds Rude he enrolled late because of a chronic illness and claims Rude's body should not withstand such stunts. Rude listens blankly. The man confirms Rude's frailty, while Rude inwardly notes he has already forgotten about that excuse and awkwardly agrees. The man warns Rude to take care of his health and adds that if Rude gets into serious trouble with Ares, it will cause problems. He stresses that conflict with Ares could greatly affect Rude's school life, leaving Rude silent. Rude narrates that, in the end, he still has not been able to properly talk with Lidursus. Passing Lidursus in the hall again, Rude laments missing another chance to speak with him. Dio spots Rude, runs over excitedly calling his name, and grabs him. Dio demands to know what happened to Rude and if he really fought with Chebel. Rude admits he did meet Chebel, and Dio panics that the school rumors might be true. Rude nervously asks what rumors are being spread. Dio explains the rumor that Rude happily played tag with Prince Artian and was thoroughly beaten when Chebel caught them, which Rude mentally rejects as nonsense. Dio, still awed by the story, checks anxiously whether Rude is injured, but Rude says he is fine. Rude begins to explain that Lidursus is in a certain state. The two boys stand facing each other as Rude hesitates about how to describe Lidursus. Dio jumps to the worst conclusion and asks if Lidursus is dead, but Rude clarifies Lidursus is alive. Rude scolds Dio for mentally killing someone who is fine and notes the school would be in chaos if such a thing had happened. Rude ends the discussion for now and tells Dio to come along, leaving Dio confused about where they are going. Rude quietly thinks things over. Rude answers that they are going to see Lidursus in person. Elsewhere, people mention that Lidursus has already been released from the infirmary. Rude and Dio search a storeroom full of crates, debating whether they should have checked the classroom again. Dio suggests waiting in class instead, and Rude is about to agree. As they advance among the crates, Dio remarks that no one seems to be there, unaware of a figure nearby. Suddenly they both sense something and react in shock. They discover Lidursus sitting alone among the stacked crates. Dio clings fearfully to Rude, who calls out to Lidursus. Rude casually asks Lidursus what he is doing hiding there. Lidursus remains silent, half concealed behind a crate. Rude decides now is as good a time as any and prepares to talk seriously. Sitting down beside Lidursus, Rude unexpectedly offers him a piece of candy, puzzling Dio. Rude tells Lidursus to ignore baseless rumors about becoming a monster. He then asks why Chebel von Hedelion labels Lidursus a monster. Lidursus flinches, listening to that pointed question. Lidursus initially mutters that it does not matter. He insists that whatever others call him has nothing to do with Rude and pleads to be left alone. Becoming emotional, Lidursus begs Rude not to care about him or come near him and to stop paying attention. Rude quietly watches Lidursus's outburst. Dio, standing aside, is left speechless by the intensity. Rude asks if Lidursus intends to continue living while everyone calls him a monster. Lidursus replies weakly that he does. He breaks down and confesses that he believes he truly is a monster. Rude reaches his hand toward Lidursus as if to comfort him. After some hesitation, Rude simply responds that he understands and pulls back. Lidursus looks down at the small candy resting in his palm. Rude says that if Lidursus refuses to talk, he will instead ask Chebel about the truth, startling Lidursus. Rude smiles faintly, resolved. With a bright smile, Rude explains he is only curious why Chebel keeps calling Lidursus a monster, and repeats that this matter actually has nothing to do with Lidursus himself. Lidursus stares at Rude in stunned silence. A narration introduces Rude Chrissy as a chronically ill child who entered Helios Special Magic School a month late. Professor Ken is surprised to hear Rude described as chronically weak, since Rude seemed extremely energetic. Another professor reports that Rude, who rooms with the rumored monster and sits beside him, is the first student ever to score perfectly on the entrance exam, catching Ken's interest. Ken reacts sharply to this information. Ken scoffs that Rude must be arrogant just because he aced the test. His colleague asks what they should do about such a student. Ken coldly decides they must ensure Rude never dares to rise above his place again, activating a sinister blue pendant. Dark energy pours from the pendant. The energy settles back into the gem, charged. A shadowy creature with glowing eyes forms in the trees below the balcony. The smoky creature becomes more distinct, lurking in the foliage. Then it slips away unseen. Someone on the balcony senses something odd and grips the railing. Tashiana, called by friends, glances around, sensing that something just happened. In another scene, a princess cheerfully plays with her snacks while her tutor scolds her for playing with food. She complains about being called princess here and points out that Tashiana is affectionately called Tessie, which she wants as well. The tutor gently tells her to remember that while at school she must not be addressed casually as Tessie. He explains that in this setting Tashiana is not just Tessie. He clarifies that here Tashiana is properly addressed as Professor Lowell. That night, Rude's master contacts him through a magical communication stone, asking how school life is. The master asks if Rude has made friends yet. Rude answers that this is not the urgent issue and explains that the mission's target, Lidursus, seems unwilling to accept help. He reports that Lidursus told him not to pay attention, so direct involvement is difficult. Rude adds that since Lidursus dislikes interference, he cannot act freely, but his master still presses about friends. Frustrated, Rude wonders aloud if he should just withdraw from the school, and the master emphatically tells him not to. The master asks whether Rude truly believes Lidursus does not want help. Rude admits he is unsure but senses there is more to the situation than others know. He comments that the students at the school seem strangely abnormal. He describes how they behave as if hypnotized, constantly calling Lidursus a monster and shunning him. Rude concludes that upperclassman Chebel von Hedelion appears to be the one who orchestrated this ostracism. Hearing the family name, the master reacts with interest and asks Rude to confirm it. The master says of course he knows the Hedelion family. He confirms from his own location that he is familiar with them. The master explains that House Hedelion is a prestigious mage family whose current marquis is an influential central noble in the imperial capital. Pondering this, the master notes something curious. He recalls that the Marquis of Hedelion and the Duke of Artian are famous rivals, wondering if their children's conflict mirrors that feud. Rude answers that the boys are not exactly enemies. It is more that Lidursus is being one-sidedly harassed. The master muses that maybe Lidursus wronged Chebel in some personal way, then jokes about stolen girlfriends, before promising to investigate both families. He tells Rude not to shoulder everything alone and to treat school like a normal student, perhaps even making friends. The master continues teasingly that Rude should prioritize enjoying school life and forming friendships. As the master starts to repeat the word friend, Rude abruptly closes the communication. Rude firmly shuts the stone case despite his master's protest. He stands in silence afterward, overwhelmed. Then he heads off decisively across the rooftops. Walking, Rude mulls over the idea that the rival noble families might explain Chebel and Lidursus' situation. He decides that, for now, he can only keep observing what happens. The scene shifts to a remote seaside cliff where another story unfolds. A man reaches a hand to steady himself on a high balcony railing above the sea. Exhausted from the climb, he catches his breath. Complaining, he wonders why Ruby Monter chose such an inconvenient place to live. Muttering about her poor taste, he knocks on Ruby's door. As he knocks, he reflects that she will have to control her temper to adapt to this world. He steels himself with a deep breath. Then he pushes through a shimmering barrier and steps inside. Bursting in cheerfully, he announces Elzebel's arrival to Ruby, whom he affectionately calls a little cutie. A huge pink fish-like monster reacts in shock to his entrance. Elzebel finds only the fish demon Gamut in the room, not Ruby. Relieved, Elzebel notes Ruby is absent. Gamut informs him that Lady Ruby Monter is currently away. Elzebel comments that the human world seems more entertaining than expected. He asks incredulously if Gamut really swam across the sea to get here, and Gamut confirms while noting there are many similar beings in the ocean. Gamut snipes that Elzebel smells worse than the sea, leading to mutual insults about odor. Elzebel asks why Gamut is still in monstrous form when Ruby told him to practice staying human, and Gamut grumbles that staying transformed feels suffocating. Elzebel agrees it is stifling to remain indoors and urges Gamut to go enjoy the human realm. Gamut retorts that, unlike Elzebel, he did not come here just to have fun. Elzebel acknowledges this with a drawn-out, amused reply. Deciding to help anyway, Elzebel suddenly grabs Gamut's fins or cloak. He drags Gamut toward the balcony, declaring that as a comrade he will relieve that stuffy feeling, while Gamut panics. Gamut's eye bulges in terror as he is hurled away. Elzebel gleefully tosses the massive fish off the cliff into the sea below. Gamut hits the water with a huge splash and explosion of spray. Back inside, Elzebel laughs and asks if Gamut feels more refreshed now. The narration lingers on the sparkling ocean surface. Gamut slowly resurfaces from the water, furious. In his human-like form, Ruby Monter emerges from the sea, seething that Elzebel's terrible personality has not improved even in this world. Elzebel teases her for still being grim and humorless, while she threatens to kill him if he does not shut up. Later, Elzebel jokes to Gamut that creatures like him are called fish here and suggests he adopt that as a name, earning a dark command to die. A short-haired demon with horns watches the commotion from the rooftop in silence. This demon admonishes the two for misbehaving when they had been instructed to act properly in the human realm. The demon opens an envelope he has received. After glancing through its contents, he concedes the situation for now. The document reports that infiltration of Helios Special Magic School has been successfully achieved and that everything is proceeding smoothly. The view returns to the shining towers of the academy. Inside the school, a flustered teacher rushes in calling for Professor Lowell. Professor Lowell turns with a knowing, serious expression, ready to hear the new report. A woman greets Professor Hale in a grand hall and asks if he has seen Professor Lowell. Hale replies he has not seen Lowell today, and the woman anxiously wonders where Lowell could be. Hale studies something intently, looking serious. He places his hand on glowing runes in silence as he examines the device. The woman realizes this intricate magic circle is the teleportation array for their upcoming Eden Field practice and marvels at its complexity, asking if Hale created it. Hale modestly confirms the teleportation array is indeed his work. The woman says she heard the array will be linked to the tower's training room for this practice. Looking over the vast, ornate array, she exclaims that field practice using this teleportation system will be amazing. Hale smiles faintly, pleased by her reaction. Hale notes that since this is the first practical training of the year, they must prepare carefully so it ends without any accidents. The woman praises Hale as Lee Dongjin's master and gushes that he is impressive, while he laughs it off. A hand slams a blue notebook down on a table. A blonde boy watches the notebook being placed before him without speaking. The blonde boy asks Dio what this notebook is, and Dio insists it contains valuable information he gathered. Dio explains he compiled all this intel in just one day despite classmates avoiding him, and the blonde boy finds that impressive. The blonde boy remarks there are many names listed and asks if everyone there is strong enough to oppose Chebel. Dio admits not exactly, saying he mainly investigated nobles and top-grade students first. The blonde boy quietly absorbs this answer, thinking. When Dio complains about the blonde boy's expression, another student says he was only wondering if the intel will be useful. A green-haired student suddenly looks up sharply, sensing something. The long-haired student beside her asks what is wrong, and she nervously says it is nothing. Dio insists his intel is useful and points out two especially promising people, Yushirib Bern Maria Kenziel and Lapis Yuan Nudli, saying they will definitely help. The blonde boy listens, focusing intently on these two names. Dio begins explaining the first candidate, Yushirib Bern Maria Kenziel, an imperial princess who attends Helios and is clearly high status. He says she is treated as a princess at school, always guarded by an imperial escort, and argues that if such a powerful royal supports Prince Artian, Chebel's position will be threatened. Dio suddenly realizes he has spoken too bluntly, and looks startled. Other classmates, listening nearby, think to themselves that they can hear everything Dio and the blonde boy are saying. Two students whisper that Dio's group must be scheming again, and complain that ever since Rude Chrissy arrived, their class has never been peaceful. One of them grumbles about sharing a class with that monster, and worries that Dio's group will drag them into trouble as well. She adds bitterly that if Rude were not treated as a monster, those same students would be fawning over him to get close. She points to Dio and the blonde boy as examples of how people talk, asking Rin to agree. Rin uneasily responds that he does. The blonde boy looks up as Dio continues presenting the notebook. The green-haired girl flinches as the long-haired student hovers near her, still uneasy about the gossip. The blonde boy asks Dio who the second recommended person is. Dio replies that the second candidate is Lapis Yuan Nudli. Dio describes Lapis as the only son of Duke Nudli, influential within the school and sole heir to his house, a status even higher than Prince Arshan's. Dio adds that Lapis and Chebel entered Helios together, and initially had a very bad relationship, often clashing before eventually ignoring each other. The blonde boy is surprised but notes that Lapis's hatred for Chebel would make him easier to recruit. Dio agrees but hints there's one problem with using Lapis. Dio explains that since enrolling, Prince Nudli has never advanced beyond the Eden level. The blonde boy demands to know why, and Dio suggests it is because Lapis lacks sufficient skill. Dio elaborates that while Lapis excels at magical theory and academics, his practical magic abilities are notoriously poor. Dio argues that despite weak magic, Lapis is still a Duke's heir, popular, and anti-Chebel, so he should still be very helpful. The blonde boy praises Dio's research. Sighing, Dio says he originally wanted someone from Chebel's Harry's class, but that division is isolated and hard to observe, with little information on what they do. Dio concludes that for now these two candidates are their best options and slides the notebook back. Elsewhere, several upper-class students enter a classroom, drawing attention. One of them knocks on the chalkboard to get everyone's attention. They ask the class to listen carefully. Students notice that Clad, an upper-class group, has appeared and wonder what is happening. A Clad representative announces he brings a message from Professor Ubinos, instructing the class to move to the East Grand Lecture Hall instead of their usual lesson to prepare for field training. The blonde boy listens and prepares to pass along the instruction. The Clad member politely orders all the students to relocate. The blonde boy worries aloud that he is not confident about field training. The classroom empties, leaving the desks and chairs vacant. The blonde boy realizes Lidursus is missing and tries to recall where that classmate said he was going. A blur of motion races through a brick corridor, as if magic has just been cast. Lidursus is shown collapsed in an alley, drenched and sitting against a wall near a tipped container, with someone's foot looming over him. A group of Clad students sneer at Lidursus, mocking that he looks like a soaked rat and calling him a monster prince. They coldly remind him that despite a few idiots taking his side, his status at school has not changed, and he should not get the wrong idea. Another upperclassman arrives and orders them to stop, addressing the leader as Manon. Manon tells his followers that bullying the monster is not today's goal and warns them to remember that. A subordinate respectfully calls him Lord Manon. That subordinate whispers secret information into Manon's ear. Manon listens, his expression hardening into a sly smile. He orders them to bring the monster, declaring that the stage is ready for their plan. Elsewhere, someone calls out to Rude as he walks. Dio, exhausted, tells Rude they should give up their search for Prince Artian because they have already done all they can. A flashback shows Rude searching the dorms in vain for Artian. Dio remembers combing through the storage room as well. They even searched the gardens and other areas around the academy without finding him. Dio laments that Artian was nowhere, and because of their search they ended up late for class. Rude wonders anxiously where Artian could have gone. Concluding Artian must still be alive somewhere, Rude suggests they hurry to the main lecture hall before being marked even later. Dio panics about losing points for tardiness and begs Rude to hurry, who reluctantly agrees. Dio speculates Artian might have simply fainted in some corner, while Rude still looks uneasy. Rude senses that something about the situation feels wrong. The scene shifts to the Grand Lecture Hall where many students are already gathered. Students murmur that something is off, wondering where their professor is. Others question why there is no class beginning despite being assembled here. Looking up at Clad members on stage, a student wonders why all the Clads are present. Manon confirms that all students from Professor Hale's class have arrived. Satisfied that every main participant is present, Manon says they can begin. In Hale's now empty classroom, someone entering is startled to find it deserted. Professor Hale himself appears, confused by the empty room. He wonders aloud where all of his students have gone. Outside, the wind rustles tree branches peacefully. Dio, brushing leaves from his hair, reacts in confusion to something he sees. Rude notes how suspicious it is that the lecture hall doors were even locked, concluding that there is something fishy about this special class. Realizing the implications, Rude thinks that this is bad. Using a hidden door in the hedges, Dio reveals a secret passage he knows about, despite Rude finding it suspicious, and says they must crawl inside. Back in the hall, clad members wheel in carts of spherical objects before the assembled students. Manon holds up one of the dark green spheres, a mana orb. He explains that trainees who are not full mages yet must use mana stones or orbs to cast spells, and that today they will practice by manifesting mana stored in these orbs. He emphasizes that mana manifestation with such orbs is a basic but essential mage skill. Manon says that, to prepare for future field practice, today's special class will focus on this manifestation exercise. He announces that the class will evaluate each student's mana manifestation ability. A worried student asks if the professor even authorized this special lesson. Manon remains silent, giving no reassurance. Several clad members move into position, while students watch nervously. One student whispers in shock, wondering what is going on. A group of students reacts with alarm as something suddenly happens among the crowd. They see classmates being jostled and begin to realize something is wrong. Manon curtly ends the questioning and asks if anyone else has objections. The watching students fall silent, too scared to speak. More students stare uneasily, also saying nothing. Manon smiles faintly, satisfied with their silence. He begins a detailed explanation of the mana orb they will use, noting it is only for testing and not for normal spellcasting. Demonstrating, he shows that when mana is activated inside the orb, it glows brightly, and the color and brightness correspond to the user's ability. He adds that stronger control over the orb will increase its brightness and intensity. He clarifies that better mastery of the orb means a brighter glow and stronger stored power. Manon then insults Rude's Eden class level by saying someone like him would barely change the orb's color. He states that therefore they will judge each student by how much power they can transmit into the orb. The announced assessment method is a target-hitting game using the orbs, with a chained student as the living target. The bound student, Lydersis, reacts with shock but stays silent. Manon claims the target board is specially treated so only man-infused hits leave marks, which he calls a fair way to judge their magic as they throw powered orbs at the target. He concludes that this is the entirety of today's lesson and asks if it seems simple. Students, including the silver-haired princess, panic at the idea that they are expected to throw mana orbs at a classmate. Ren and others stare in horror, asking what this is. Manon remarks that just doing the exercise would be boring and suggests adding a twist. He declares that anyone who manages to hit the target's head will receive extra points. Manon snaps his fingers to initiate the exercise. Carts tip, and mana orbs begin rolling across the floor toward the students. The orbs scatter around their feet, forcing everyone to pick one up. Manon calmly asks who wants to go first. Hearing no volunteers, he looks displeased. Another clad asks him what to do about the process now that their original bound target has vanished, realizing something is wrong. Manon is shocked to learn the chained student has disappeared and exclaims in disbelief. He mutters that this situation is unbelievable. Outside the hall, Dio peers in through a side door, stunned by what he sees. Rude and Dio, having arrived through the passage, glimpse the chaotic scene, and Rude urges Dio to explain what is happening. Realizing the students are being forced into a dangerous test, Dio shoves Rude back inside the hidden doorway to keep him from being seen. Dio panics that things have gone very wrong and says they need to call a professor immediately. Rude looks confused and concerned, wondering what Dio means. Inside, Manon grits his teeth in frustration, trying to maintain control of their unauthorized scheme. A worried clad asks Manon what to do about the procedure now that things are off script. Manon decides that since they have gone this far, they must stick to the original plan. He internally curses that they carried this out without informing Lord Chevel, and now everything is going awry. Meanwhile, the princess tentatively holds a mana orb, still uncertain. She stands silently with the orb glowing faintly in her hand, hesitant to act. One of the clads on stage asks again for a brave volunteer to start, threatening to pick someone if no one steps forward. He chooses the frightened girl standing with her hands clasped, pointing her out before the crowd. He confirms she is the one he wants and orders her to come take a mana orb and start the test. The chosen girl stands frozen between two classmates, overwhelmed. Trembling, she stammers that she cannot do it. The clad smirks and asks if, in that case, she would prefer to be the one tied to the target instead. Horrified, the girl can only gasp. She desperately thinks for someone to help her, as she looks around. Her nearby classmates avert their eyes and say nothing, too scared to intervene. Tears welling up, the girl realizes no one will save her. Shaking, she grips the mana orb while being coldly told that she knows exactly what she must do next. A student grips a dark orb used for the test. The examiner notes the orb's color change is weak but accepts it. He says the next and most important stage is beginning, with a silver-haired boy chained to a target. He promises full marks if they hit the monster, meaning the bound boy. A frightened girl hesitates, but he orders her to proceed. He commands her to throw, and she forces herself to act. The orb flies wildly through the air. It lands far from the target, showing she purposely missed. The examiner pauses, clearly displeased. He declares the girl disqualified, shocking her. Saying her behavior is troublesome, he decides to demonstrate himself. Another student with pink hair volunteers to show a proper throw using a glowing orb. He hurls the empowered orb straight at the chained boy. The orb smashes into the boy's face as he reels in pain. The orb then drops and rolls on the platform. The watching students are stunned into silence. The examiner praises the demonstration and asks if everyone saw how it should be done. He cheerfully asks who wants to try next. A blue-haired boy internally calls them lunatics. He looks for his own professor for help but realizes the man is gone. A hand lifts quietly, volunteering. The examiner is surprised to see this offer. A calm voice from the crowd says it will participate. Blonde student Rude Chrissy raises his hand and offers to try. The blue-haired boy, horrified, shouts Rude's name. Other upperclassmen take notice of the volunteer. The chained boy reacts in surprise to someone stepping forward. Rude smiles gently as he steps to the front. Both sides of the hall fall silent, watching him. One senior recognizes Rude Chrissy's name with concern. Another student wonders warily what Rude is planning. The examiner reluctantly agrees to let Rude attempt the test. He invites Rude to show what he can do, The examiner reminds him that hitting the so-called monster carries a special condition. Before he can finish explaining, something interrupts, startling him. A massive hole suddenly appears in the center of the target board. The seniors gape in shock at the destructive power displayed. A silver-haired girl also reacts in alarm. The blue-haired boy stares wide-eyed at the unexpected result. The chained boy sees the gaping hole behind him where the orb struck. He stands before the ruined target, speechless. Rude awkwardly says his throw missed the intended mark. He notes the shot did not actually hit the boy, despite the devastation. A senior cannot believe what he just witnessed. The chained boy realizes his bindings have loosened. He confirms the chains loosened from the force of the impact. Rude calmly picks up another test orb from the floor. He comments what a shame it missed and asks to throw once more. He vows that this time he will definitely hit the target and channels more power. The orb begins to crack in his glowing hand. The sphere shatters completely, astonishing nearby classmates. Rude laughs it off as a defective orb, while the chained boy thinks such a hit would certainly kill him. As Rude prepares to really throw, the examiner nervously tries to stop him. The chained boy calls out Rude's name in alarm. Rude warns that he is truly going to throw now and tells the boy to move if he does not want to be struck. The boy realizes Rude seriously might kill with such a blow. Rude then shouts for everyone to dodge and suddenly sprints. A huge magical blast races toward the helpless chained boy. Onlookers watch in frozen horror at the incoming attack. More students stare, terrified by the escalating violence. The chained boy clenches his teeth as the attack bears down. Instead of the boy, the examiner is smashed in the head by Rude's orb. The chained boy turns, shocked by what Rude has done. The examiner collapses, dazed, from the devastating hit. From the examiner's perspective, he falls while Rude stands calmly before the crowd. One of the seniors asks why the examiner put himself in the line of fire. Rude answers that the man was simply standing in his way. The blue-haired boy whispers Rude's name in amazement. He thinks to himself that Rude truly is extraordinary. Other students watch in stunned silence. The silver-haired girl repeats Rude's name, deeply impressed. Rude now walks toward the platform where the target used to be. The senior who prides himself on strength wonders what he is witnessing. He mentally reviews how Rude pierced the board where others could barely scratch it. He also recalls that Rude's magic sphere had been nearly pure white, a level Edens should not reach. He questions whether Rude used some trick, or if his power is genuinely that high. Concluding Rude is problematic, he worries about what Rude really is. Rude notes the board is ruined and the original human target has moved. He suggests they set up a new target for the exercise. Some students echo in confusion about choosing a new target. Rude calmly begins proposing an example. He implies the person who did the cruel demonstration earlier could serve as the next target. He then points to the group of upper-class bullies who like to move in packs as other candidates. Finally, he hints at an even bolder idea while reaching for another orb. He proposes making the instructor who organized this special lesson the next target. Rude remarks that such a plan sounds fun and asks for agreement, while rolling the orb. One senior stammers in protest at Rude's suggestion. The leader snaps, saying he will choose the next target himself. The chained boy anxiously anticipates who will be picked. The leader angrily names Rude Chrissy as the next target. He orders all the students to grab Rude. The blue-haired boy decides he must help Rude. As he rushes out, someone grabs him from behind. Professor Lowell appears, stopping him and startling him. The boy recognizes the man as his professor and calls out to him. While the boy tries to explain the situation, Lowell curtly tells him to be quiet. Confused, the boy asks what the professor is doing. Lowell answers that he is simply watching the events unfold. The boy freaks out that the professor is only watching and begs him to intervene. Lowell silences him again by covering his mouth. The professor holds the boy still, continuing to wordlessly observe. Lowell focuses intently on the scene before him. His eyes widen as he notices something significant. On the floor, one of the bullies is suddenly knocked out by a blow. That bully lies sprawled out, revealing Rude has begun retaliating. Rude stands amid the chaos, having taken action. Another bully yells for everyone to capture Rude and not let him get any more orbs. Several students lunge and manage to grab hold of Rude. One smirks, thinking they have caught him. Rude abruptly headbutts or strikes that captor, breaking free. Still grabbed by others, he continues resisting. One of the bullies cries out for them to wait. Rude kicks another attacker away with explosive force. A remaining bully stares in alarm at Rude's overwhelming strength. Rude turns his cold gaze toward that bully and mutters that he is there. The bully panics, realizing Rude is targeting him next. The leader, in a foul mood, starts toward Rude with his henchmen. Rude, surrounded by fallen bodies, asks them not to mess with him any further. The onlookers, including the silver-haired girl, watch the dismantled bullies in stunned silence. Other classmates are equally speechless at Rude's rampage. The leader grits his teeth in rage at how things have turned. He asks if any usable magic orbs remain. An aide mentions the test orbs on the floor, but the leader demands real combat grade ones. The aide admits they only brought test orbs. Frustrated, the leader clutches one of the remaining orbs, cursing their limited options. He nonetheless confirms that Rude will be the next target, acknowledging Rude is no ordinary student. He announces to everyone that anyone who hits Rude Chrissy will be rewarded. He emphasizes that Rude is alone, trying to rally them. He personally winds up to throw a powered orb, promising big rewards. He vows to smash Rude's arrogant face in front of everyone. Someone's foot kicks or shifts an orb on the ground. Rude's eye narrows as he tracks what is happening. The hurled orb instead slams into the chest of the formerly chained boy, Leardasis. Rude quickly supports Leardasis as he staggers from the hit. Rude angrily asks why Leardasis took that blow meant for him. The leader, furious and shaken, calls Rude a monster. He screams at the remaining students to stop standing around and to start throwing orbs. Professor Lowell keeps discreetly watching the situation unfold. The leader then declares the new joint targets to be both Rude and Leardasis, while Rude checks if Leardasis is injured. One blue-haired student calmly takes an orb, ready to join the attack. More students pick up orbs, preparing to throw. Rude turns to Leardasis and asks him a pointed question. He bluntly asks whether Leardasis actually enjoys being hurt and bullied like this. Leardasis flusters and denies it, and Rude says he is relieved. Rude then asks why. If that is true, Leardasis blocked the orb aimed at him. He reasons that since he protected Leardasis earlier, Leardasis should not need to protect him in return. Laertius insists that all this trouble is happening because of him. He says he does not want anyone else getting hurt for his sake. As another attacker charges, Rude readies an orb to counter. Laertius turns, confused, and asks Rude what he is talking about. Rude insists his actions are not for someone else, as his classmates react to his skill. Holding a glowing orb, Rude admits to himself that he simply dislikes people like his opponents. The opposing team urges each other to throw more aggressively at Rude. Rude's counterattack knocks out one of the boys who was about to throw at him. Watching the fallen opponent, Rude calmly criticizes the sloppy move. He mentally notes that one enemy has been eliminated. Rude continues pelting the field, taking down another boy with a painful hit. Counting silently, Rude throws again and marks his second target. Another student curses Rude as Rude's orb slams into yet another opponent. That boy realizes in shock that Rude's attack is now aimed at him. Rude coolly tallies more hits, thinking he has brought down 3, then 4. He surveys the scattered enemies and wonders how many of the opposing class, Laertius, remain. Rude pauses, then notices something unexpected happening elsewhere on the field. He sees that one of the tied-up students has started staggering forward, and he wonders in disbelief what that idiot is doing. The crowd panics, yelling that the restrained boy is coming toward them. The bound student walks through the arena with his hands still tied behind his back. The first-year students watch him with tense, speechless expressions. The silver-haired boy, bleeding, tries to say something as he moves away. A green-haired girl runs after him, alarmed that he is bleeding. Hearing her, the boy stops and turns slightly in surprise. The girl hesitates, clearly moved and worried as she looks at him. She rushes up and offers to untie the rope around his wrists first. Their classmates watch this scene in stunned silence. The green-haired girl apologizes to the boy for how he has been treated. He listens quietly, still shaken and unsure how to respond. Meanwhile, Rude keeps throwing mana orbs with deadly accuracy. Another target screams as Rude's orb flies toward him. Rude blasts that student as well, increasing his count. He reflects that with this latest hit his total has climbed into the double digits. Rude estimates he has eliminated around 11 or 12 people. He thinks about what task remains to finish the match. Seeing a last cluster of hostile students, Rude decides that only that side is left. Their leader realizes in horror how many of his classmates Rude has already felled. Rude walks toward them alone, surrounded by the bodies of those he knocked out. The leader, Manon, panics internally, wondering what is happening. Several of his classmates lie unconscious on the ground. Others sit dazed and injured, holding their heads. More bodies show how thoroughly Rude has dominated the game. Manon questions if this overwhelming defeat is a dream. He freezes as Rude approaches him. Facing the remaining advanced class group, Rude suggests continuing the match. Smiling sweetly, he asks if they should carry on. The rope drops to the floor as the tied boy is finally freed. The freed boy and the green-haired girl stand together, uncertain what to do next. The boy, still silent, thinks uneasily about what just happened. The girl nervously calls out to him, trying to start a conversation. She gently grabs his sleeve to keep him from slipping away. Her friend urgently calls Ren back, begging her to return to safety. Ren hesitates, conflicted as she looks at Artian. Their classmates stand in awkward silence, ashamed of how they treated him. Ren steels herself, lips pressed tight with determination. She finally asks everyone how long they plan to keep acting this way toward Artian. Ren confronts them, asking if they truly believe Artian is a monster. She admits she has made mistakes too but declares that what they did is wrong. Ren points out that Artian never harmed them, so there is no reason to treat him like this. Her friend wonders if Ren is simply afraid of the powerful advanced class. Artian listens, admitting he does not know how great the top students are. Ren argues that however strong they are, they cannot punish all of the regular students together. As she speaks, one advanced class student is hurled away, shocking her. Ren stares in confusion at the sudden turn of events. Her friend gasps when she sees what has happened next. Artian notices that another advanced class bully has been violently taken down. The bully lies unconscious, crushed against the target. Artian turns, startled by the commotion. Close up, his eyes widen as he realizes what is going on. On the platform, Rude now faces Manon directly, with the shattered target behind them. Manon shouts that Rude's actions will change nothing and that higher authorities will punish both Rude and Artian. Rude replies that he is tired of hearing Artian called a monster. He tells Manon to look closely at the situation. Rude contrasts the silent boy who endures the bullying with the group that gangs up on someone powerless. He asks everyone which side truly looks like the monster, implying the bullies are. Lapis races toward Rude, calling his name in alarm. Rude turns as his friend yells to him. He glances back, spotting something incoming. A mana orb hurtles downward toward his unprotected head. Manon watches in disbelief as another projectile is suddenly intercepted. The spinning orb is redirected with immense force. It slams into Manon's face, knocking him out cold. Close up, the orb crushes into him before he collapses. Rude stands over the fallen Manon, having dodged at the last moment. Artian and Rin stare in shock at what just transpired. Both advanced class leaders now lie sprawled on the platform near Rude. Rude looks bewildered, wondering what just happened. He notices unfamiliar white boots that have appeared nearby. Realizing who intervened, Rude thinks that the person is someone he recognizes. A blue-haired professor strides in, prompting students to call out in surprise. Rude remembers seeing this powerful woman at the recent auction. He recalls that she was the one who fought the formidable Signuin. Rude is stunned that such a figure is actually a professor at Helios. Other students whisper that the professor must have thrown that last mana orb and feel relieved. The professor points at Rude and calls him out directly. She coolly asks Rude why he dodged the attack. Rude, confused, can only respond with a baffled question. She remarks that he could have blocked the orb easily and that dodging made things boring. Lapis panics, realizing the professor is about to drag Rude into yet another ordeal. The professor orders Rude not to dodge the next one. Rude, half terrified and half intrigued, admits he is now curious. In chibi form, he frantically protests, begging for a moment to think. Suddenly, high-ranking adults burst into the arena, startling the remaining students. An administrator yells furiously, demanding to know what is going on here. The professor who threw the orb stands silently, still holding a mana ball. Another staff member shouts her colleague Lowell's name in dismay. A shot reveals the target board, freshly pierced and cracked by the professor's throw. More injured students lie unconscious on the ground near scattered orbs. Rude himself is shown collapsed, having finally been knocked out. Lowell's fellow professor screams his name in horror. She confronts him, asking if he really went through with his outrageous idea. Lapis rubs his head, exasperated that chaos has erupted again. He calls out to the unconscious Rude in concern. Rude lies motionless on the platform beside the ruined target. Teachers order the medical team to be called and tell students to return to class. Lowell quietly watches Lapis and Rude being attended to, saying nothing. Time passes, and the scene shifts to a peaceful view of Helios Academy. Inside, other students gossip uneasily about what happened earlier. In the library, Lapis tells Rude that everyone is staring at him, and he should stop lingering here. Rude curtly tells Lapis to return to his own area. Rude answers that he is not just staying here for Lapis's sake as they study surrounded by stacks of books. Lapis questions what Rude even means by his area, saying Helios belongs to all of them. A narration recalls that Rude recently saw a cute baby monster during solo practice, amazed it would someday become dangerous. Lapis teases him, asking if he is bragging about getting to practice alone. Lapis presses Rude to finally talk about his encounter with the mysterious Black Mage. Rude's curiosity points specifically to the time Lapis met that Black Mage. Chibi Rude hisses at Lapis to keep his voice down about such a sensitive topic. In the present, Rude hesitates, clearly remembering that incident. He insists their earlier meeting with the Black Mage was nothing special and just chance, though Lapis thinks that is unfair. Lapis begs for any small detail about the Black Mage, like his personality, tastes, or hobbies. Overwhelmed, Rude asks what exactly Lapis wants to know. Lapis beams, saying Rude already knows the Black Mage is his idol and ultimate goal. Rude reflects that Ophion rejected multiple formal requests Lapis sent to meet the Black Mage, showing how strict his master is. Lapis sighs that he still wishes he could meet the Black Mage even once by coincidence. Rude falls silent, the memory of that chance meeting weighing on him. The story flashes back to a nighttime forest where magic lights flicker and someone complains about the situation. A red-haired woman in a gown grumbles that everything has become a mess. Young Rude, in formal clothes, mutters that he plans to scold his master later. Nearby, the Black Mage calmly asks Blow if he is injured and Blow answers that he is fine. Rude's master says they should head back, but Rude suddenly calls for them to wait. The Black Mage and the woman turn to look at Rude. Rude realizes this might be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to speak to his idol. Nervously, he approaches the pair and begins speaking, admitting this is sudden. He blurts out his feelings, working up the courage to say what he wants. Bowing deeply, Rude shouts that he wants to learn from the Black Mage. The Black Mage and his companion react in startled confusion. Rude insists he is serious and begs to become the Black Mage's apprentice. He continues awkwardly, admitting his own shortcomings. Another aide chimes in sincerely that her dream is also to become a powerful mage like him and promises not to disgrace his name. The woman interrupts, gently asking everyone to slow down. Rude's master apologetically says this request is a problem. She explains that their organization, Ophion, is forbidden to take disciples so they can focus solely on missions. Crushed, Rude says he understands, while the others whisper about this supposed rule. Back in the present, Rude hides his face, mortified as he remembers how embarrassing that confession had been. Lapis berates himself for his earlier behavior, as Anna notices someone approaching and asks who it is. A blonde upperclassman named Hedelion is called out, turning with surprise. Anna cheerfully greets Lapis, who answers curtly. Hedelion disdainfully notes that Linus is still associating with the so-called forever student, calling it pathetic. Lapis stiffens at the insult. Lapis mutters that Hedelion only plays childish power games, and Anna relays to Hedelion that Lapis thinks he is childish. Lapis asks if Anna is enjoying provoking Hedelion, and Anna admits he is, a little. Calling the situation pathetic and a waste of time, Hedelion tells Anna they are leaving. Lapis silently wonders who is really pathetic and how long Hedelion will keep living that way. Anna teasingly asks if Lapis is actually worried about Hedelion. Another student scoffs that Lapis is not worried at all. Scene shifts to an ornate room where a meeting with professors and students is being held. Lapis, Rhesus, and two professors sit around the table for a formal inquiry. A nervous professor says he heard unbelievable reports from other students. He cites the destroyed target board and the state of the intermediate class students as key evidence. The professor states that all of that destruction seems to be the work of one person and directly asks if Rude Chrissy is responsible. Rude, slumped on the desk, denies knowing what they are talking about. Professor Lowell fixes Rude with a gaze and addresses him directly. She bluntly declares that Rude is a mage. Rhesus reacts in confusion to this sudden accusation. Lowell continues scrutinizing Rude in silence. Rude lies face down on the table, staying quiet. The other professor politely addresses Lowell. Rhesus interjects, dismissing Lowell's idea as nonsense and wondering if he acted too carelessly. Rude anxiously wonders if Lowell sensed anything, but reassures himself he never used magic power. Lowell suddenly notices something and widens her eyes. Rude grabs his head and feigns pain, prompting the others to call out to him. Lowell suggests he see the medical unit, but Lowell herself dryly insists Rude is fine. Rhesus questions how Lowell can be so sure. He recalls earlier when Lowell calmly carried in the collapsed Rude and pointed him out as the culprit. Rude hesitantly says he does not know what they want from him. He claims he only remembers the magic orbs flying at him and nothing after that. Lowell, unconvinced, tells him not to lie. Rhesus and Rude are both stunned by her persistence. The other professor concludes that Professor Hale will handle punishment of the clad students involved. Until that punishment is settled, Rude and Rhesus are told to return to class and rest. Rude confirms that for now they are being let go. Lowell and Rude silently stare at each other across the table. Rude thinks to himself that Professor Lowell is going to be a troublesome person. Bruise-clad students appear, clearly having been on the receiving end of Rude's power. Hedelion confronts his injured classmates, confused by their strange expressions. One of them nervously tries to speak to him, addressing him as Lord. When they falter, Hedelion and Anna are left puzzled by their reaction. Hedelion asks why they all look so startled. He then notices Rude and Rhesus walking nearby. Rhesus also sees Hedelion and stiffens. Hedelion glares at them and mutters that the two are bastards. Rude watches him with a blank expression. Rude then breaks into a small amused smile. Hedelion is shocked to realize Rude is actually laughing at him. Rhesus nervously asks Rude what he is doing. Rude places a hand on Rhesus's arm. He tells Rasis they should go, addressing him by name. Rasis looks shaken and uneasy. He turns away and follows Rude. The two walk silently down the ornate corridor. Hedelion stares after them, clearly unsettled. Rude and Rasis continue down another hallway, their footsteps echoing. Rasis suddenly stops walking. Rude continues ahead, then notices his friend has halted. Rasis calls out to Rude with a hesitant question. He says that from now on, worse things might happen. Clenching his fist, Rasis thinks it will be because of him. A dark memory surfaces, with a shadowy figure telling Rasis he will make everyone miserable. Rasis repeats the thought aloud that he himself will be miserable. Rude indignantly asks if Rasis is trying to curse him. Rasis protests internally, pointing out Rude saw earlier how easily he handled the attackers. Rude says even if countless enemies target him, he will be fine and whatever happens will not be Rasis's fault. He tells Rasis to stop worrying about others and look after himself, criticizing Rasis's soft-heartedness. Rasis replies bitterly that Rude does not know anything. Rude calmly agrees that he knows nothing of Rasis's past. He admits he does not know what Rasis is thinking or has gone through. Since Rasis clearly does not want to talk, Rude says he will not pry further. Rude begins to add something else. He firmly tells Rasis to ask for help when he needs it. Rasis's eyes widen at that offer. Rude insists that instead of shouldering everything alone, Rasis should rely on him and not brush off his concern. Rasis, moved, silently thinks his answer is okay. He wonders why he is reacting this way, starting to say that but he then verbally rejects the offer, insisting he does not need help. The two stand facing each other in silence. Rasis then walks away, leaving Rude standing alone. Rude smiles faintly and comments to himself in resignation. Rasis silently registers Rude's words with a start. He apologizes as he hurries off, ignoring Rude calling for him to come back. Back in the classroom, students return while others gossip at the front. Some of Rude's classmates stand together, tense and worried. One girl anxiously wonders what will happen to them now. A boy fears that both Clad and Harry's factions will target their class because of this incident. A blue-haired boy listens quietly, troubled. Other classmates complain loudly that they are suffering because a so-called monster is in their class. Another group notes that students from other classes now look at them like they are insects and avoid them. A girl frets that the situation is too much and contemplates switching classes or even dropping out. The blue-haired boy interrupts, shocked at what they are saying. A green-haired girl slams the desk and yells at everyone to stop. The blue-haired boy looks startled by her outburst. The two students who had been talking badly about Rude stare back in surprise. The green-haired girl accuses them all of being selfish and only caring about themselves. She asks how they think Artian feels, given that he is ignored and called a monster daily. She questions whether they truly believe everything is Arshan's fault. She admits they all called him a monster, but deep down they know the truth that he is just like them. She insists he feels the same emotions they do because he is human too. The critical girl protests, arguing that they all saw something terrifying in the library. Flashback begins to that day in the library where something frightening happened among the shelves. Students in the library recall the event, pale and shaken. A silhouetted group of Clads stood above them on the balcony. The memory focuses on Hedelion's ominous presence during that moment. It then shows Rasis engulfed in dark, chaotic energy. His face in the illusion looked terrifying and monstrous. The girl demands how anyone can act like that sight was nothing, saying they all found it creepy. The green-haired girl starts to explain what that phenomenon actually was. Another student quietly identifies it as illusion magic. A silver-haired classmate explains that Hedelion specializes in illusion magic, and with Harry's skill, showing them a false image would have been easy. He snaps his book shut, punctuating his point. He adds that if there were really something wrong with Artian, Helios would have noticed, and they could grasp that with a bit of thought. He remarks that apparently this obvious fact did not matter to them. He accuses them of hiding behind the word monster when in truth they are simply afraid of Hedelion. The protesting girl retorts that Aiel acts superior but is no different from them. Aiel calmly agrees that he is the same. He then says the situation has changed and places his hand on the book. Aiel notes that perhaps everyone forgot amid the shock, but something important happened. He states that if it is Rude Chrissy, he believes Rude can change their current situation. The surrounding students look at him, surprised and thoughtful. Two of the earlier complainers fall silent, shaken. Rasis listens quietly, absorbing these comments. Suddenly some classmates loudly shout, startling him. Rude wonders why Rasis keeps running away from people. Doors open as Rude and Rasis enter the classroom together, drawing everyone's attention. Rude pauses, surprised by all the eyes on him. The blue-haired boy, Artian, calls Rude's name with concern. He rushes over and asks if Rude is alright, while Rude admits he just feels a little dizzy. Artian hurriedly clarifies that he is not worried about the Clads who attacked them. Another classmate asks what the professors decided, and Rude answers that not much was said. Rude lightly asks Rasis where he plans to go next while Artian worries if they are truly safe. As they start to leave, Aiel suddenly calls out monster toward the group. Then, correcting himself, he begins to clarify what he really means. He asks Rasis to confirm that Rude had used the word Lidursis earlier. Aiel officially names both Lidursis and Rude Chrissy as central to what comes next. He steps forward and stops them, holding out his hand. Aiel introduces himself as Aiel Florenkram and says he is late but he finishes by politely saying nice to meet you to the three boys. Rasis, startled, repeats the phrase nice to meet you internally as he looks at the offered hand. Rude shakes Aiel's hand while wondering what exactly Aiel means, as Artian whines about being ignored. Another boy nervously tries to speak up. He shakily introduces himself as Noiden and says that if it is not too late. He asks that they also take care of him, wanting to join them. Other classmates eagerly introduce themselves as well, including ECL and Juliana. Juliana tells Rude to just call her Julie and nervously compliments his earlier performance as others echo the praise. A crowd forms around Rude, peppering him with questions about his power and expressing admiration. Off to the side, the girl who had maligned Rude before wonders what everyone is thinking and what they expect to gain by siding with him. Two female students in white uniforms watch the scene, one calm and the other nervous. Artian hesitantly tries to speak up when addressed. Two classmates nervously bring up what happened earlier when Artian blocked the mana orb in the lecture hall. Artian is surprised as the two sincerely thank him for saving them. A blonde boy observes Artian from a distance. The blonde boy smiles, thinking that events are unfolding in his favor. He reflects that the situation is progressing even better than he anticipated. In the infirmary, the injured instructor Manon lies in bed with two superiors seated beside him. The golden-haired superior coldly scolds Manon for acting without orders and causing trouble. Manon apologizes to Lord Chebel and offers to take full responsibility. Chebel dismisses the apology, saying the deed is done and shifting focus to a more important matter. Chebel narrows his eyes, clearly plotting something. Later, Chebel tells an administrator that he had no involvement in the incident. The administrator accepts this with a thin smile. The administrator asks if there is any objection to punishing Manon and the clads according to the regulations, which startles Chebel. Chebel addresses the professor, clearly intending to bargain. The professor responds by asking Chebel what he wants in return. Pleased, the professor says they understand each other well. Back in the infirmary, Manon hesitantly calls out to Chebel. Chebel mentions having heard that some Harris will escort Eden's upcoming field training and that Professor Hale requested him for that duty. Chebel privately deems this arrangement an excellent opportunity. He decides to use the field training to demonstrate what happens to those who oppose him. Manon again calls Lord Chebel's name, concerned. Manon recalls Rude Chrissy, who calmly held the mana orb during the earlier incident. Remembering the cracked wall, Manon thinks over the situation. He concludes that Rude is far from ordinary and worth investigating further. Manon suggests Chebel look more closely into Rude, prompting Chebel to question his sanity. Chebel incredulously asks if Manon is really telling him to be wary of some Eden brat. The red-haired subordinate tries to interject to calm Lord Chebel. Chebel orders Manon to stop worrying about nonsense and just rest. Leaving, Chebel promises to bring back very interesting news from the field training. Night falls over the academy. Rude and Ladersa sleep in their shared dorm room. Rude lies awake, thinking of someone and quietly wondering if they are doing alright. He remembers the day's commotion and thinks to himself what a hectic day it has been. He recalls Artian interacting with grateful classmates. Ladersus tosses in his sleep while Rude lies awake facing him. Rude watches the sleeping Ladersus by the fireplace. Rude wonders what burden Ladersus is bearing alone. He hopes that small changes like today will help relieve Ladersus's load. The room is quiet again as both boys sleep. A mass of dark smoke like mana slips into the room from the window. The dark energy creeps toward the sleeping Ladersus's bed. It spreads under his bed, surrounding him. The darkness stirs, crystalline fragments forming as it prepares to act. A hooded, blue-eyed, shadowy figure emerges from the dark mass, looming over the sleeping Ladersus. The figure leans close, shrouding Ladersus in swirling darkness. A sudden movement cuts through the darkness. Light flares as the dorm is engulfed by Rude's magic dispelling the dark mass. Rude, now awake, grabs the intruder's cloak and confronts it. Kneeling amid the dispersing darkness, Rude demands to know who the hooded being is. The blue-eyed shadow recoils in surprise. Seeing its face up close, Rude is taken aback. The creature abruptly dissolves into particles of dark light. Rude is left alone amid the fading magic, breathing hard. He stares wide-eyed over his blanket, shocked by what just happened. Rude kneels on the floor with the blanket in hand, stunned into silence. He realizes the entity has vanished and wonders why something like that would be connected to Ladersus. He thinks that whatever is going on is not just about Chebel von Hedelion. Ladersus still sleeps, unaware of what transpired. Watching him, Rude wonders what on earth happened to Ladersus to draw such things. Morning dawns over the shining academy complex. In a bright hall, students chatter excitedly about seeing real monsters during the upcoming practical field training. Two girls walk together, one worried about the training while the other responds casually. They walk past as someone behind them notices. Ladersus and Rude walk together. Rude yawns, clearly tired from the night's events. The two girls awkwardly greet them. One girl is stunned while the other remains composed after the encounter. Ladersus glances at them without saying anything. He then quickly walks away, leaving the girls a bit puzzled. Behind them, Rude taps the brown-haired girl's shoulder. Rude approaches and begins speaking to the girls. Rude, smiling warmly, greets them. The girls answer shyly, still surprised. Nearby, Dio calls out loudly to Ladersus to get his attention. Rude quietly scolds Ladersus, saying he should respond when others greet him. Rude watches Ladersus, unsure how he will react. He asks if something happened yesterday because Ladersus seems different. Ladersus looks confused at the question. Rude dismisses it, saying it is nothing. Rude thinks back to the hooded figure and wonders what that being was. He reasons that since it vanished without a trace it must have been magic, yet Ladersus seemed totally unaware. He recalls the creature's ominous statement that it would not be long now. Concluding that something dangerous is brewing, Rude debates whether to report it despite lacking proof. He decides he should first consult his master about the matter. As he thinks, Ladersus abruptly stops and turns to face him. The two stand silently together in the corridor. Ladersus realizes Rude has been waiting for him and notes that Rude, who used to avoid him, now approaches him willingly. Dio runs up cheerfully calling Rude's name, greeting both Rude and Prince Artian. Dio nervously offers a formal good morning to Artian. Artian prompts Ladersus to answer Dio's greeting. Ladersus stiffly says hello, surprising Dio. Dio imagines Rude being unusually friendly, then dismisses it as his imagination. Other boys greet Rude from afar, clearly recognizing him. Dio tells Rude that Professor Lowell was looking for him earlier, and jokingly advises him to pretend he never saw the professor. The group parts ways after chatting, with one of the boys saying they will see each other later. Rude watches them leave, thinking. Ladersus asks Dio what he is doing and tells him to hurry along. Dio hesitates, lips parted as if deciding whether to speak. He ends up smiling slightly, keeping his thoughts to himself. Walking between Ladersus and Dio, Rude declines Dio's suggestion of racing to class while Dio teases that Rude looks eager. In the lecture hall, the professor announces that the students involved in the previous lecture hall incident will be punished. He explains that to prevent similar incidents, Helios will tighten control and oversight. He urges everyone to put the matter behind them and focus on preparing for field training. Smiling cryptically, he remarks that no one can predict what might happen there. Later, Dio laments having to prepare for field training and wonders what exactly they are supposed to get ready for. Sitting with Rude and Ladersus, Dio nervously imagines being thrown against real monsters, while Rude reassures him the academy would not go that far. Rude asks how the training actually works, and Ladersus guesses it will be scaled to the student's level. Rude admits he is unsure but thinks Ladersus himself is the larger concern. As he worries about Lydersis' situation, a stern voice calls Rude's full name from behind. Dio and Lydersis react in surprise as Professor Lowell appears behind Rude. Both boys stare tensely at the professor. The professor orders Rude to come with him. Rude looks uneasy but complies. Later, in a garden pavilion, a pink-haired girl repeatedly calls for someone named Ram while having tea with a bespectacled man. She excitedly tells him that Tess has discovered something amazing. The man, curious, asks what she means, and she explains that Tess will accompany Eden's field training. She happily adds that she herself will be going along on the Eden field training as well. The man is shocked to hear she too will participate. His expression turns grave as he processes this news. Soon after, Professor Lowell drags Rude through the campus at high speed, leaving Dio stunned. Crowds gather at an arena-like training ground, buzzing with curiosity. Two Helios students wonder why there is such a crowd and hear that Professor Lowell has arranged a private sparring session with the famed Eden freshman. One of them yells in disbelief at hearing Eden's name, asking who that even is, and is reminded it is the famous freshman from Eden. The boy struggles to recall the freshman's name. Rude, holding a wooden practice sword, realizes they mean him. Dio protests to Professor Lowell that Rude was minding his own business and that forcing him into a duel is unfair. Lowell silences him with a cold command to move. Dio shrinks back while Lydersis, intimidated, answers obediently. Dio nervously asks Artian if Rude will be alright. Rude privately admits he expected trouble but not something this extreme. Spectators, both Helios and Eden students, watch the arena tensely. Rude decides to treat this as an opportunity to appear like a normal student, planning to lose deliberately so Tess will lose interest in him. Professor Lowell steps forward with real sword drawn, signaling the start. Facing Rude, Lowell announces that the match is beginning. Rude panics at the unfairness of wielding only a wooden sword against the real blade, but Lowell dismisses the concern since Rude can use mana. Before Rude can argue further, Lowell charges at him. Rude despairs that he cannot reason with her. He resolves that even if he gets slightly injured he must clearly show defeat. As Lowell's strike comes down, Rude instinctively counters, shattering the ground. He realizes the power of the exchange is far beyond what he intended. Seeing the devastation, Rude thinks that taking a direct hit would be far worse than a minor injury. Watching from the stands, one Eden student begs the professor to reconsider. Another notices in shock that Rude is dodging all of Professor Lowell's ferocious attacks. Lowell urges Rude to fight seriously. She warns she will not hold back as she swings again. Rude is caught off guard by her next sudden attack. Dio shouts for Rude to watch out as the clash intensifies. Lowell's next blow explodes against Rude's guard, sending shockwaves through the arena. With their blades locked, Rude realizes he has reflexively defended himself with far more skill than he intended. Two swords clash violently, one of them starting to crack from the force. The impact explodes in light as the swords collide with overwhelming power. Two female students notice the sudden commotion and react in surprise. The long-haired girl recognizes the green-haired student and calls out to Rin in alarm. Two male students admit Ren's sudden move during sparring startled them. Ren has stepped between Professor Lowell and Rude with a wooden sword, shocking nearby classmates. Rude silently braces as Lowell's blade stops right in front of his raised arm. Lowell warns Rude not to interfere because the sparring is dangerous. Ren's friends protest that the fight was already too dangerous and the sword even broke, while Lowell orders Rude to repeat the exercise using proper mana. Rude refuses to continue and formally declines the sparring match. He explains the duel was not his wish, claims he lacks skill, and another boy defends him as physically weak even though Lowell believes he moved fine. Watching from afar, two older students remark that Rude is surprisingly impressive. One notes it is the first time they have seen Professor Lowell push a student so hard, while Lowell rejects Rude's rejection of the duel. The older student recalls Rude having successfully blocked Lowell's earlier sword strike even without mana, realizing it took great strength. Concluding Rude is an extraordinary freshman, Lowell offers a different sword while Rude's friends panic. The blonde upperclassman clenches his jaw, conflicted as he watches. He starts to address the professor just as a stern new figure steps into the arena, drawing everyone's attention. The upperclassman criticizes Lowell for forcing unwanted instruction and begins to steel himself to speak up further. He abruptly changes course and loudly asks Lowell to take him as a student, but Lowell refuses on the spot. Awkward silence falls over the group after the curt rejection. The rejected boy slinks away, thinking to himself how harshly he was turned down. Rude realizes he has seen that upperclassman before and remembers his name, Rude Chrissy. Lowell declares there have been too many interruptions and postpones the sparring to another time. Walking away with his sword and coat, Lowell notes there is still plenty of time left for training. Rude, Artian, Dio and Lin stand together in strained silence after the ordeal. The group slowly relaxes, and someone begins to speak as their tension eases. Ren explains she rushed over because of the loud noise and worried something bad had happened again, asking if Rude is okay. Dio cheerfully insists everything is fine, joking that the professor did try to kill Rude but saying it worked out, which leaves Ren horrified. Rude finally recognizes Ren as the person he traveled with from the auction house and confirms his suspicion internally. Ren inspects the snapped wooden sword, worries about Rude's condition, and he calmly assures her he is fine. The four students stand amid the shattered ground, the tension giving way to an awkward pause. Flustered, Ren blurts that she only came out of concern and hurriedly introduces herself as Renoa. Rude asks if she received the letter from Ben that he had delivered. Ren reacts in shock, realizing who he is talking about. She happily confirms that Rude really was the one who brought the letter. Dio explains there had been mention of Rude in that letter and asks if Ren replied, to which she proudly says she did. Ren smiles brightly and thanks Rude for delivering the letter, crediting him for helping her. Rude modestly tells her not to mention it while Dio is amazed they already knew each other, just as another girl calls frantically for Ren. The new girl asks what is going on and why everyone is gathered, and Dio answers that Professor Lowell suddenly challenged Rude to a duel. Rude and Artian stand side by side, still processing everything. Artian thanks Rude for blocking the attack and keeping him safe. He formally expresses gratitude for Rude's intervention that prevented the blow from landing. Dio loudly agrees that he and Artian saved the day and exaggerates their roles, while Rude doubts that version. Rude listens as Dio claims that if his legs were longer than Artian's he would have reached Rude first. Dio insists he truly would have been the one to block the sword if not for that tiny difference, which makes Rude quietly amused. Their friends stare wide-eyed at Rude's rare smile. Ren and Dio excitedly point out that Prince Artian just smiled. The 5 students stand together laughing, the hostility of the spa forgotten for the moment. The scene shifts to a grand, sunlit hall with elaborate windows, signaling a new setting. In a luxurious conference room, academy officials and professors gather for a formal meeting around a long table. The headmaster asks whether the arrangements with the tower have gone smoothly. A man reports that everything is on track and there are no major changes. The headmaster acknowledges this and moves on to discuss which heres will accompany this training. A list is presented naming Chebel von Hedelion and Anna Verve as 2 of the chosen heres. The list continues with Linus N. Graham and a hooded figure named Cynthia Moss. The headmaster confirms that only these 4 heres will be participating and receives an affirmative answer. He silently repeats Chebel von Hedelion's name, clearly focusing on that choice. Another professor explains that because it is the period for external training, few heres remain on campus, limiting their options. The headmaster asks why Chebel was included in particular, prompting a hesitant response. A suited professor explains this training will be on a much larger scale than previous Eden trainings. He elaborates that it is the first time so many people will travel through the teleportation array and that the tower is directly involved, so they selected students with the expectation of unforeseen situations. He concludes that these 4 heres are considered the most suitable for the task, adding that his own judgment also guided the choice. Smiling, he says the training will be a great opportunity for Hedelion to learn a lot. The headmaster hopes Professor Hale's decision proves correct and asks about the state of the teleportation array. Hale smiles faintly, hiding his thoughts. He assures everyone that the teleportation array is in perfect condition. The headmaster is pleased and emphasizes that this training should strengthen ties between Helios Academy and the tower, urging professors to be extra cautious in supervising students. That night, the academy's rooftop is shown under the moon, indicating a quiet, contemplative atmosphere. Rude opens a box containing a large blue gem but receives no response from the entity he is trying to contact. Wearing a hooded cloak, he wonders why his master is not answering, noting that this always happens when he most needs him. Rude thinks about all the strange things he wants to report, decides to head back to his room, and worries that the shadowy being might reappear. Crossing the rooftop, he frets that unexpected phenomena like that shadow could disrupt his plans. He hesitates but continues walking, still troubled. An image of Rude happily chatting with his new friends flashes through his mind. He reflects that the Lidersis issue seems to be improving. Rude is relieved that life is gradually getting better as he runs across the rooftops under the night sky. He reaches his dormitory door and hears it open with a creak. Still thinking about contacting his master, he considers sending a letter if direct communication continues to fail. Entering his room, he is shocked to see Lidersis already awake and sitting silently inside. Rude nervously greets Lidersis, explains he just went out for a refreshing night walk, and tries to play off his absence while Lidersis remains unreadable. Rude invites Lidersis to join him on a walk next time but gets only silence in response. Lidersis finally speaks, admitting he thought Rude had left. Rude insists he has nowhere else to go since this is his room and starts undressing for bed. Lidersis quietly turns down the sheets of his bed. He lies down, feigning sleep under the covers. Rude watches the quiet room, unsure what to make of Lidersis's behavior. He thinks to himself how startled he was by the encounter. Lidersis's hand briefly reaches toward Rude's cloak. Later, both boys are shown asleep in their respective beds in the dim dormitory. Lying awake, Rude softly calls Lidersis's name. He brings up the upcoming field training and notes it is normally done in teams of 4. Lidersis replies that if that format holds, they only need to find 2 more teammates. He falls quiet again, thinking. Rude wonders aloud if they should include Dio in their group. He reasons that with Dio they would have 3 members and just need 1 more, but then jokes that Dio cares little about grades. Rude agrees with the tease and says Lidersis is right, sounding reassured. The thought lingers that they just need 1 more person. Rain begins falling outside on the academy grounds during the night. The rain pours over the academy buildings, creating a somber mood. Somewhere else, a young man addresses Lady Dana, initiating a new scene. Lady Dana turns and recognizes him as Rispin. Rispin listens intently, his expression serious. Lady Dana stares out at the heavy rain and confesses she has a very bad feeling about what is coming. The next day, a messenger bird flies over sea and cliffs carrying a scroll. The bird approaches a residence, still clutching the letter. Someone inside catches the delivered scroll. A horned girl by the window welcomes the long-awaited message. Reading it, she comments that the sender seems to have found some kind of clue. The letter's contents casually describe good food, friendly people, boring classes, and a wish to go home. The girl is left speechless and visibly annoyed by how uninformative the report is. She explodes in anger, shouting about what kind of report this is, and her outburst blasts a beam of light from the house into the sky. Back at the Academy Plaza, students mill about, preparing for the practical training. Rude quietly notes to himself that something feels off. He worries that he has not been able to contact his master for several days and wonders if something truly happened in Ophine. Dio runs up to Rude, saying Professor Hale's class is departing first and urging him to hurry. The 3 boys regroup, with Rude and Artian teasing Dio about how excited he is. A silver-haired girl with pink eyes approaches, saying she has prepared a lot for this training. Dio is startled to see Elle and reacts loudly. Elle explains she studied the material and expected the practical to be team-based, so the change in method makes the rumor about going to the tower more believable. She admits she wanted to build a perfect team of elite talents but laments that Rude will not be on her team. Elle reveals that Rude had actually been her first choice for a teammate. Rude awkwardly thanks her, unsure how to respond. Elle then clarifies that despite her praise he is not actually part of her team, shocking Rude. Rude calls out to Lidersis, seeking his reaction. Dio excitedly shares the rumor that their practical might be held at the tower. Rude is stunned that the famed wizard's tower would be involved in a beginner class's training. He insists to himself that there is no way such an important place would be used so casually. Dio learns Lidersis has visited the tower before and marvels that this is fitting for someone from a duke's family. Rude recalls the ominous shadowy entity he once saw and wonders about it. He notes that the creature has not reappeared since then and resolves to learn what connection it has to Lidersis after the practical. Dio complains that the practical is no longer team-based, lamenting that they could have formed the best team. Other students overhear and react uneasily. Rude's eyes narrow thoughtfully as he considers everything. Meanwhile, one of the selected Heres, a purple-haired student, remarks that walking like this brings back memories. The group of Heres, including Chebel and Cynthia, walk together toward the assembly point. Dio realizes in shock that the rumor about Heres joining the beginner practical is true. Rude ponders uneasily that these powerful Heres will be accompanying them. He specifically questions why Chebel von Hedelion of all people is included and wonders if it is coincidence or part of another scheme. Rude glances over, resolved but wary. He and Lidursus exchange a quiet look amid the bustling crowd. Rude decides that whatever Chebel is planning, he will face it. Smiling reassuringly, he tells Lidursus there is no need to worry since professors will be with them, and nothing should go wrong. Lidursus watches Rude's sparkling confidence in silence. Internally, Rude resolves to use this opportunity to settle things with Chebel von Hedelion once and for all. Professor Hale gathers the Heres and tells them all to listen carefully. Another professor warns that even Heres are forbidden from acting alone during the practical and must follow the faculty's instructions. He stresses this rule especially firmly. He singles out Chebel von Hedelion by name, ordering him in particular to remember the prohibition, and Chebel playfully agrees. The professor silently wonders what Hale is thinking by allowing the troublesome Chebel on this mission. She continues to worry in her thoughts about Hale's decision to send Hedelion on this dangerous practical. The blue-haired professor quietly calls out to Yudi. Yudi looks up, wondering why she was called. The professor asks where Ram is, and Yudi replies she already inquired about him. As the professor pats her head, Yudi listens, but the professor hesitates to continue. Walking together, Yudi asks where the mysterious object Tess always searches for is, saying she wants to see it too. The professor notices a group of students, including a boy with blue hair, in the distance. Seeing them, the professor falls silent and stares. The blue-haired boy senses the gaze and looks back in confusion. Recognizing the professor and Rude, he exclaims and tries to get their attention. One of Rude's friends notes that another boy has already run away. Nervous, Artian suggests they should go after that fleeing boy. Someone reaches out to grab Arshan's cloak to stop him. Two classmates ask Artian what is going on. Artian wonders aloud why those people are suddenly running. They watch as Rude, the professor, and Yudi rush toward the main hall, leaving others startled. Some students scream while Artian and his green-haired friend react flatly, finding the commotion oddly entertaining. The green-haired girl starts laughing, trying not to burst out. A hand grabs another's wrist, as if to pull them along. The green-haired girl urges Artian to hurry too, calling his name insistently. Inside a vast hall dominated by a glowing magic device, someone addresses Professor Hale. An aide reports to Hale that his class, the Heres, and most other Eden students have arrived, and the remaining professors are on their way. Satisfied, Hale adjusts his glasses and states that preparations are complete. Hale declares that they may now begin, as black shadowy energy starts swirling up behind him. Alarmed, the aide calls out to the professor as the dark mass grows. Hale dismisses the aide as unnecessary now. Confused, the aide asks what Hale means while dark tendrils creep toward him. The shadows engulf the aide violently. Hale stands above the churning black mass, smiling as it spreads. From high above, Hale laughs while the dark energy pulls near the crowd below. At the center of the hall, a gigantic golden mana stone hovers over a complex magic circle. Rude and his friends gaze at the huge mana stone in amazement, saying they have never seen one so large. Surrounded by students, they remark that the sight finally makes everything feel real and wonder if they are truly going to the tower. Rude then realizes Rude's scholarly friend Rude is missing and asks where he went. Other students stand quietly, setting up for the following explanation. Rude's blonde friend analyzes the teleportation circle, explaining that normal circles use about 10 mana points, but this one has additional formulas forming a far more advanced structure. He continues that the circle combines at least 3 different theories in an unprecedented way and wonders what exactly it is. 2 nearby boys admit they understood none of the complicated explanation. Another blonde student corrects the analysis, identifying the arrangement as a Fenote-style combination. Approaching, he explains that Fenote style builds on yield formulas to activate 5 or more magic circles at once, though it is rarely used for teleportation. Rude's blonde friend recognizes this newcomer from earlier sparring classes and now understands why Professor Lowell hosted those matches. Another student, intrigued, asks for a detailed explanation of Fenote style while recalling that normal linkage uses Belzer's aspect principle. Looking back at the glowing circle, Rude senses that something about the formation feels wrong. His eyes sharpen as he grows more uneasy. Rude's blonde friend recalls conference debates about simultaneous activation and notes that one proposed solution to formula problem seems relevant to what he just sensed. A hand suddenly grabs someone's sleeve, interrupting the explanation. Yudi triumphantly seizes the arm of a blonde boy she has been chasing, saying she finally caught him. She happily announces to Tess that she has caught the target. Tess, now fully crystallized and silent, stands apart watching. Yudi, puzzled, calls out to Tess as the blonde boy looks uncomfortable. Rude and the others arrive and call out to Rude, having finally found him. 2 classmates react anxiously and start to say something else. Overhead, a twisting column of black energy suddenly appears above the mana stone, prompting people to ask what it is. Students point at the phenomenon, exclaiming that it is moving. The professor firmly calls Yudi's name, alerting her to danger. Rude's blonde friend stares at the phenomenon in shock, wondering what it is. The black mass begins to solidify into a shape. Rude recognizes the forming figure as the same entity he encountered before. A flashback shows the ominous hooded shape he remembers. The dark, crystal-filled hooded being fully materializes, and Rude's inner narration labels it as that same thing. Other advanced students question whether this is some kind of event, noting that professors are not present. Another group points out nervously that the professors have not arrived yet. The black entity floats high in the hall above the mana stone, drawing everyone's gaze. A clawed shadowy hand extends ominously. The entity unleashes a massive attack across the hall, stunning everyone. Students panic, shouting in confusion and wondering why the creature appeared here. Rude's group wonders if this is already a real combat exercise or surprise live training. Lidursus realizes in disbelief that such a flashy entrance is happening openly inside Helios. Rude grimly tells Lidursus and the others not to think that, insisting they all stay close to him. He gathers his friends behind him, ordering them not to leave his side while he questions what the attackers are trying to accomplish. Elsewhere, Hale's glasses shatter on the ground, symbolizing his casting aside his teacher persona. Hale muses that both his desires and someone else's are about to be fulfilled. He recalls the moment they allied themselves for the scheme. A vast geometric blue magic circle pattern begins to shift in response. Black wind-like power races along the hall's pillars. The black pillars whirl around the hall as the crowd below is buffeted. Hale proclaims that the gate will open. The black gust races toward a sealed exit, slamming into it. Another professor, realizing the gravity, orders everyone to evacuate immediately. Some students think the phenomenon is Professor Mage, but the panicked teacher yells that something has gone terribly wrong. He insists that they flee with the other students as quickly as possible. As he runs, a scream rings out, shocking the professors. Students trying to escape find the gate sealed by the dark force and plead with their professor for guidance. Two students watch in horror as more shadows close in. They cry out in fear together. After a moment, they open their eyes, confused that they are unharmed. They see Professor Ken standing before a brilliant defensive magic circle. He introduces himself properly as Damien while preparing to fight. Damien commands the protective magic to awaken around everyone. He mutters that whoever caused this must be insane. Damien vows that anyone who dared cause such chaos inside Helios will face serious consequences. The dark entity looms, advancing again. Rude realizes the teleportation circle's formula has actually changed. He concludes the circle was designed from the beginning to work with that entity rather than being altered afterward. He suspects that some people inside Helios, or perhaps Helios itself, are connected to the black being. He mentally adds that Helios as a whole might be linked to the entity. Damien runs crying out to Professor Lowell for assistance. He begs for help, reminding Lowell he is not a combat mage. The black entity then charges menacingly. Rude's group braces as the pressure intensifies around them. Rude urgently calls out to Lidursus. Tess, in her crystallized state, begins invoking her power named Teshiana. She triggers an ability called Awakening, unleashing immense blue ice energy toward the entity. Rude and Artian stare upward, astonished by Tessa's unleashed power. Rude's blonde friend shields Yudi as ice erupts everywhere. The ice attack engulfs the enemy, forming a massive crystalline blast. Tess stands before the students like a living statue of ice, protecting them amid the frozen battlefield. Blue-haired Rude asks if Professor Lowell has defeated the monster. Rude answers flatly that it is not defeated. Dark smoke seeps from cracks in the ice, showing the entity still alive. The enormous dark mass rises again over the group, prompting fresh alarm. Damien tells Lowell that physical attacks are useless since the creature constantly changes shape and cannot be cut or grasped. He questions where exactly the strange being originated. More black pillars churn ominously around the hall. A purple-haired student rallies others, calling them to gather around him. He starts to tell them to stay close for safety. Hedelian objects to merely watching while chaos unfolds, but the purple-haired student replies casually that they are still within Helios, and the professors will handle it. The purple-haired boy repeats that the staff will soon resolve matters. He says he does not know what the creature is but trusts the professors, despite the strange situation. He notes that escape looks difficult, and even the surrounding black pillars hinder movement. He begins to say they should be safe if they stay put, but a sudden attack interrupts him. In the aftermath, he sees Chebel collapsed and calls out in shock, realizing the threat can harm them after all. Students scream and flee as the black substance tears through them, leaving trails of corruption. Bodies lie scorched while some students stagger, the hooded figure and purple mage approaching calmly. The purple-haired boy, splashed only lightly, wonders why the attack felt like nothing more than water. A streak of black energy rushes past at blinding speed. He casts Velida, activating a spell. He erects a powerful barrier that blocks the oncoming dark torrent. Watching, he wonders aloud if the cloaked man is simply playing around with water. Hedelian mutters that the whole situation feels wrong. Suddenly he notices something else and reacts with alarm. Looking down, he realizes water has pooled across the floor. Rude examines the liquid on his fingers and recognizes it as black water. Despite Lidursus's warning not to touch it, Rude notes it is seeping out from the teleportation circle. He thinks there is only one place where such black water exists and suspects that area is linked directly to this circle. Damien shouts to Professor Lowell that they must first break through the door since those outside will also try to force their way in. Lowell tells Yudi to stay close to him around this creature while Damien yells frantically for the professor. Rude reasons that even if the entrance opens, the teleportation circle could still send students away, so stopping the circle takes priority. Lowell, in crystal form, says they can prevent activation by destroying the mana stone. A massive icy blow strikes near Rude and his friend as Lowell moves toward that goal. Damien panics, warning that destroying an active mana stone could make it explode. Lowell focuses coldly, undeterred. He launches a focused ice spear directly into the heart of the mana stone's flame. The mana stone shatters amid the explosive impact. Its destruction sends a shockwave through the hall, disrupting the surrounding black currents. Rude marvels that Tess destroyed the stone with a single strike. As the aftermath settles, a scream draws Lowell's attention. Yudi and her blonde protector are engulfed by surging shadow, and he shouts for Tess. More black waves surge toward Lowell, and the blonde boy yells Yudi's name in fear. Black water spreads like a flood across the floor. Damien, being swept away by the surge, desperately reaches out and screams for the professor. The magic circle continues to swirl with ominous black energy. Rude walks away in shock as a classmate calls out about the professors, wondering why this is happening. Someone realizes that even though the mana stone was destroyed, the dark magic has not stopped. The professors stand on ground that is turning into black water beneath their feet. One professor panics, unable to understand the situation and insisting they should act instead of standing idle. Another professor agrees, warning that at this rate the whole place will soon be submerged. The first professor grows furious at the other's attitude. They yell at the mage calmly sitting inside a protective magic circle, who lazily says the black water looks too disgusting to touch. A third professor happily admits they also did not want to touch the black water. As the magic circle lifts them, someone warns Hedelian to first steady their balance. The surface of the black water ripples as they fall into it. One professor, now underwater, realizes with surprise that they splashed into water. The three professors float in the dark water, confused why what should have been the floor became a pool. Back in the hall, Chebel stands alone as the black water rushes toward her, calling out in confusion. The dark-robed figure rises with the raging current of black water filling the hall. Rude senses the mana flow and identifies it as a teleportation circle. He concludes that anyone swept up in the black water will be forcefully transported by that teleportation spell. Rude orders his classmates to hold on to each other tightly and never let go. He assesses that most of the space is already within the teleportation circle's range, and that disrupting it now would endanger those already caught. Realizing that interfering would harm the transported group, he decides they must go together. Rude offers his hand to Lidursus, telling everyone to grab on quickly so they can go together. Lidursus hesitates, staring tensely at Rude's outstretched hand. Lidursus finally reaches out and takes Rude's hand while the others cling to him. The black water suddenly surges and engulfs Rude as he starts to respond. Lidursus and the remaining classmates watch in horror as Rude is swept away. Lidursus desperately reaches toward the receding black water, screaming Rude's name. The students are dragged through the torrent, one of them crying out in fear. Ren loses his grip and is swept away, with his friend screaming his name. The remaining boy panics, telling the young master that everyone has been carried off and asking what they should do. Lidursus stares ahead in shock as his servant pleads again for guidance. Without answering, Lidursus allows himself to be swept away into the magic current. He is carried alone through the black water, expression obscured. Lidursus stands isolated in the churning darkness as if swallowed by it. A sinister voice accuses him that because of him everyone has become miserable. The voice insists that he was always destined to make others unhappy and had been warned of this. The black water grips his body as the accusations weigh on him. The voice declares that something like him should never have been born. The cloaked entity confronts him directly, repeating that he should not exist and asking if he agrees. A glowing sigil appears on his hand as if awakening, while he begins to state his name. Overwhelmed, Lidursus starts to accept the blame, saying that it is all because of him. Power flares from his body as he activates a spell named Blow. A bright blue light bursts from his eye, power surging against the darkness. The black water roars while the voice continues to label him a monster. Memories of hateful, mocking figures calling him a monster that should die flash before him. The dark water closes in further, nearly swallowing his face. The scene cuts off into darkness as the sound fades. Meanwhile, the robed entity in the hall confirms that all units have been relocated. The entity senses something amiss, its glowing eyes narrowing. It focuses intently, realizing something unexpected has occurred. A massive blue sphere of power suddenly erupts from its chest as if it has been struck. A black-clad man appears, calmly admitting he misjudged the situation. He states that he should have ended everything from the very beginning. The black-clad man clashes with the robed entity amid towering waves of black water. He turns sharply, alert to the enemy's movements. The robed entity summons another enormous wave of darkness. It gathers power into a glowing core at its chest, preparing a counterattack. Seeing this, the entity recognizes the black-clad man and addresses him. As the two exchange blows within a vortex of water and shards, the entity demands to know what he is. The man begins to answer, saying that is what he wants to say. He lunges with his weapon, continuing his attack amid the swirling torrent. The strike lands explosively against the entity's core. He follows through, driving the attack deeper into the robed figure. The force sends waves of black energy whipping outward as he pushes the assault. He then lands and steadies himself, weapon darkened by the clash. Several massive dark whirlwinds rise in response, towering over him. The whirlwinds crash violently, shaking the surroundings. The robed entity, battered but intact, observes the man through the chaos. The black-clad man closes in again, facing the entity at close range. Blinding blue energy erupts between them, slicing through the darkness. The entity's body is shredded by the beam-like attack. Its form fractures further as crystalline shards scatter. The man's follow-up blow smashes through its remaining core. He demands to know where something is, veins standing out with intensity. The entity recoils in alarm at his question. Another crushing impact tears into the robed figure. The man notes calmly that events are unfolding as he expected. He reasons aloud that this mass of magic cannot be the enemy's true body. He questions who is orchestrating the teleportations and for what purpose, probing the entity for answers. He prepares another question, building to a pointed demand. He asks why the enemy is targeting Lidursus specifically. The entity remains silent, glaring with its glowing eyes. Energy distorts around it as it prepares another move. The man presses further, asking who is really behind the entity. A vague, shadowy silhouette of the true mastermind appears. The image dissolves into swirling darkness, concealing the figure's identity. The unseen mastermind chooses not to respond, trailing off with a dismissive remark. The entity declares it has no obligation to answer his questions. It circles behind him, announcing ominously that he is something unusual. It finds him strange and questions whether he is truly human. The man glares back, calling its words nonsense. A brilliant blue light suddenly floods the hall, catching his attention. His glowing eyes reflect that light as he turns toward its source. The black water and darkness are completely washed away by the radiance, revealing the hall's interior. Outside the sealed doors, teachers see the light and shout that the way has opened. They rush in, asking if everyone is safe and expressing shock at the scene. One teacher stops short, realizing something is wrong. Inside the hall, they see the grand chamber empty and ask where everyone has gone. Elsewhere, some students notice the commotion and call for everyone to wait a moment. A bespectacled student realizes something terrible and cries out in denial. He looks around the deserted chamber and screams for the missing princess. Under a red sky, another scene begins in a dark forest. Lapis awakens on the ground, clutching his aching head. He lies alone in a strange red-tinged wilderness, speechless. Startled, he bolts upright, yelling in confusion. He looks around at the eerie trees and recognizes that this place is unfamiliar. Shocked and uneasy, he tries to process the situation. Seeing only rocky wilderness under the red sky, he demands to know where he is. He falls silent again, still trying to understand. Then he panics, calling out loudly for the princess. He shouts for both the princess and Professor Lowell, but no answer comes. The rocky, forested ravine remains ominously quiet. Lapis realizes no one else is nearby, wonders what happened, and recalls being engulfed by black water with the professor. A sound makes him stiffen, and he turns with a start. He notices glowing eyes watching from among the rocks behind him. Confused, he tries to make sense of what he is seeing. The scene shifts to show more of the crimson sky over jagged cliffs. A rocky gorge with dark water and a small waterfall is revealed beneath the red sky. Ripples disturb the water surface as if something is emerging. Rune appears there, stepping out with the black magic still swirling around him. He notes that he has been swept away before understanding the situation. Surveying the unfamiliar ravine, he concludes that this development is troublesome. He recognizes the place and confirms his suspicion about where they are. Rune identifies it as a cursed land where black water flows. A caption names the region as Ishuela. Rune stares ahead, about to add an important qualification. He senses movement and turns, realizing they are not alone. A pack of red-eyed wolf monsters advances toward him. He quietly acknowledges that this is an unforeseen complication. Surrounded by the wolves, he concludes this situation is something he had not anticipated. Nearby, Lapis dashes frantically across the ground. Panting hard, he runs for his life. A monstrous red wolf chases him, and he screams in terror. Seeing the beast's fang maw close behind him, he panics and begs to be saved. He tries to calm himself, urging himself not to lose control. Lapis rapidly pieces together that the teleportation circle transported him to an unknown place where a monster suddenly appeared. He thinks that in such a moment there should be something he can do. He immediately rejects that idea, deciding there is actually nothing he can do but keep running. Believing this might be the end of his life, he wishes desperately that Rune were with him. Mid-thought he realizes Rune might indeed be nearby and calls his name. A flashback begins, showing Lapis telling his father about meeting the Black Mage of Ophion. In that memory he cheerfully confirms that he even spoke with the mage directly. The recollection cuts to him collapsing from his chair after that conversation. His father and attendants stare down at him in silence as he faints. Returning to the present, Lapis wakes in a bed, bewildered by what he remembers. Rune appears at his bedside, calmly telling him he has awakened. Lapis cries out Rune's name in shock, realizing who is with him. Rune dryly concludes from the auction incident that Lapis is completely useless without him. He explains that in preparation for emergencies he and Ran engraved a special magic on Lapis's left chest. Rune instructs that if Lapis ever faces mortal danger, this magic can be invoked up to 3 times. Remembering this, Lapis recalls Rune saying the spell would be able to save him from danger about 3 times. The blonde boy discovers 3 small heart marks on his chest. Realizing these are his marks, he panics internally and thinks they look terribly uncool. Later, wearing his academy uniform, he steels himself and believes that with his prepared plan he might succeed. Facing a red wolf monster, he resolves to trust in his rune and confront it. He shouts for the monster to attack him, drawing its focus. The charging beast slams into him, and he is overwhelmed. 2 classmates arrive and finish off the monster, one praising Cynthia's strike. The purple-haired boy notes they have defeated 3 monsters already, sees no other students around, and worries about his low mana. He notices the hooded boy tense up and asks what is wrong. The purple-haired boy reacts in shock to what he sees. They find Lapis unconscious on the ground and call out to him. The group stands around Lapis and the dead beast in awkward silence. The purple-haired boy anxiously calls Lapis's name, worried. The hooded boy melodramatically mourns Lapis as if he were dead, only for Lapis to weakly protest that he is still alive. After waking, Lapis demands to know what happened and where the others are, and is told only Cynthia and the purple-haired boy were together when he came to. The purple-haired boy explains everyone was scattered during the teleport, that he and Cynthia tried to regroup but were intercepted by a monster. In a flashback, Lapis and the purple-haired boy admit they have no idea where they are, only that it is not the tower. Cynthia remarks he can tell that much as well and says the surroundings suggest a specific place. The purple-haired boy confirms they are likely thinking of the same location. Lapis hesitates, noting that in that place there should not be any monsters. Cynthia checks if they both share that suspicion. They notice Cynthia staring off into the distance and ask why he has gone ahead. The trio advances warily through the foggy forest. They freeze upon seeing something alarming ahead. Before them lie multiple red wolf corpses, all killed cleanly. They see a whole ravine strewn with the slain beasts and deduce a powerful combatant passed through. Lapis and the purple-haired boy gape at the scene, concluding that only their professor could have done this. Lapis insists that such a precise massacre must be the work of their professor and rushes to follow the trail despite his friends trying to stop him. Elsewhere, a black-robed boy sits among more dead beasts in the red forest. He anxiously clutches a blue crystal, deciding the situation is dire enough to call his master. He activates the communication crystal, desperately begging his master to answer. The crystal suddenly flares with light, startling him. A familiar voice comes through the crystal, and the boy joyfully recognizes his master Blow. Blow's telepathic voice frantically asks why the boy awakened the crystal and who hurt him, while the boy angrily demands to know why his master has ignored him for days. Blow trails off, trying to explain himself. In flashback, Blow admits there was a problem. He recalls returning to his office to find it wrecked while his assistant hurriedly tried to clean up. The assistant silently begs him not to mention the damage so he will not worry. Blow begins confessing what actually happened to the crystal. He downplays the incident as a small issue while visibly holding the heavily cracked crystal. A view of the tower's outer wall shows a massive blast crater, illustrating that. Small problem. Back in the present, Blow dismisses it as nothing serious and asks what is going on in Ishuela. Rude explains he believes he is in the cursed land Ishuela, shocking Blow, who knows it as a dangerous sealed region. Blow hopes he is joking, but Rude insists he is not. Blow panics, demanding to know how a student safely at school ended up in Ishuela. Rude recounts that he was supposed to teleport to the tower for field training, but a dark figure with glowing blue eyes hijacked the teleport. Embarrassed, Blow apologizes, realizing the construct was likely his doing. Rude says the attacker looked like a magical puppet and that its interference turned the teleport into a black flood that swept everyone away. Blow grasps that the sabotage of the teleport is what brought them to Ishuela and wonders what the professors were doing. Rude, feeling guilty though not a professor, stays silent. Blow furiously criticizes the academy for letting the students be dragged into greater danger, while Rude inwardly thinks this is typical of their acquaintance Rin. Lowell, speaking through another crystal, asks Blow for a status update. Blow replies that the transported students are scattered all over the land. Rude reports that he is currently alone and has identified a larger problem. He reveals that there are actual monsters roaming Ishuela and suspects whoever teleported them is targeting Lidursus. Lowell realizes the unknown enemy is plotting against Lidursus with monsters involved. Lowell is shocked to hear that the enemy also appears to be after the second young master. Lowell explains to his colleague that Ashuela should contain no monsters at all. He narrates how Ashuela is infamous as a cursed land of twisted black trees under a red sky, but in reality it is an abandoned region sealed by the tower. Lowell elaborates that the red sky is due to the tower's barrier, which prevents anything from entering or leaving except via high-level magic, so monsters should not exist there. Lowell repeats in disbelief that Rude has met monsters in Ashuela, and Rude confirms he has at least seen one. He adds that an unknown number of other monsters are likely lurking. As Rude summons dark power to fight incoming beasts, Blow understands the implications. Rude concludes that the scattered students are all in serious danger. Meanwhile, a large group of students are gathered anxiously in another part of Ashuela. Confused and frightened, they mill about, asking what happened. Some students worry aloud about lacking communication crystals, not knowing their location, and missing professors, while others tremble in fear. A white-haired student named Eel sits apart silently as someone calls out to her. Two male classmates check on Eel, urging her to stay with them so they can protect her. Eel thinks to herself that they are the weak ones and calmly replies that she is fine. She then notices someone sitting alone against the rocks in the distance. The lone figure's back is shaking with distress. Eel observes that the situation over there looks dire. She studies the strange forest and sky, sensing that something about this place is wrong. She reasons that if her group was transported here, the people missing from their number must have been sent somewhere else. Other students debate whether they should simply wait, feeling it might be better than doing nothing. Some argue that staying put is safest and that professors will eventually rescue them. Eel thinks the academy will not leave them alone forever, but worries whether they will still be safe by the time help arrives. A grainy vision shows the mysterious black-robed attacker, reminding her that until they understand who brought them here and why, they cannot relax. She resolves internally that they must not lower their guard because anything might happen. High above, the red sky looms as a man and a dark spectral figure watch the distant students. The red-haired man notes that two professors, including Lowell, accompanied the students and may pose a problem. The shadowy entity informs him there is another powerful individual present. The entity volunteers to deal with these obstacles. Dark energy begins to move ominously. The red-haired man considers this new information. He then smiles wickedly at the prospect. Deciding to act, he orders that their side begin moving as well. Packs of red wolf monsters roar and start running. Rude confronts another group of beasts, leaping into battle with his spear. While fighting, he comments that Helios Academy itself must be investigated for internal betrayal. He reasons that such a large-scale teleportation trap required considerable premeditation and the presence of a powerful construct on campus. Rude unleashes a massive water and darkness attack that sweeps through the wolves. The beasts are torn apart by the ensuing explosion. The shockwave slams into the terrain. Watching the remains of the monsters, Rude concludes the plot could not have succeeded without help from someone inside the academy. He decides that his master must personally intervene and that they must inform their client, the Duchess, about the situation. Back at the tower, Lowell grimly remarks that it all sounds deadly as the crystal communication ends. Rude, still in Ashuela, prepares to take his next step. He resolves to find Lidursus and the scattered students and protect them. Blow agrees through the fading link, promising the tower will also do everything it can. Rude wonders if Blow has anything more to say, but only receives a warning not to overexert himself. Lapis, the purple-haired boy, and Cyndia finally spot Rude standing among fresh monster corpses. The three stare at him in silent astonishment. Rude turns to face them, his blue eyes calm. The scene reveals Rude on one side of the clearing and the trio on the other, with bodies of slain wolves between them. Rude begins walking toward them, cloaked in faint darkness. Internally panicking that he never felt Rude's presence approaching, Lapis tries to quiet his master's commentary. At the tower, Lowell yelps as the communication crystal in his hand shatters. He laments that the painstakingly restored crystal has broken again. Back in the forest, Lapis addresses Rude hesitantly as Sir Black Mage. Rude, now hooded, says nothing as he listens. Lapis and his friend are certain from his form and power that this is indeed the famed Black Mage, and Lapis whispers his name. The purple-haired boy activates a spell through his ring, uttering the command to restrain. A wall of purple magic erupts between the trio and Rude, surprising everyone. Rude responds instantly, dark power flaring around his arm. The barrier shatters under the clash of energies. Rude quietly states that he blocked the spell for now, bewildering Lapis. Cyndia, awestruck, thinks to himself that it truly is the Black Mage. Lapis and Cyndia stare at Rude with sparkling eyes of disbelief and admiration. Overwhelmed, Lapis breathes out, Sir Black Mage, again in reverence. Elsewhere, a long-haired blonde student curses their predicament. He sits brooding on a rock while another boy waits nervously beside him. The blonde complains about being stuck in such a place. He grumbles that he is even stuck there with this particular companion, while the blue-haired boy mentally begs Rude to come save them. Their injured Professor Hale staggers into view, leaning on a tree. The two boys react in shock at seeing him. Recognizing him, they shout, Professor Hale, and he calls out to them in relief. They hurry toward him, thankful he is safe and eager for an explanation of what happened. Seeing his torn sleeve, they ask if he is hurt. Hale insists he is fine and admits he does not really understand what occurred. In flashback, he recalls inspecting the teleportation circle when a black-robed figure suddenly attacked, everything happening in an instant. After being struck, he lost consciousness and awoke in the red sky forest. The blonde student deduces that the attacker who disrupted their teleport and attacked Hale is the same being they previously saw. Hale concludes that everyone present at the circle was transported here, given that he and the blue-haired student both ended up in this place. Realizing the severity, he urges that they must regroup with the other students quickly because unknown dangers may appear. The blonde asks first where they actually are. Hale hesitates, then begins to name the place. A cutaway to another group shows a girl learning from Lowell's projection that they are in Ashuela, the cursed land, and she repeats the name in disbelief. Lowell confirms it is the infamous cursed and abandoned land. He is reminded that Ashuela should have no demonic beasts, which conflicts with reports of monsters. Lowell agrees and wonders if the monsters they see are linked to the one who sent them here. Suddenly sensing something, Lowell turns sharply, readying himself as the girl hides behind the white-haired man. Lowell calls out to someone named Desi in surprise. He grabs Damien by the collar in agitation. Lowell sternly calls Damien's name, startling him. He orders Damien to protect the girl, revealing she is an imperial princess who must remain unharmed. Before they can act, the ground nearby explodes from an impact. Lowell's eyes sharpen as he prepares to confront the new threat. A colossal blue-scaled monster emerges, and Lowell charges to meet it with ice magic. The massive creature roars through the mist, signaling a new deadly battle in the supposedly monster-free Ishuela. A massive demonic beast rises while a blue warrior shields two people in the air. Someone begins to explain their situation. The hooded black mage says he accepted a confidential mission and came to Ishuela. The pink-haired student is impressed, praising the black mage. The blonde student nervously asks if the black mage remembers him. The students remind the mage they met at an auction, while he internally wonders about them and thinks he does not care where this place is. He asks why students are here and urges them to realize how serious things are. The blonde student explains they ended up here while teleporting for class after receiving a revelation to meet the black mage. He recalls that a shadowy figure appeared, black water flooded the teleportation circle, and they were swept away to this place. The blonde student wonders why such an incident occurred. Confused that they were meant for the tower, he asks where they are, and the mage repeats they are in Ishuela. When told demonic beasts should not exist in Ishuela, the mage admits that is normally true but says he now grasps the situation. The cloaked escort insists that as a mage he cannot ignore this abnormal event. Deciding to act naturally, the black mage offers to help them. The students enthusiastically confirm his offer and crowd around him. Linus steps forward, declaring himself as the one who had earlier called out. Linus formally introduces himself by full name to the black mage. Lapis also introduces himself politely and asks to be called by his nickname. Cynthia shyly gives her name, while the black mage reacts in puzzled silence. The mage introduces himself as Blow from Ophion and internally questions why everyone is suddenly exchanging introductions. The excited students ask if they may address him as Sir Blow, and he agrees. Blow abruptly senses something and the students watch him expectantly. He asks Linus to confirm that the ring he wears is a magic stone, which Linus affirms. Blow explains that although they are truly in Ishuela, demonic beasts now lurk here and the students must stay on high alert. He checks whether the ring's mana is enough, notes they are barely listening, and gets repeated yes answers. The blonde student apologizes on Linus's behalf, saying he usually is not this way. Blow tells Linus to hold out the magic stone. Linus, flustered, places both his hands and ring on Blow's palm. Blow corrects him, saying he only needs the ring. Linus finally removes and hands over the magic stone ring. Blow infuses the ring with dark mana swirling around his hand. He also has Cynthia prepare her staff to receive mana. Cynthia presents her weapon while the others look on as Linus is hauled back again. Blow says he charged the ring as much as possible so it should last for some time. He adds there is a complication. The ground begins to shake violently as something approaches from below. Blow tells the students that for the moment they should retreat. Watching the disturbance, he judges that something significant is emerging. A colossal red demonic beast erupts before them and Blow warns that a big one is coming. The blast of its emergence sends debris and smoke across the area. Elsewhere, a silver-haired man grabs and shields a girl from the shockwave. Holding her, he looks ahead in alarm. He begins to call out to someone in shock. The girl shouts for Professor Lowell as a blue-scaled monster looms from the dust. The beast is suddenly pierced and frozen by powerful ice magic. It thrashes as freezing power continues to engulf it. The blue serpent rears up, roaring, its body encased and pierced by jagged ice. A beam of icy energy slices through the smoke-filled sky. The blue-haired swordsman streaks toward the monster, trailing watery light. Empowered by water-like energy, the swordsman raises his sword for a finishing strike. We see clearly that the attacker is Tess, eyes glowing and aura flowing like water. Tess spins high above and dives, water power swirling, toward the howling beast. Her sword of ice slams down into the monster's head and neck. She hovers again, flaring with light, readying another assault as the beast staggers. Tess focuses calmly, eyes shining, before striking. A massive column of water and light crashes down, obliterating the area around the monster. Lowell and the girl cling to each other, watching the aftermath amid drifting particles. The girl stares wide-eyed at the destruction nearby. They recognize Tess standing amid the settling dust and call out to her. The girl runs to hug Tess, praising her, while Lowell approaches calling for his student. Tess glances sharply towards something, remaining tense despite the victory. A rumble draws their attention as the ground begins to shift again. They notice the monster's body still moving and burrowing back underground. Tess observes that the creature is escaping. She declares she will pursue it. Tess, carrying the girl, orders Lowell to follow her closely as she dashes off. The remaining students shout after Professor Lowell as he runs after Tess. In another rocky area, 3 others stand while one person works magic on the ground. Professor Hale kneels, activating a glowing array, while 2 male students stand guard. One student realizes Hale is using exploration magic. Hale confirms and says he must first locate the scattered students with that spell. His hand flares as the scanning spell completes. Hale sees the magical indicator streak off into the distance. He points in that direction and urges the others to hurry and follow him. The blue-haired boy hesitates, glancing back anxiously. He silently worries, clearly thinking of someone else. Nonetheless, he runs after Hale with the others. Meanwhile, the red beast from earlier lunges again through clouds of debris. Its long body smashes through rock as it tunnels and attacks. Blow stands in the haze facing part of the monster's body. Examining it, Blow assesses that this is an intermediate-level demonic beast and that he must act quickly. The blonde student is stunned by what happens next. The students gape, realizing Blow felled the monster once with a single strike, while he mutters that it hurt. Linus, injured and bleeding, realizes the battle is not truly over. Blow thinks that moving alone would be fastest, yet he is stuck protecting the students. He looks over at them, reconsidering his options. Suddenly he leaps away from them into the dust-filled battlefield. The students stare in awe, whispering about the black mage. The blonde boy cries out to him in alarm. Blow hurls the blonde student upward with magic to move him out of danger. Linus and Cynthia watch in shock as their friend flies. Linus is also flung away by Blow's power. A powerful eruption sends all 4 scattering and the ground exploding beneath them. The blue beast bursts back up, roaring despite the ice covering it. As the blonde student falls near its mouth, he is about to be eaten. Blow moves to intercept, reaching the unconscious boy. He catches and suspends the blonde student just short of the monster's jaws. The beast thrashes amid more explosions of power and debris. Linus and Cynthia crash separately to the ground. Linus recovers and realizes another monster remains, calling urgently for the black mage. He then sees Blow standing alone on a rock platform with the still writhing beast below. The blonde student rushes over to ask if Blow is alright. Blow claims he is fine but then senses something odd. The beast is suddenly frozen far more completely, ice overwhelming its entire body. The fully crystallized monster towers above while Blow and the blonde student stare up at it. A final icy blast finishes freezing or shattering it. Both of them react in stunned silence at the overwhelming display. They look up and see Tess at the center of a sweeping arc of water and ice energy. Tess and Blow recognize one another, locking eyes. Blow realizes that the powerful swordsman is actually Professor Lowell in combat mode. Elsewhere, a group of stranded students nervously wonders aloud what will happen if no one rescues them. The gathered students fret about being abandoned and try to reassure each other. A white-haired girl admits she is scared and wants to go home, noting that everyone is growing more anxious. She worries inwardly about how long they must wait, and what if no one ever comes. Suddenly a trail of light appears in the sky, drawing everyone's attention. The students ask in shock what that light was. Hale and his group appear, calling out to the other professor. Hale asks if everyone is safe, and the students cheer that they are saved and greet Professor Hale. They immediately ask Hale what has happened and where the missing groups are. The blue-haired boy notices something and reacts with surprise. He calls urgently to Lord Artian. Artian silently turns, clearly troubled. The blue-haired boy runs to where Artian has sunk to his knees among rubble. He touches Arshan's shoulder to get his attention. Panicked, he calls Arshan's name and asks if he is alright. Artian remains silent, clearly shaken. The blue-haired boy realizes Rude and Rin are missing and voices this concern. He kneels beside Artian, addressing him as Lord and trying to understand his state. Hale asks Dio what is wrong after seeing their condition. Dio calls to the professor as Hale approaches him and Artian. Hale observes that Artian seems very shaken. He advises Artian that in situations like this he must stay calm and maintain his composure. Artian grips his shoulder tensely and begins to speak. He recalls ominous words that everything being done is supposedly for Arshan's sake, reacting with horror. A close-up shows his eye tightening as he processes this troubling memory. Hale then tells everyone their priority is to reunite with the other scattered students and announces they will move to the next location. Dio, still unsettled, thinks about a loud sound they heard moments earlier. Hale also wonders aloud what that sound was as the group murmurs. At the same time, huge fields of ice spikes flash elsewhere. Those ice pillars erupt in another massive burst near where Blow and the blonde student stand. Tess lands lightly among the ice. She stands below their ledge in a glowing aura, sword still drawn. Blow looks down at her in silence. Tess silently looks back up at Blow. The blonde student awkwardly tries to say something as the frozen battlefield crackles. Tess suddenly swings her sword, launching a powerful slash of water mana toward Blow. Blow cries out in protest as the attack comes at him. The shockwave knocks Blow from the ledge while the blonde student shields himself. As Tess brings her sword down toward him, Blow yells in disbelief. Blow releases black magic from his hand with a sharp exclamation, preparing to counter her strike. Lowell is blasted back by a sudden shockwave, reacting in confusion. The cloaked professor and purple-haired student stare ahead in tense silence. Dust and shards swirl through the devastated area, obscuring the view. The blue-haired swordswoman and the black mage clash weapons amid the chaos. The black mage urges her to calm down and talk instead of fighting. The blue-haired woman focuses on his face, calling out to him. She suddenly grabs his chin, startling him. Studying him closely, she insists she definitely recognizes his face, shocking him. When she tries to remember who he is, she fails and awkwardly asks herself who he could be. Lowell yells at Professor Lowell for attacking the black mage who had been trying to help them. The purple-haired student backs Lowell up, scolding the professor for attacking their savior. The blue-haired woman glares intensely, clearly angered. The black mage, watching her reaction and ice spikes, admits to himself he was startled. He worries internally that she might have recognized his true identity. Another student, carrying a girl, notices the black mage and asks if he is the rumored black mage. That student then asks if the black mage is from Ophion, specifically the infamous black mage of Ophion. The white-haired professor nervously confirms, amazed that the feared black mage is so young. Apologizing for his earlier attitude, the professor says he only acted that way because the black mage is younger than expected. The professor then asks how the black mage happened to be here with them. The black mage explains he came to Ashula on a secret personal mission, met the endangered students, and decided to help them for now. He asks if the professor is fine with him continuing to assist the group. The professor, flustered but relieved, enthusiastically agrees to accept his help. The professor thanks him profusely, saying they had been about to beg him for assistance. As the professor promises future repayment in Helios, a sinister dark portal suddenly appears nearby, alarming them. The black mage shouts a warning for them to be careful. Dark tendrils lash out of the portal toward the professor and the girl he is carrying, making her scream. The black mage intercepts the attack, getting entangled himself while shielding them. The others cry out to Yudi as they see the black mage bound by the portal's shadowy mass. The swirling darkness condenses, revealing something forming inside, drawing everyone's attention. The black mage and blue-haired swordwoman stare warily at the emerging figure. A hooded, glowing-eyed being made of shadows and crystal shards fully manifests from the portal. Seeing the creature, the black mage feigns ignorance and asks what it is. Elsewhere, a fiery magical line snakes through the forest. Another group of students notices the fiery boundary forming around them in shock. They realize the fiery barrier signals the arrival of their professor. Surrounded by frightened students, Professor Hale appears, and they beg him to save them and ask if they are now safe. Among the gathered students, a silver-haired girl watches quietly. She thinks that with the professor present and most students reunited, she can relax a little. Yet she still senses that something is wrong and remains uneasy. The atmosphere grows oppressive as the students collectively feel a wave of anxiety. The silver-haired girl asks nearby students if any of them have seen Rude. A blue-haired boy anxiously wonders aloud where Rude could have gone. She confirms Rude Chrissy was with them earlier and asks why he is now missing. The blue-haired boy explains Rude was swept away separately during the incident, and they lost track of him. He adds that Lord Artian has also been silent and distant since they regrouped. The blue-haired boy observes that something feels off about the professor as well. The silver-haired girl reacts with confusion just as the professor gathers everyone's attention. The professor coolly says enough of the needed people have gathered, implying he will stop searching for the missing. He bluntly declares he will no longer look for any more students. A student protests that many are still missing and begs the professor not to stop. The blue-haired boy shouts that Rude and Rin are also absent, insisting the search cannot end. Other students note that Juliana and Noiden are missing too and argue they should find everyone first. The professor coldly replies that if the missing students have not returned by now, he has no idea where they are. With a chilling smile, he suggests the missing students have probably already died somewhere. The gathered students, especially the blonde teaching assistant, react in stunned horror. They demand to know what the professor means and why he is saying such things. The silver-haired girl mentally recoils, shocked by his words. The professor conjures a blazing spell in his hand, saying the remaining students are still fortunate. His magic erupts, making the ground and the students violently shake. The fiery energy cascades down like a storm of flames and debris. The students flee in panic as fiery lines and falling rocks tear up the ground around them. The magic forms a dome of blazing barriers around the floating plateau, lifting and enclosing the entire area. The professor calmly watches under the red sky as his massive spell stabilizes. He tells the trapped students that with this spell they will at least have a chance to survive. Back near the portal, the hooded entity silently regards the others, its eyes glowing. The professor carrying the girl points at the shadow being, yelling that this black mage is the one who teleported them here. Our black mage acknowledges this information, wondering why that enemy appeared on his own and what he is planning. The ground around their group rumbles violently again, startling everyone. The blue-haired swordwoman and her allies brace themselves as the tremors intensify. The other two faculty members and the purple-haired student also react to the growing vibration. The blonde professor senses the same strange tremor and realizes something massive is happening. The fiery dome's core pulses as its power continues to surge. From a distance, the entire area is seen encased within the blazing barrier atop the towering rock. The rescued group watches the phenomenon. The white-haired professor cries out in confusion about it. The black mage studies it closely, realizing it signals their enemy's intentions. He deduces that the enemy is preparing to do something critical inside the fiery dome. Concluding they must hurry, he decides the hooded being is here specifically to prevent them from reaching that place. He wonders if the creature's sole purpose is to block their advance to the dome. The hooded entity focuses its glowing gaze on them and begins speaking ominously. A giant stone arm bursts from the ground in an explosive impact. Standing atop a massive stone golem, the hooded being declares that they will all die here, and the black mage notes that much is clear. The black mage rejects the idea of dying here, challenging that declaration. Smirking confidently, he says not to joke, convinced that Lidursus is definitely inside the fiery dome. The stone giant roars and lunges toward their group, raising both arms to strike. The blue-haired swordswoman steps forward with her glowing blade at the ready. She faces the oncoming stone hand, sword poised to intercept its blow. Before she can be crushed, the black mage shatters the huge hand with his dark spear from above. The hooded entity watches the failed attack, momentarily taken aback. The broken stone scatters while more destruction spreads across the battlefield. A protective barrier rises around the students as the shockwave hits, shielding them. The blue-haired swordswoman looks ahead in grim determination. The black mage thinks that fighting the summon mana construct is pointless unless he finds its caster. He calls out to the professors, saying he will leave the creature to them and dashes off. The hooded enemy lunges through its shadows to grab him as he tries to escape. The black mage glances back as streams of blue mana swirl around him. The blue-haired swordswoman moves in front of him, unleashing surging water magic to drive the shadow back. She tells him to go, clearly intent on holding the enemy herself. She engages the hooded being directly, crossing her sword against it with a powerful slash. She vows that the enemy will not be allowed to go anywhere. Elsewhere, a powerful ice explosion erupts against the rock cliff. The black mage races toward the fiery dome, leaving the others to fight behind him. He reassures himself that the swordswoman is strong enough, having once fought Seek, so he need not worry about her. He sprints alone through the devastated landscape toward their ultimate destination. Above, the fiery core flares brighter, sending more energy streaming down. The students trapped inside the barrier feel the ground shift under them and cry out in fear. The blonde professor demands to know what the head professor has done. He then accuses the head professor of being the mastermind behind the entire disaster. The head professor calmly admits that the accusation is correct. The students shout in anguish, asking why he would betray them like this. The professor dismisses their outrage, saying everyone has personal reasons, and addresses Dio Bruce by name. Addressing the shaken crowd, he treats their terror as an educational opportunity. He claims this real-life crisis is a more beneficial training experience than any classroom exercise. The blue-haired boy questions calling this a practical situation, while the silver-haired girl silently concludes he is insane. The head professor says that before they begin, he should give them a motivation-boosting warning. As he speaks, fiery restraints lash out and coil around Dio's neck, stunning everyone. Dio writhes in agony as the flaming band tightens and drags him toward the edge. The blonde professor reacts in horror to what is happening to his student. The silver-haired girl screams Dio's name as she realizes he is in mortal danger. Lord Arshan's eyes widen in shock as he comprehends what the professor is doing. Over Dio's screams, the head professor reveals his belief that useless humans have no value or right to live. He declares that, by his standards, Dio Barus is exactly such a useless human. With Dio suspended off the cliff by the fiery collar, the professor asks the horrified students what should be done with him. The blonde professor and the others shout in disbelief, asking what the professor thinks he is doing. Dio chokes and groans as he dangles precariously over the abyss. Cracks spread along the cliff edge, emphasizing how little is keeping him from falling. Dio's terrified eyes widen as he desperately begs to be saved. The blonde professor curses and orders the head professor to stop immediately. The professor simply replies that this answer is incorrect. He utters the command word Hedelion, tightening the spell around Dio. Dio suddenly finds himself weightless, hanging over empty air. The spell then lets him drop, and he plummets down the sheer cliff toward death. The blonde professor reaches out in vain, unable to stop the fall. The silver-haired girl watches in horror, frozen in place. Artian, overwhelmed, quietly mutters that this cannot be happening. He then sprints toward the head professor, screaming Dio's name. Artian unleashes a burst of his own power, trying to intervene. The blonde professor recoils as the fiery barrier between them surges higher. Artian is thrown back by the flames, groaning in pain as he lands. He gasps out an order that no one should move recklessly anymore. The head professor smiles cruelly, saying the real class has not even started yet. Other students lament that Dio is already gone, some clicking their tongues in frustration. The professor remarks that Dio is now out of sight, as if he never mattered. With a twisted benediction, he wishes Dio might become a useful human in the next world. The blonde professor stands stunned, unable to do anything. The head professor turns his back to them and prepares to begin his deadly lesson in earnest. Artian, shaken, listens as the professor ominously hopes they all do their best. The professor proclaims that his goal is to ensure none of them remain useless humans. Elsewhere, another rocky explosion signals the continuing battle near the tower. Lowell, still carrying the girl, observes that the fiery barrier restores itself whenever damaged and decides they must address that first. Shocked by everything happening, the white-haired professor looks back toward the chaos, resolving to act. While Lowell battles the shadow monster, a small figure yells at her to put in more effort. A rock golem looms over the princess, who is being shielded by someone calling out to her. The protector tells the princess to cling to him as he runs through the chaos. Carrying the princess, he rushes toward Hiris, calling out the blonde boy's name. A robed instructor declares an emergency combat situation and orders everyone to prepare. The instructor grips his staff and begins to respond. He steadies himself with the staff, addressing his professor. Hiris sits dazed against the rock while the others move in the dust-filled battlefield. Lapis notices the instructor's staff and incredulously questions why it is just a stick. Lapis, exhausted and annoyed, cries out and is scolded by someone off-panel. Hiris protests that this is no time for jokes as the rocks explode around them. The golem's attack blasts Hiris away amid a huge explosion. The princess's protector screams Hiris' name as debris crashes down. The instructor tightens his grip on the staff, reacting to the danger. He chants a spell with the staff, invoking a defensive magic. A pink energy barrier spreads from him, blocking the falling rocks around him and Lapis. The princess opens her eyes in surprise, seeing the protective magic around them. Lowell continues freezing and slicing through the shadow monster with her ice magic. The rock golem's face cracks under the assault. A bright magical blast sweeps across the scene, scattering rubble. Lapis realizes the rock fragments in the air have suddenly vanished. He notes that all the flying rocks have been reduced to dust. The instructor and Lapis survey the now calm area, while Hiris hangs awkwardly from a tree. The princess's protector and the instructor question the strange mana that just surged. The instructor looks at his staff as ominous black mana begins to seep from it. Hiris recognizes the black mana as the power granted by the black mage. Lapis, confused about the idea of someone giving mana, is asked if he is okay. Hiris explains that the black mage personally charged the mana stone earlier, shocking the others. Hiris mentally praises Blow the black mage's overwhelming mana, thinking it will aid the professors greatly. He resolves to act as a distraction and calls for Line to join in. Line cheerfully waves from behind a rock, acting carefree. From afar, Line shouts encouragement to everyone, telling them to keep fighting. The group reacts in stunned silence to Line's overly casual cheer. Elsewhere, Blow runs urgently through the ominous forest, willing himself to move faster. Sensing something is wrong, he thinks he has a bad feeling as he runs. He spots a sinister figure standing on a tree branch ahead. Blow races toward the cliff where the battle is raging. The shadowy man in a suit stands calmly on the branch, wordless and ominous. Lowell unleashes another powerful icy blow at the shadow monster. Her attack erupts, freezing and shattering the massive stone enemy. The princess's protector shields her as rocks rain down from the destruction. While Lowell yells at Linus to come out, he pretends not to hear, leading the instructor to scold everyone for not taking things seriously. Line solemnly tells the professor he can no longer use his mana and accepts being treated as useless. Hiris yells at Line for insulting him in the middle of such a crisis. The instructor hysterically refuses to expend the special mana stone, vowing to keep it even in death, and is called crazy. The rock golem begins reforming and attacking again, alarming Hiris and Line. Its rocky fists crash against the instructor's glowing magic circle as he maintains the barrier. The princess's protector shouts at everyone to stop joking and treat the situation as truly dangerous. One of the golem's giant hands slams down close by, shocking everyone. Line tackles Hiris out of the way as the falling fist threatens to crush them. They roll and hit the ground while the stone giant's attack smashes where they just were. Hiris, bruised, demands to know if Linus still refuses to use his mana even after almost dying. Line stubbornly insists he will not use it, while Hiris yells that this is suicidal. Hiris, grabbing Line's collar, insists they have to live and demands to know how they can survive. A streak of pink magic suddenly shoots across the sky. Anna appears, chanting a binding spell with her will. Her pink chains wrap around the stone arm, stopping its movement. Anna fully restrains the massive arm while calling out to Terrence for follow-up. Hiris and Line recognize Anna in shock. Straining to hold the spell, Anna weakly calls out to the guys. Anna collapses after binding the arm, and the two boys rush toward her shouting her name. She assures them she is not dead and asks them not to overreact. As they relax, the towering stone golem looms behind Hiris. Hiris nervously jokes that he feels like he is about to die. Lapis shouts for Linus to finally act, and Linus reluctantly agrees it cannot be helped. Linus raises his hand, beginning to invoke his own spell. He faces the descending stone giant alongside Hiris, preparing to cast. Realizing his timing is off, Linus panics that it is already too late. The giant crashes down, smashing the ground in front of them. The instructor and princess's protector cry out Linus's name in fear. The impact sends up dust as the rocky mass begins to crumble. Hiris suddenly ignites in fiery energy, leaving everyone stunned. Flames swirl around his hands as he stares at them in disbelief. Hiris stands wreathed in fire, speechless at his own transformation. Linus exclaims that Lapis is amazing and asks how he did it, watching Hiris burn with power. Hiris puzzles over the strange feeling and suspects something specific is causing it. He reveals a heart-shaped mark on his chest and realizes that this charm is the source of the power. Linus watches Hiris walk away, confused by what he is doing. Hiris clutches his coat with determination as something stirs inside. Linus kneels by Anna, asking if she is okay as she groans in pain. Anna bolts upright, urgently asking where Chebel is. Above the cliff, a massive fiery spell dome erupts, showing Chebel's catastrophic magic. Chebel clenches his necklace and angrily demands to know why the mastermind is doing all this. Confronting the villain, Chebel shouts to know what he wants from them. The sinister professor smirks and taunts Chebel, telling him to guess his true objective. Chebel formally addresses him as Mr. Hedelion. Chebel declares that, whatever the plan, he will not allow Hedelion to succeed. Hedelion reacts with interest, saying that stance is exactly what he wanted. He thanks Mr. Hedelion mockingly as Chebel's magic stone flares out of control. Chebel realizes in horror that the magic stone around his neck is reacting unexpectedly. He feels the stone's power spiraling beyond his control. Hedelion smiles coldly, pleased that Chebel is losing control. He tells Chebel he will simply borrow his power for his own purposes. Chebel gasps in shock at this declaration. A colossal blue aura erupts around Lowell on the cliff opposite Hedelion. Chebel, bathed in blue light, turns as the overwhelming power surges behind him. He stares in awe and fear at the force now manifesting. Nearby students watch, and Lowell realizes in horror that this catastrophe is his fault. He blames himself completely for what is happening. The memory shows Lowell once standing in front of terrified classmates. Another memory shows Hedelion orchestrating events, while Lowell watches helplessly. Lowell's inner voice says everything is his responsibility. That same inner voice admits that all of this has been done for someone else's sake. Alone in the void, Lowell concludes that everything happening now is because of him. The bloody sky hangs over the forest as the crisis continues. A red-eyed wolf monster prowls through the smoky battlefield. A green-haired girl hides behind rocks, watching the beast with terror. She realizes she has been dragged into a terrifying situation. Worried, she wonders if everyone else is safe. Her companion urges her to stay quiet as the danger lurks nearby. Gripping her staff, the girl steels herself despite her fear. The red wolf turns toward the girls, preparing to pounce. Panicking, the green-haired girl thinks she must run but calls out to her unconscious friend Camelai. The wolf snarls ferociously, baring its teeth. The girl tightens her hold on the staff, ready to act. She hesitates, then begins to resolve herself. She decides she must fight the monster to protect them. Overhead, a blue-flamed dragon flies toward the area. A sudden rush of wind signals something approaching the wolf and the girls. The beast lunges at the green-haired girl, who can only react in shock. Her eyes widen as something unexpected happens above. The blue dragon dives down, its body ablaze with magical flames. The dragon's eye focuses sharply as it targets the scene. The girl looks up in astonishment at the dragon's arrival. A streak of blue energy flashes across the battlefield. The dragon soars away after its intervention. Left shaking beside the rocks, the girl hugs her knees, processing what happened. She wonders aloud what that creature was that just flew past and saved them. Blow reaches the base of the shattered cliff and silently surveys the devastation above. Looking up, he calculates whether he can scale the high cliff in a single leap. He thinks he does not know what the enemy is planning up there. A memory shows his classmates peacefully studying in class. Lowell appears in the memory, calm and composed. Another memory recalls the whole group of friends together at the academy. Blow vows that if anything happens to them, he will never forgive the perpetrators. He swears he will not let the enemies get away with it and starts running. Blow intercepts a purple-suited enemy midair, demanding to know where he is going. Blow faces the man with blazing blue eyes. The upside-down opponent, with mismatched eyes, reacts in confusion. Meanwhile, the stone giant's hand swings again as the students scream. The princess's protector calls everyone to gather so he can cast a large defensive barrier despite the mana cost. Another student assures the professor they are safe behind Lapis, though Lapis protests. Lowell realizes she cannot unleash her full powers because she is too worried about the students, so Lapis decides to create a safe zone barrier for her. Lowell senses something surprising and turns as light flares. A dazzling golden portal opens before them, shocking everyone. Lowell continues dueling the shadow monster with freezing sword strikes. Here he sees the radiant formation and realizes a powerful magic circle has appeared. A glowing figure steps through the portal onto the ground. The newcomer remarks that the very air here feels wrong. Revealed as a golden-eyed man covering his mouth with a handkerchief, he finishes by saying the air of this place is still disgusting. The hooded mages arrive, doubting something they were told. One mage observes that their protective barrier appears damaged and needs fixing. The white-haired student recognizes Marquis Hedelion and is shocked that tower mages are here. A professor rushes up to the hooded Marquis Hedelion, calling out to him urgently. Professor Ken asks what happened and anxiously checks whether all the students are safe. The scene shakes violently as something begins to stir in the rubble. A gigantic rocky monster with glowing blue eyes rises from the debris. The monster crashes forward, sending rock and dust flying. Professor Lowell dashes in with water magic to shield the others as they call his name. Marquis Hedelion questions what the monster is, and the mage beside him explains it is a mana-infused rock construct. The Marquis rejects that answer, saying that is not what he is asking about. He indicates the ominous cloaked shadow figure with blue crystals forming on its body. The tower mage tells everyone to retreat for now. Walking alone into the smoke, Marquis Hedelion laments Helios Academy's decline and their failure to handle this threat. Remembering Teshiana, he suddenly calls out her name in concern. He declares that those responsible for letting Princess Yusherburn be endangered will be held fully accountable. The students watch nervously while one insists the situation is not Tessa's fault, making Teshiana sulk. A mage politely warns the Marquis to watch his back. He turns puzzled, as something massive looms over him from behind. Realizing what it is, he reacts calmly. He activates golden magic circles, assuring everyone he is safe because he effectively has eyes in the back of his head. The nearby students gape in awe at this display. Marquis Hedelion then urgently asks where his son and the other students currently are. The shadowy attacker demands to know the student's location as well. Cut to the past. Chebel's long-haired younger self stands before towering pillars of mana. Other students sense the overwhelming mana and wonder what has happened. A silver-haired girl realizes something and prepares for what comes next. Their stern professor announces he will now reveal the day's lesson. He explains that the objective of today's lesson is about to be given. He names Chebel von Hedelion as the central participant, channeling power into his hand. Chebel's mana erupts into two fierce magical beasts taking shape. The professor declares that the goal of the lesson is to fight and defeat Chebel. The observing girl is stunned by this announcement. The professor says they will be given weapons and otherwise may use any skills they wish. He adds a grim condition to these rules. He states that anyone who fails today's lesson will lose their life. He warns that if they want to survive, they must fight with everything they have. Time shifts and Chebel, older, looks off pensively. His gaze hardens in close-up. A bright sky appears as someone calls for their brother. Ivril calls out repeatedly to her brother. Young Chebel snaps out of his thoughts when Ivril shouts his name. She scolds him for spacing out and demands to know what he is thinking about. Their carriage approaches a grand ducal estate and someone announces their imminent arrival. Chebel notes they are at the Artian ducal estate and looks forward to finally meeting the person Ivril mentioned. Ivril corrects his mispronunciation of Lidersus's name and calls him a dummy. Turning away, she announces what she intends to do there. She cheerfully declares she is determined to become friends with Lidersus. The scene shows the imposing exterior of the Artian mansion. At the entrance, the arriving Hedelian family is formally welcomed. Chebel greets young Artian, saying he enjoyed their previous meeting, and Artian says it is good to see him again. Chebel politely agrees. Chebel starts to introduce Ivril as his sister. Ivril excitedly calls out for Lidersus, who is hiding behind a pillar. The shy silver-haired boy peeks out in alarm. Chebel yells for Ivril to stop running as she chases after the fleeing boy. Chebel apologizes to Artian, saying Ivril can be overly energetic. Artian says he actually finds her liveliness pleasant. A little later, Ivril and Lidersus happily study together in the garden. Watching them from afar, young Chebel wonders why Lidersus looks so happy. Lidersus glances toward him curiously. Chebel notes that Lidersus is an Artian but different from his brother, though he still dislikes both of them. Ivril notices her brother's presence with a questioning look. She asks when Chebel arrived, and he says he has been there for a while. Lidersus reacts nervously to Chebel's presence. Chebel silently wonders about Lidersus's expression, then tells Ivril it might be time to head back. Ivril protests, asking why he is talking about leaving before he even greets Lidersus properly. Chebel mutters about saying hello. He suddenly forces an over-the-top greeting, startling both Ivril and Lidersus. The two kids are horrified by his intense way of saying hello. Ivril furious-eyed chases her brother, kicking him for doing it wrong. Lidersus bolts away in fright, with Ivril calling after him. Ivril is left teary-eyed while Chebel wonders what he did wrong. Ivril cries that it is all Chebel's fault. Chebel stomps in frustration, cursing under his breath. He searches the grounds, wondering where Lidersus ran off to. Remembering Ivril's demand that he find Lidersus before they go home, he feels pressured. Artian calls out to Hedelian as he wanders the estate. Artian asks if something happened since Chebel had said he was leaving earlier. Chebel hesitates and says it is just about Arshan's sibling. Artian prompts him to explain what he means about his sibling. Chebel says Ivril wants to say goodbye but he cannot find Lidersus anywhere and asks if Artian knows where he is. Arshan's elder brother appears and clarifies which sibling Chebel is talking about. Chebel confirms he means Lidersus. Artian says Lidersus likes being alone and constantly hides, so he does not know where he is. Chebel is surprised, thinking it is not like they are playing hide and seek. Later, the two Artian brothers approach Chebel again. Artian says he wants to give Chebel a piece of advice. He warns Chebel not to get too close to Lise. He adds that Lise is not really his sibling at all. Chebel registers this unsettling remark. Artian bluntly states that Lise is a monster. Chebel looks shocked. Lise, in the background, quietly walks with his older brother. The two Artian brothers leave Chebel standing there, troubled. Chebel wonders to himself what Artian meant. Time transitions with a view of the estate tower at dusk. Chebel reflects, incredulous that Artian could call his only sibling a monster. He runs through the grounds thinking about that statement. He questions how anyone could call their own sibling a monster. Chebel, still upset, thinks further on this as he moves through the garden. He spots a small figure huddled on the grass and wonders how Artian can say such things while Lise looks so miserable. Alarmed, he rushes over yelling, fearful Lise might have harmed himself. He finds Lise simply asleep and is confused. Chebel sits beside him and wonders why the Archduke's second son is left sleeping here unnoticed. He concludes that Lise's withdrawn personality must be the result of Arshan's treatment. Chebel thinks about how younger siblings are smaller and weaker and should be cherished. He decides that someone like Lise is a precious family member who needs to be protected and cared for. Lise wakes up and looks over at him curiously. Chebel remarks that Lise is awake. Startled, Lise jumps up and tries to run away, but Chebel shouts for him to wait. Chasing him, Chebel complains that running off when someone greets you is a terrible habit. Lise pauses, making Chebel note that he has stopped fleeing. Lise turns back, edging toward him. He shyly greets Chebel with a stiff, formal hello. Then, overwhelmed, Lise bolts off again while Chebel sits there speechless. Lise hesitates mid-run, thinking. He slowly turns back, still unsure. Chebel suddenly leaps at him with a shout, startling him again. Ivril and a servant arrive, and Ivril yells at Chebel for roughhousing when he had already caused so much trouble. The scuffle ends with all three kids tumbling together in a heap. Chebel grins widely, genuinely happy to be close to Lise. In the present, the adult Marquis Hedelian exclaims in disbelief that his children are going to the Artian estate again. Ivril eagerly confirms they are, prompting her father to sarcastically suggest they live there instead. Ivril excitedly asks if she really can, but Chebel instantly shouts no. Their father complains about being overshadowed by Duke Artian and feeling misunderstood before Chebel abruptly departs. Left behind, the Marquis can only fall silent as an aide calls to him. A montage shows Ivril, Lise, and Chebel spending time together over the years. The three children stand together in the garden as leaves swirl around them. Chebel recalls how often he had thought that way while watching the two younger ones. Arriving again at the estate, Ivril calls happily for Lidersus while Chebel notes that Artian no longer comes out to greet him. Chebel admits he comes here frequently but not for Artian, only for Lise and Ivril. A memory flashes of the three of them together amid sparkling lights. Lise nervously begins to speak. He musters his courage and gives Chebel a clear, earnest greeting. Chebel answers with a simple affirmative. Narration reveals Chebel's secret wish that Lise, too, were his younger brother. Later, in the library, someone calls out to Hedelian as he reads. Artian appears, noting that Chebel is here. Artian immediately asks where Ivril is. Chebel casually replies that she is probably with Lidersus. Artian reproaches him for ignoring his earlier warning. Chebel turns and addresses Artian directly. He challenges Artian, asking why he speaks of his siblings so harshly. Chebel says he does not care about Arshan's nonsense, but from his perspective things look very different. Artian insists it would be better if Chebel stayed away from Lise. Chebel is left speechless as Arshan's ominous words hang in the air. Back in the present battlefield, Chebel remembers that events really had unfolded exactly that way. His eyes blaze with determination as past and present blur together. Over an image of Lise shrouded in dark mana, the narration concludes that everything stems from those memories and feelings. A girl's body lies lifeless as the narration declares that she was destroyed. Onlookers discuss how a demonic beast attack inside the Artian estate, supposedly driven by someone's grudge, is horrifying. Rumors spread that the innocent Hedelian daughter died in the incident, while the Artian family's second son who was with her survived unharmed. A blonde boy blames himself, thinking an unnamed person was right and that he should never have allowed the two to be together. At her coffin, he bitterly regrets ever letting them grow close and directs all his rage and blame toward the boy who survived. An older blonde places a hand on the grieving boy's head and softly calls his name, Chebel. The older brother comforts him, insisting that the other child is not at fault and asking Chebel to acknowledge this. Chebel silently cries, torn between guilt and grief. Remembering his smiling sister, he reflects that he has lost the person most precious to him. Image of the girl alive and beaming happily, emphasizing what was taken from him. Young Chebel, eyes full of tears, wonders whom he should direct his resentment toward. The scene shifts to Helios Academy, focusing on an ornate door that signifies a new setting. Years later at Helios, a pink-haired student calls out to Chebel, now older with long blonde hair. Chebel hears that a certain person, the boy from that tragedy, has arrived at Helios. Chebel orders that the library be cleared and the students gathered so he can personally welcome the newcomer with a special event. Chebel waits in a corridor as the newly arrived gray-haired student approaches. The newcomer, nervous, looks at Chebel with unease. Chebel regards him coldly, masking his inner turmoil. The two face each other in tense silence. The gray-haired boy hesitantly starts to speak, trying to broach a difficult subject. Chebel remarks that the boy's brother once said something similar. He recounts that the brother had insisted Chebel was not truly family but a monster. A hazy memory shows a lonely boy surrounded by darkness, hinting at Chebel's painful past. Chebel, back-turned, begins to admit his own view of himself. He shocks the boy by agreeing with that harsh assessment, accepting himself as a monster. Chebel walks away, leaving the boy standing alone in the vast corridor. Chebel then appears on the training cliff, composed but radiating power. The gray-haired boy watches him, worried as Chebel prepares for a demonstration. Chebel summons enormous spectral wolves under a blood-red sky, to the astonishment of the students. Professor Hale activates a huge red magic formation overhead, turning the gathering into a lethal exercise. Hale tells the students they may use any weapons or mana orbs and gives them a brief time to prepare. Chebel, mounted by the glowing wolves, urges everyone to ready themselves. The students panic, doubting they can possibly fight such a creature and wanting to flee. Someone asks where they could even run, pointing out that the only escape is off the cliff. The white-haired heroine calmly states there is no escape. She picks up a mana orb, saying that only one course of action remains. Clutching the orb to her chest, she declares there is just one thing they can do. A classmate, horrified, realizes she intends for them to fight. She answers that she does not want to die here. Thinking of someone she has yet to meet, she vows internally that she cannot die in a place like this. She identifies Chebel von Hedelian as an illusion mage whose summoned beast is likely made of illusions. She notes that today Chebel seems like a puppet without his own will and wonders what Hale has done to him. Hale complains that the students wasted the preparation time talking. Deciding not to wait any longer, Hale calls to Mr. Hedelian to begin. Chebel, eyes vacant, stands surrounded by power as he prepares to obey. The spectral wolves answer with feral roars. Chebel sends the massive illusory beasts lunging toward the gathered students. The students scream and try to dodge the oncoming attack. The heroine mentally curses them for trying to run when she already warned that escape is impossible. Determined, she grips her mana orb and resolves to face the threat even alone. She looks up, bracing herself for what is coming. At the last second, a male classmate tackles her out of the wolf's path, shielding her with his body. Elsewhere on the grounds, another battle rages as a dark-cloaked boy clashes violently with a red-haired man in a purple suit. The red-haired man comments sardonically on being attacked without warning. The dark-haired fighter coldly says the professor's actions have gone too far. The red-haired man muses, realizing the boy intends to climb up to the cliff. Internally shocked, he wonders how the boy appeared without his sensing it. The boy asks what the man is and whether he is allied with the mastermind of the cliff incident, which the man denies while calling that mastermind a traitor. The boy fixates on the word traitor and listens as the man talks. The red-haired man implies that if the boy wants to save the humans above, it will not be easy. He says he must learn exactly what his traitorous associate is doing with those humans. Smirking, he adds that from the look of things that traitor probably intends to kill all of them. He toys with the mystery of why his ally wants such slaughter. He declares that killing insignificant humans usually accomplishes nothing anyway. His eyes flare with predatory amusement as he contemplates the unfolding carnage. The dark-haired boy unleashes a powerful ground-shattering strike. Dust and debris billow, obscuring the battlefield. From the settling dust, the red-haired man casually speaks again. The boy warns him to answer honestly if he does not want to be crushed by the real enemy calling him a bug. The boy reasons that calling Hale a traitor means this man once worked with him and demands to know everything he knows. The red-haired man agrees to tell him everything. Meanwhile, the wolves keep rampaging, their roars filling the air. On the cliff, the heroine grabs her rescuer and shouts in alarm. They tumble together as the wolves' impact explodes where they just stood. Still clutching her orb, she calls out Doreen's name to invoke its power. She then shouts the name of the spell Marinoas and binds the attacking wolves in a restraining lattice of light. After the beasts are held, she angrily grabs her classmate and yells at him. She berates him for recklessly jumping in without a plan, asking if he has a death wish. Overcome, she continues scolding him for his suicidal impulse. He lies on the ground, thinking that if he dies perhaps everything might end. She rejects that idea, insisting his death would change nothing, just like someone named Dios. She pauses, her anger masking deep fear. She calls his idea of sacrificing himself a pointless death and turns away. He silently absorbs her words, shaken. The restrained wolves struggle against her binding. Hale praises the high-level restraint magic coming from an Eden student and acknowledges it works. The heroine deduces that because the restraining spell holds, Chebel's summoned beast must possess a physical body and thus exceeds simple illusion magic. Hale, however, points out that the restraint's short duration is a weakness. The wolves begin to loosen from the bindings, worrying the students. The heroine realizes her magic has limits and considers alternative strategies, such as attacking the caster directly. Standing with another student, she steels herself for whatever comes next. That classmate reluctantly agrees she was right that, with no retreat, they must fight. She stares ahead, fear mixed with determination. She and her friend proclaim that they came to Helios to become mages and cannot back down. They rally the others, asking if they did not come for the same reason. The heroine quietly affirms that she feels the same resolve. She tells the students that real mages will face dangers worse than this and questions whether they will always run away. Her words strike the gray-haired boy, who wonders if he will keep fleeing forever. The students decide they cannot just run and begin readying weapons and spells. The spectral wolves snarl again, preparing for another charge. Hale, dissatisfied, remarks that events are not unfolding as he envisioned. He also notes that Chebel's display of power is weaker than he had hoped, even with outside influence. Hale speculates that perhaps some lingering part of Chebel still does not want to harm the children. Disappointed, Hale addresses Mr. Hedelion once more, indicating he will escalate matters. A more sinister voice urges Hale that there is no time and pushes him to hurry. Hale agrees with that inner prompting. He decides there is no helping it and prepares to change tactics, letting the wolves fade. He announces that their fun time together is over and that he will end this so-called prank. The heroine observes that Hale has withdrawn the illusionary beast and wonders what he plans next. Hale ominously promises the students an unforgettable, very precious experience. He reveals his true name as Venus, invoking a dangerous power. Venus triggers an ability called Awakening. A blazing vortex of flame forms above Chebel, shocking the watching students. The flames surge outward, engulfing the scene. The heroine, bathed in crimson light, can hardly believe what she is seeing. She sees the flames wrapping around Chebel and fears the horrifying possibility. Venus revels in the intoxicating sensation of his transformation. He asks if everyone is watching as he exults in his newfound power. He declares that he has surpassed the normal limits of a human. The heroine counters in her thoughts that this is not a human transcendence. She recognizes him as a full demonic beast and is told to watch his magnificent form. From above, a colossal fiery construct spreads over the cliff, trapping everyone beneath it as Venus prepares the next stage. Venus muses about what method of killing them would be most entertaining, even suggesting throwing them off the cliff one by one. He continues, debating whether to break their limbs and let them die slowly in agony. He decides he wants a method that is quick yet not boring, a way to kill them all at once. The heroine trembles yet steps forward despite her fear, while others cower behind her. She thinks to herself how horrifying the situation is. Staring at Venus's monstrous form, she feels as if trapped in a nightmare. Venus, eyeing the crowd, wonders aloud if he should eliminate the most useless person first. He says he had planned to use that person but now thinks it is a shame, referring to Chebel. Chebel's blank eyes open slightly as a new resolve stirs. Under Venus's command of farewell, the ground beneath Chebel collapses and he begins to fall from the cliff. The students cry out in shock as they witness this. Flames streak toward them again, intensifying the chaos. Venus smiles cruelly as he watches events unfold according to his design. Chebel's unconscious body plummets through the fiery air toward the depths below. A close view shows him limp and helpless as he falls. Something fast hurtles downward after him. The heroine and Venus lock eyes, both realizing what this new movement means. Chebel's face comes into focus, bloodied and still. A hand suddenly grabs his arm, arresting his fall. The rescuer strains with effort, determined not to let go. We see that the dark-haired boy has leapt over the edge and is hanging from the cliff while holding Chebel, saving him from certain death. Dust and smoke rise from below, obscuring what else is happening. Back on the lower battlefield, the red-haired man in purple stands laughing at the destruction he has caused. He admits he is somewhat surprised by what has just happened. His eye narrows, intrigued by this unexpected turn. In the swirling shadows, the dark-haired boy stands with his spear, shrouded in ominous power. His blue eyes burn coldly as he faces forward. He says in a low voice that the enemy should consider himself fortunate to be dealing with him. The orange-haired demon smiles maliciously, finding the situation entertaining. Sitting amid the destruction, he remarks that he really enjoys the human world. Seeing the floating rock fortress protected by a blazing barrier, he muses that it will be hard for his enemy to obtain what he wants. The gathered students stare up in shock and fear at the ominous sky. Among them, the white-haired girl with pink eyes looks up anxiously. A silver-haired boy leans over the cliff edge, sweating and straining. He is desperately holding on to a blonde student who dangles over the abyss. The demon, called Mr. Artian, stands wreathed in flames in his monstrous form. The demon is surprised that this particular boy chose to save Mr. Hedelion. The blonde Hedelion, hanging, looks up tensely at the one holding him. The demon taunts the boy, reminding him how Hedelion bullied and isolated him and saying everyone knows it. The boy's grip tightens firmly on Hedelion's arm. He resolves inwardly that he absolutely cannot let go. Haunted by a past loss, he thinks he cannot lose another person again. A memory begins with an elegant meal laid out on a table. The scene shifts to a grand dining hall where two children eat at opposite ends. Young Lee sits silently at the table, uneasy. His dark-haired friend asks why he is not eating properly. The friend wonders if Lise dislikes eating with him. Lise avoids answering, still shy and withdrawn. The friend changes the subject, saying a beautiful flower has bloomed behind the hyacinth garden. Lise is intrigued by the mention of the flower. The friend suggests Ivra would love to see that flower if Lise showed it to her. Lise silently considers this, eyes wide. Smiling, the friend urges him again to show Ivra the very pretty flower. The memory shows the bed of white flowers in bloom. Lise and Ivra happily walk hand in hand toward the garden. Ivra reaches out to touch the flowers. Suddenly, a calamity of falling debris and dark energy engulfs the garden around the two children. Ivra looks up in horror as the disaster strikes. Lise is hurled away, falling as the ground collapses. A gigantic demonic monster looms, clutching Ivril in its hand. Young Lee stares up in terror and shock. He sees Ivril limp in the monster's grasp. Back in the present, Hedelian's hand slips as if to release the boy's arm. The boy strains and cries out while still holding Hedelian over the cliff. He begs desperately for Hedelian to hold on. A blue crystal pendant on Hedelian shatters and glows. Hedelian's eyes widen as the magic circle on his arm reacts. He senses something odd as the emblem on his arm lights up. The magic activates, pulling Hedelian closer to the ledge. The boy is stunned by the sudden change. Hedelian angrily curses the absurd predicament he is in. His legs start to gain support as the magic effect manifests. The boy shouts at him not to let go again. Hedelian, now more stable yet still hanging, pleads frantically for the boy not to release him. The boy pants with exhaustion, torn but unwilling to abandon him. Nearby the ground cracks under the demon's power while he murmurs in interest. The demon says the boy's actions have inspired an entertaining idea. Addressing Mr. Artian, he prepares to force him into a cruel game. The demon offers him a special choice involving the hand holding Mr. Hedelian. He declares that if the boy lets that hand go, all the other students will survive. But if the boy keeps holding on and saves Hedelian, the demon says then. The demon shows that in that case the floating rock will crush the remaining students and kill them all. He concludes that the decision to save the group, or to save Mr. Hedelian alone, lies entirely with the boy. Grinning, the demon orders him to make his choice. The boy trembles, tears forming as he faces the impossible dilemma. Looking at Hedelian dangling below him, he hesitates over this so-called choice. The other students panic under the raining fire above. The boy thinks he cannot bring himself to let Hedelian fall. Hedelian curses the situation, calling it pathetic to watch. The boy snarls back that the demon thinks this outcome is satisfying. Hedelian admits he bullied the boy and called him a monster, assuming this fate is his just deserts. Their grip shifts as Hedelian reacts in surprise. He then yells at the boy, demanding to know why he hesitates and telling him to just drop him. He insists he does not want help from someone like the boy. His anger falters into shock at the boy's response. The boy quietly rejects the option and refuses to obey. Out loud he shouts no, determined not to let Hedelian die. In another memory, Ivril complains that her brother often says things he does not mean and makes others hate him. Young Lise is surprised she claims to hate her own brother. She pauses, thinking about what she truly feels. She then admits internally there is more to how she feels. Whispering to Lise, Ivril confesses that she actually likes her brother best and asks him to keep it secret. She wishes that the two people she likes most, Lise and her brother, would become friends. Their meeting is interrupted when her brother calls for Ivril. Lise answers curtly as the older boy asks what they are doing there. Ivril's brother calmly tells her they should return to the house. Lise remembers admiring those bright, warm, sun-like siblings. He recalls smiling at the thought of such radiant people. Back in the present, Hedelian is stunned that the boy would risk everything for him and asks if he expects gratitude. Hedelian claims he would rather die than survive thanks to the boy's help. The boy cries that he does not want to let him die. Hedelian stares up in disbelief at this heartfelt outburst. The boy tells him to grip tightly and begs him again to hold on. The students below cower, still awaiting their fate. The demon watches, flames circling his body. He concludes that the boy has chosen Hedelian over everyone else. Mocking the logic of killing many to save one, he says he will grant the boy one more chance. He urges the boy to think carefully, pointing out that sacrificing one would save the rest. He reiterates his promise that if the boy releases Hedelian now, the other students will be spared. The white-haired girl wonders if the demon truly intends to let everyone live. She rejects that idea as absurd and untrustworthy. Hedelian, still dangling, tells the boy he is not a monster. The boy bluntly calls Hedelian an idiot instead. Hedelian agrees the boy has always seemed foolish and remarks on it even now. He emphasizes that none of this, past or present, is actually the boy's fault. Remembering the earlier tragedy, Hedelian repeats that even back then it was not his fault. Hearing this, the boy breaks down crying, accepting that he was never to blame. Hedelian complains that the boy is gripping so hard he cannot feel his arm and tells him to loosen up a bit. The boy, still sobbing, refuses and repeats no. Their hands remain firmly clasped despite everything. Hedelian quietly apologizes for how he treated the boy. The boy calls his name as their hands momentarily slip apart. Hedelian falls from the ledge toward the depths below. The demon laughs maniacally, delighted that Hedelian has fallen. He tells Mr. Artian not to grieve too much. The demon reveals that regardless of the choice, he planned to kill everyone anyway. He shouts that his intention from the start was the massacre of them all. The enormous rock mass begins to crash down toward the screaming students. The white-haired girl stands still as others flee, bracing herself. She looks up in despair, wondering if this is truly the end. Above, the boy weeps helplessly as the sky burns. Smoke and debris engulf the scene. In a bright recollection, someone calls out the name Lidursus. In that memory, Rude tells Lidursus to ask for help anytime, and he will assist with anything. Back in reality, Rude steadies himself, repeating that name. The demon watches him warily amid swirling flames. He senses something as Rude gathers his power. Rude walks forward through the dark aura, internally pleading for help. He stands under the crimson sky, shoulders hunched with determination. A black-cloaked figure, Rude, drags the unconscious Hedelian to safety while standing near the exhausted boy. The boy looks over, realizing someone has intervened. Hedelian is flung to solid ground, startling the boy. The demon reacts in shock to this unexpected rescue. A boot slams into the ground before him, prompting his alarm. Rude's dark power surges as he launches himself toward the falling rocks. He focuses with glowing blue eyes while channeling the black energy. That energy splits the descending rock mass apart in a sweeping arc. The shattered debris explodes harmlessly away from the students. Dust and fragments rain down as the crowd below remains alive. The white-haired girl looks up in stunned relief at the miracle. Rude lands, the air around his feet still swirling with dissipating power. He thinks to himself that, fortunately, he arrived in time. Facing the shaken students, he stands as their unexpected savior. He quietly gathers himself, still surrounded by onlookers. His bright blue eyes survey the battlefield with calm focus. Noticing that Lidursus and the boy survived, he turns his attention to the monstrous demon. Pulling back his hood slightly, he prepares to act further. The students anxiously ask one another who this mysterious figure is. The hooded Rude asks if everyone is safe. The students continue to whisper, trying to identify him. The white-haired girl silently watches him, speechless. She studies his profile, captivated and confused. Enraged, the demon curses Rude for interfering with his game. Rude considers whether this creature is the source of the mana disturbance, and decides it is not just a simple demonic beast. The demon howls that Rude has dared to interrupt him and charges up another attack. He unleashes a massive blast of fiery energy, vowing to kill Rude. As the attack erupts, the demon's expression shifts to shock as something unexpected counters his strike. The black-clad youth stands amid raging energies, realizing something about the power before him. He identifies the overwhelming pressure as a mage's aura. The fiery winged man curses him, demanding to know if he came from the tower and mocking his reckless solo charge. Enraged, the transformed professor calls him a foolish intruder. He vows to make the youth regret interfering as flames and debris erupt. The black mage braces himself with his dark weapon against the incoming inferno. Feeling the mana, he thinks it is strangely familiar. A memory surfaces of 3 shadowy adults walking toward him. Seeing the winged demon clearly, the youth recognizes him as Professor Hale. Hale smirks, acknowledging the boy's skill after seeing his reaction. However, fiery chains coil around the youth's leg. Flames completely bind his body, startling him. Hale taunts that no matter how skilled the youth is, he adds that with all those burdens behind him, the youth cannot fight seriously. Hale points out that the boy has been deliberately taking hits he could have dodged. He concludes the boy is afraid dodging would let the attacks hit the students. Hale notes the children would be injured if the boy moved aside. He presses, asking if that is not exactly what the boy is thinking. The black mage calmly answers that this is not the case. The 2 opponents face each other across a blasted field of falling fire. Hale, irritated, forces out a grudging acceptance. He begins building a huge flaming spell, saying he is not sure how long. He wonders how long the boy can stay composed under such power. Smiling maniacally, Hale says he is running out of time anyway. He decides to erase everyone at once with a gigantic sphere of flame. The black mage watches the oncoming blaze with an unreadable expression. The students panic, warning that the swelling magic is too dangerous. The boy turns toward the roaring firestorm, surprised. He hesitates as the flames close in, starting to speak. The students stare in shock, unable to respond. The white-haired girl collects herself and calls out to calm the others. Surrounded by flame, the black mage tells everyone not to worry and to trust him. The girl silently reacts, eyes widening. Hale's ultimate firestorm explodes toward them. The students brace against the blast, screaming. They lower their arms, confused to find themselves still alive. The girl peers around, puzzled. The black mage politely interrupts, saying Hale is mistaken about something. Through the girl's perspective, he explains he did not dodge for the reason Hale assumed. He says it was not some noble motive. He finishes that he simply never felt the need to avoid those attacks. Hale, stunned, asks if he understands what the boy is implying. The boy casually asks if Hale grasps what he is saying. Dark mana surges as the black mage dispels Hale's massive spell overhead. Hale realizes in horror the youth is far from ordinary. Observing the dark mana and black clothes, Hale concludes the boy is not from the tower and suspects his true identity. He recalls rumors and admits he has heard of such a person. Hale remembers the famed young mage who fought Gates alone, likely from Ophion. He identifies the youth as the legendary Black Mage. The surrounding students gasp in disbelief. One priestly student stares, muttering in shock. Students cry out, confirming they heard Hale call the stranger the Black Mage. The Black Mage shrugs off the title, asking if that matters right now. Hale laughs harshly, insisting the identity is very important. He admits he does not know why a mage from Ophion is here. Hale thinks that if the youth is truly the Black Mage, the Black Mage stands calmly as Hale's flames swirl menacingly around. Hale decides that killing the famous mage would prove his own power. Meanwhile, the students nervously discuss what Hale just said about a Black Mage. The white-haired girl confirms he really meant that legendary figure. Some students, trembling, convince themselves they are saved because the Black Mage will protect them. One girl thinks in awe that the Black Mage stands right in front of her. Another student reacts, confused by her classmates, murmuring. The crowd sees a massive column of fire surging toward them again, screaming. They cough and cry out as residual flames and smoke sweep over them. The Black Mage calmly gathers his power, readying a counter. Hale watches the boy's resistance, finding it astonishing. The Black Mage senses that Hale's aura itself has changed, not just his appearance. Hale revels in the mana boiling through him, overjoyed at power that answers his will. He compresses the fiery mana into another blindingly bright magic circle. Hale exults in the ecstasy of unleashing such destructive power. Through the storm of energy, the silhouette of the Black Mage remains standing. As the dust clears, the Black Mage is revealed unharmed before Hale. Hale notices the boy's serious expression and mocks his apparent loss of confidence. Hale jeers that the boy's face has stiffened and his earlier arrogance has vanished. The Black Mage thinks that while Hale is focused on him, if he suddenly targets the students it will be hard to defend all of them. He worries protecting the children perfectly might be difficult. Hale laughs, asking if the Black Mage has finally realized his place. The Black Mage grips his staff, remarking that Hale talks far too much. He decides to end the fight quickly and demands answers about the Helios Professor incident. He asks what Hale did to someone who should have been a Helios Professor, seeking the truth behind the chaos. Rubble shifts as the Black Mage stands ready over the cracked ground. The area shakes violently from another blast. He charges forward, determined to learn why Hale became such a monstrosity. Hale roars back, calling him arrogant as power clashes again. The Black Mage activates a complex red magic circle while leaping into the air. A huge explosion erupts as the two spells collide, Hale laughing madly. Hale refuses to answer, declaring he will not speak to someone he is about to kill. Hale's vision blurs as something unexpected happens. The dragon-like Hale fires a searing beam of flame toward the Black Mage's position. In the aftermath, Hale hovers, expecting his foe to be dead. Instead, the Black Mage reappears above another magic circle, unharmed. He sweeps through the flames, closing distance. Hale screams that the incoming attack cannot be blocked. He orders the Black Mage to die as he unleashes another blast. The destructive beam slams into a cliff, blowing it apart. The students stagger and scream from the shockwave. Hale pants, looking at the smoke where he believes the boy was. He wonders if the Black Mage has been completely incinerated. His eyes suddenly widen as he realizes something is wrong. The black mage coolly denies dying as he stands on Hale's body. A pillar of blue-black energy erupts skyward from their position. The students watch, stunned by the strange surge of energy. Two older students shelter behind a boulder, staring at the spectacle. A swirling black vortex forms where the black mage struck. Hale writhes on the ground, screaming in agony. The black mage analyzes the mana, judging it comparable to that of a high-ranking mage. He notes that Hale cannot control such power and lacks experience, calling it undeserved and repulsive. Blue-stained wounds spread across Hale's demonic body. The black mage notices the unfamiliar blue blood seeping out. He crushes down with his foot, drawing another agonized scream. He says he will ask Hale one thing. He demands to know who granted Hale such an ill-fitting power. Nearby students stare at the writhing, vortex-shrouded figure. One asks in fear what happened and where the black mage is. The white-haired girl insists the black mage must have won, while secretly thinking the students' reactions are pitiful. She reflects that she is still the same as back then. Memories return of a past disaster when she could do nothing but watch. She tells herself it is not time for her to change yet, then notices something approaching. They all look up at a distant flying shape heading toward them. The object races closer at incredible speed. A blue dragon wreathed in lightning dives from the sky, terrifying the students. Hale senses this new presence and panics, insisting it cannot be happening. The black mage stands over him, repeating that he only wants his question answered. The black mage then senses another presence, looking to the side. He turns, puzzled by something he has just seen. A huge blue form slams into the ground nearby. The blue dragon lands, its wings spread above the battlefield. The shock of its landing makes the students clutch their heads in pain. The dragon lifts its head, surveying the area with blazing eyes. The black mage is revealed alive behind a boulder amid the wreckage. One student peeks out, relieved yet startled. Dark energies begin swirling once more. From the student's viewpoint, they see the black mage standing calmly before the pinned Hale. The black mage looks up in astonishment, thinking this situation is. The enormous blue dragon now towers directly over him. The dragon's single burning eye focuses intently on the black mage. The black mage notes its immense size and wonders what it is, sensing it is not a normal demonic aura. He feels the aura is oddly familiar in a different way. Concluding the presence is very strange, he continues to study it. The dragon lowers its head repeatedly toward him, while the students watch in confusion. He thinks the dragon is sniffing him and realizes it is uncomfortably close. The dragon suddenly bumps its snout against him, startling him. The black mage reels back, completely bewildered. In the distance, Hale continues screaming under the black restraints. The black mage turns at the sound, seeing Hale still bound and alive. Hale groans through the pain, insisting to himself that his conclusion is correct. He convinces himself the dragon must be reinforcements sent especially for him. Hale rants that no matter how strong the black mage is, he is nothing but a human before that being. As Hale vows to watch the mage die in agony, the black mage interrupts, casually asking who this supposed superior being actually is. The blue dragon orders someone to quickly restrain a man standing before it. The watching students are completely stunned by what they see. One boy, sweating, is shocked into speechlessness. The black mage looks equally startled and confused. The dragon suddenly snatches the man into its mouth. With the captive in its grasp, the dragon takes off into the sky. The black mage stares upward, panicking and trying to react. As the dragon flies away, the mage laments that he still has no answers. The dragon disappears into the red sky with its prisoner. The black mage, before the gathered students, mutters in disbelief at the absurd situation. He wonders why the dragon took the man and fears they might have been allies. Concluding the situation is troublesome, he worries he learned almost nothing. The students gaze at him in awe, realizing what he just did. Everyone silently focuses their attention on the lone mage on the ruined ground. Feeling their intense stares, he nervously wonders why they are looking at him like that. A student exclaims that the black mage is the one responsible. The crowd erupts, celebrating that the black mage defeated Professor Hale and drove away the demonic beast, calling him their savior. Hearing praise like amazing, the mage is left speechless and unsure how to respond. Nearby students, including the white-haired girl, comment on how cool he was. The girl silently watches, her eyes fixed on the black mage. A powerful burst of red energy erupts in the sky as the barrier's mana destabilizes. The mage realizes it is too early to celebrate, since Professor Hale's disappearance will soon make the land's sustaining mana vanish. He reasons that the ground will collapse and decides he must move everyone to safety first. A massive golden vortex opens near the students, startling them. The vortex engulfs the group in blinding light. Students cry out in confusion as they are swept up by the phenomenon. A hooded mage appears through the light, remarking on their fortunate timing. A group of powerful mages and professors step out of the portal, saying they have arrived at the right place. One of them notes, with relief, that all the missing people seem to be gathered here. Two of the newcomers, including a crystalline blue-haired mage, stand calmly surveying the area. The students recognize their professors emerging from the portal and shout their names in relief. Watching them appear so quickly, the black mage assumes they came with a tower mage who handled the earlier mass of mana. Deciding he should avoid meeting them, he plans to slip away before they notice him. As he turns to leave, something catches his attention and he freezes. He sees the unconscious Lidursus lying nearby under the rocks. Recognizing Lidursus, he motions for silence so his identity as the black mage is not exposed. Lidursus, regaining awareness, looks at him in confusion, on the verge of recognizing him. The black mage inwardly scolds Lidursus for getting wrapped up in such a disaster involving black mana and a madman, then notices something. He decides that with other mages present the area should be safe now. Lidursus insists it is still dangerous to be alone, and urges him to rejoin the other students. As the mage turns away, Lidursus calls out and tries to stop him. The ground suddenly begins to shatter and sink, shocking everyone. One hooded mage quietly reacts to the sudden collapse. Mages explain that the mana holding the land aloft is vanishing and that the area will soon fall, prompting worried protests. They decide they must immediately evacuate the students, suggesting reusing a teleportation circle and calling on Chebel von Hudelian. Chebel rejects that idea, saying a small circle cannot handle such a large number of people. He explains the safest way would be to replace the lost mana in the existing channel, but this is difficult, and others ask him to hurry while seeking the black mage. Chebel says executing that method is currently hard, while another professor anxiously demands an alternative before the land collapses. The blue-haired mage replies that there are several methods and muses on what happens if the land collapses. He bluntly states that if the land falls, they simply have to catch the falling people. He volunteers to catch them, implying he can manage the impossible rescue. Another mage understands his logic while a professor is left baffled by the casual suggestion. A blonde professor addresses Marquis Hedelion, promising to find his child if the Marquis cooperates for now. He asks the Marquis to block as much large falling debris as possible so the children are not hurt by the collapsing fragments. He instructs Professor Lowell to assist the Marquis and rescue any children that slip through his own efforts. He then orders Professor Ken to cast as much protective magic as possible over the children, even if it is weak, and Ken agrees. Another mage explains that the remaining personnel will move below to help the falling children land safely, though he questions how safe this plan really is. Chebel confidently answers that the method is safe. He declares that he will grant the children wings, activating large golden magic circles. A colleague calls him a show-off as golden wing-like energy flares around them. The collapsing land accelerates, rocks breaking apart midair. The black mage realizes the collapse is faster than expected and wonders if he should help as well. Someone grabs his sleeve, stopping him. He looks back to see unconscious Lidursus and the girl beside him, held by the hand of the worried student. He tells Lidursus the area is dangerous, intending to move him. Before he can act further, the ground under them gives way. As huge chunks of earth fall, terrified students shout to the professors that everything is collapsing. Chebel commands everyone to prepare themselves. A hand reaches out helplessly as a student falls. Lidursus, falling, stares upward in shock. The three students, including the black mage and Lidursus, plunge into the chasm as the ground crumbles. Mid-fall, the black mage panics inwardly, realizing the danger. He hurls himself toward Lidursus, shouting his name as they fall. Lidursus's eyes widen as he realizes who is calling him. The students and debris continue to tumble through the void surrounded by red clouds. Rubble and dust fill the air as the floating landmass breaks apart. Golden wings of mana manifest around the falling students, slowing their descent while they scream. Chebel reassures them not to panic and to entrust their bodies to the flow of mana. All around, students now float on glowing magic circles amidst the falling rocks. One girl realizes with astonishment that she is literally floating in the sky. She marvels that someone could bestow such magic on so many people at once. She thinks the Tower Mage's feat is amazing as he stands calmly in the center of swirling golden spells. Even so, she feels this method of rescue is rather crude. Looking at the chaotic scene of children and boulders suspended in midair, she judges the plan messy and dangerous. Chebel maintains his focus, controlling the vast magic that keeps everyone aloft. The shattered land now hangs like rubble over a dark void. Chebel silently surveys the aftermath with a serious expression. Elsewhere, the black mage and two unconscious students have landed on a small, secluded ledge near a pool. Lidursus slowly regains consciousness and wonders if the other boy simply fainted. The black mage reflects that he accidentally called Lidursus by name. He berates himself for revealing that detail, calling himself an idiot. Accepting that he cannot undo what is said, he decides to deal with the consequences later. He wonders if everyone else is safe but assumes the tower's direct involvement means they will manage. What truly worries him, however, is something else entirely. He silently regards the two unconscious students lying nearby. He concludes that the incident will not end here since the culprits failed to achieve their goal, meaning similar events could occur again. He resolves to report everything to the Duchess and his master, especially concerning Lidursus' safety. He recalls his master cheerfully calling this trip a vacation and telling him to rest, which now feels ironic. Annoyed, he thinks that instead of a vacation his situation has only snowballed into something much bigger. He decides to deactivate his awakening and rejoin the others, confirming no one else is around. Dark markings glow on his hand as the awakening seal begins to fade. He invokes his name Blow and commands the awakening state to deactivate, letting the dark energy recede. The transformation magic flows off his body like shadows. The scene shifts to Blow's true blonde form emerging from the dissipating darkness. Blow notes that, as expected, he is a disheveled mess. He plans to tell the others he simply passed out and happened upon the two unconscious students. Looking at them, he steels himself to maintain that cover story. He approaches as one of them stirs awake. The golden-haired boy wakes with a start, recognizing Blow. Blow meets his gaze, bracing for questions. In an awkward silence, they face each other across the clearing. Blow internally scolds himself for making such a mistake and asks if the other boy saw anything. The boy hesitates, then begins to deny having seen the truth. Flustered, he babbles an excuse about just waking up and suddenly finding Blow in front of him. Blow realizes the boy did see his transformation and briefly considers silencing him permanently. The boy, terrified, stiffens as Blow reacts. Blow steps forward and begins to speak. He stands over the kneeling boy, who is struck dumb with fear. With a chilling smile, Blow says they clearly need to have a talk. The boy can only sweat and remains speechless under Blow's gaze. Above, observers note the floating island has now completely and neatly collapsed. Tower mages remark that all the children are safe and praise the response as perfect. Marquis Hedelion bitterly disputes that anything about this disaster was perfect. He snaps at the Tower Mage to stop flaunting his power and demands that his missing son be found at once. The Tower Mage explains that about 50 tracking specialists from the tower are already deployed. He adds that they are scouring the entire region of Ishiela. One such mage appears beside a hiding student, startling her. He reassures her that he is from the tower, checks if there are injuries, and tells her she can relax now. Another student rushes up to a Tower Mage, begging to be saved. Groups of students scream as more Tower Mages arrive through teleportation circles. A reporting crystal confirms 3 more students have been found uninjured and are being moved to the safe zone. The leader asks if Marquis Hedelion's son has been located, describing his appearance, but is told they have not found him yet. Furious, the Marquis vows not to let the matter rest if anything has happened to his son. The Tower Mage calmly replies that the boy should be safe, noting there is no scent of human blood at the scene. Elsewhere, a man in a purple suit enters a blood-soaked cavern, complaining about the stench. Seeing the carnage, he sarcastically asks what the other person did here, wondering if they feasted. We see the silhouette of the culprit, sitting amid the bodies. The newcomer studies him in wary silence. He points out that although the other returned to his original body after falling, earlier he seemed desperately searching for someone. The seated boy dismissively claims he had just been flying around for the first time in a while, not looking for anyone. The man shrugs that more humans saw the boy's true form than planned but thinks it probably does not matter, though he did notice an interesting person. Since humans are now swarming the area, he decides to take what they came for and return to Lady Ruby. Suddenly reacting to something, he cries out in alarm. He realizes one victim has died and is dismayed. He laments that they should have kept the boy alive and worries what they will tell Lady Ruby now. The blue-haired boy coldly tells him to shut up. With burning orange eyes, he says the victim died simply because he was annoying and orders the man to report exactly that. The seated boy warns Elzebel not to get conceited just because he is currently cooperating. Elzebel thinks to himself that he only follows Ruby Monter's orders for one specific reason. His true goal is to eventually track down and kill that blue-eyed boy. Students gather outside the red barrier sky as they prepare to leave the incident site. Rin looks up and realizes she's safely escaped the ominous red sky. She suddenly recalls something terrifying, her eyes widening. A memory of a mysterious slit pupil eye flashes in her mind. Shocked, she wonders what that creature was, when someone shouts her name. A classmate rushes to Rin, asks if she can move, and insists something more urgent is happening. He tells her the culprit behind the incident is rumored to be Professor Hale, leaving Rin stunned. Rude, hearing this accusation, mutters that it makes no sense. Other students loudly condemn Hale as a terrible professor while Rude thinks his own reaction sounded natural. Rude analyzes that Helios will be in serious trouble because the incident happened on campus and the suspect is an internal professor. He silently watches, processing the situation. Nearby, Hedelion is being spoken to earnestly by another mage, addressed as "Please Hedelion." In a flashback under the red sky, Rude tells Hedelion to listen carefully. Rude explains he landed alone in Ishuela, wandered in fear, then found Hedelion and Lidursus. Hedelion flinches uneasily at Rude's grip and words. Smiling coldly, Rude asks if Hedelion understands what he is implying. In the present, Rude reflects that his attempt to silence Hedelion was too weak, and that Tower Mage's arrival interfered. He consoles himself that at least Hedelion will not dare speak up for a while. Hedelion watches Rude walk away, still sweating over the threat. Clenching his teeth, Hedelion regrets not catching Hale or the skeleton himself. His companion reminds him that a black mage saved him, and Hedelion considers this black mage. He recalls the cloaked black mage surrounded by dark power and thinks in disbelief that it might have been Rude. Overwhelmed, he thinks this conclusion makes no sense. Glaring at Rude from afar, he sees that such a brat might be behind everything. Losing his temper, Hedelion suddenly bursts into loud swearing, startling his companion. The companion worries Hedelion might be injured in the head, while Rude nervously wonders if their act is convincing. Rude then remembers something else that has been bothering him. He asks nearby classmates if anyone has seen Dio. The students anxiously reply that Dio still has not been found and wonder why he has not appeared. Rude notices everyone's grim faces and wonders what is wrong. A classmate close to tears starts to tell Rude that something happened to Dio. Before he can finish, someone points out that Dio has just arrived. Rude and the others see Dio sitting with Tower Mages, clutching his head, and crowd around him. Dizzy Dio complains about his aching head as Rude cries out his name in disbelief. The classmates exclaim that Dio definitely fell off the cliff and frantically ask if he is okay. Dio explains he only remembers waking to a mage before him. The Tower Mage says they found him collapsed below and rescued him, fortunately without major injuries. The friends wonder what really happened and whether someone saved Dio. Excited students conclude that the black mage must have saved Dio. Rude hears them saying Dio was saved by the black mage and repeats in confusion that Dio fell from the cliff. Dio's friends express relief, saying they thought he had died and feared for their own lives as well. Dio privately thinks he is glad to be safe but knows he was not the one who did the rescuing. He wonders who truly saved him if not himself, glancing toward Rude. Dio keeps staring and again questions who his real savior was. A large teleportation magic circle activates as preparations to return to Helios are announced. Tower Mages declare the teleportation ready and order everyone to gather so they can return to Helios. Various groups, including Rude and Hedelion, move toward the teleport zone with mixed emotions. Other students, teachers, and knights also assemble for departure. Elsewhere, Lidursus lies unconscious in bed, recovering from his ordeal. Dio excitedly recounts events to friends, still processing everything. Rude, in his black robe persona, walks alone outside with a distant expression. A silver-haired girl quietly wonders to herself if she will ever see that mysterious boy again. As everyone prepares to leave, she thinks longingly about meeting him again while Rude turns away when called. Deep underground, two robed Tower Mages stand over a mangled corpse in the red-lit chasm. One mage winces at the gruesome scene before them. They note the corpse's blue blood and question if the dead man was human. The senior mage confirms he was indeed human, despite the strange blood. He concludes this incident is not something that will affect only Helios, but has wider implications. Time skips to a bright view of Ophion, the Grand Magic Association's headquarters. Inside Ophion, a pink-haired mage knocks and is invited into an ornate office. He enters, revealing a calm, bespectacled man with pink hair. Addressing Lord Lanast, he begins his report. Lanast asks if the latest report has arrived and what it concerns. The subordinate lists recent major events, including Seek storming Ophion and the Tower Mage's sortie to Ishuela. He then mentions that trouble has broken out at Helios, involving an imperial princess and Marquis Hedelion being dispatched to the tower. Lanast taps the desk, musing aloud about Helios. The subordinate asks what Lanast intends to do about the situation. Lanast orders him to arrange a meeting with an influential elder he calls that old fox. Smiling, Lanast decides Ophion cannot stay on the sidelines during such an interesting event. Days later, at Helios, an angry parent slams the table, protesting that 2 weeks have passed with no resolution. In a heated parents' council, they demand to know Helios's plan and accuse the school of stalling. A woman declares that waiting longer is pointless. Another nobleman agrees, saying they cannot ignore their children's safety regardless of regulations. Yet another parent insists he cannot leave his child at Helios unless the school guarantees no repeat incident. The headmaster admits Helios alone lacks the capacity to handle this crisis. He announces they will form a special investigation team by cooperating with the tower and outside mages to uncover the truth. He adds that the team will operate secretly so as not to alarm the students. One parent emphasizes the team should work until every mystery is solved. The headmaster states the team will remain active until all risks are gone. The scene shifts to the Imperial Palace, signaling the issue's national importance. Back at Helios, a nervous professor tries to resume classes but the mood is heavy. Students, including Rin, quietly study in an atmosphere of lingering tension. Rude cautiously calls out to his professor in class. Professor Lowell curtly asks what he wants. Rude and Lowell sit at the front, silently facing off as the class looks on. The lecturer snaps at Lowell to stop disrupting the lesson. Lowell claims he is only observing while the lecturer complains that this alone is interference. Rude hides behind his book as the flustered lecturer begs Lowell to leave and Lowell reluctantly agrees. Behind the book, Rude thinks Lowell is suspicious and that something is brewing between her, Chebel Hedelion, and others. He reflects that since that day, both Lydersis and the atmosphere around him have felt subtly wrong. Rude feels guilty about having once cried out Lydersis' name and frets that his master has still sent no word despite all the reports. He wonders anxiously if he will really be okay continuing like this. Later, someone mentions a welcome party is still being held despite everything. On a terrace, Hedelion and another student explain that Helios always holds a freshman party around this time. The purple-haired student is surprised the event was not cancelled after the incident. Hedelion reasons that everyone returned safely and the professors approved a so-called safe return party. He admits to his friend that all of Ishuela still feels dreamlike. When asked, Hedelion confirms what happened there was real, not a dream. In a chibi flash, he proudly shows off his ring while Rude is baffled. Rude explodes upon noticing Hedelion is wearing 2 magic stone rings and accuses him of breaking the one-stone rule. Hedelion laughs that it is not a violation because the old ring has been sealed and can no longer be used. Still smiling, he repeats that the old magic stone is sealed and harmless. Rude can only mutter that Hedelion is unbelievable. Later in the cafeteria, Rude tells his friends about the upcoming party. Rin excitedly confirms the news and asks if everyone will attend. Rude hesitates, wondering if a party is appropriate now, though he speculates it might help replace bad memories with good ones. Outwardly he agrees to the idea of a party, while inwardly feeling detached and planning to leave Helios soon. Rin checks that Rude will attend too, but he stalls. She nervously starts to explain something she has been thinking about. Lydersis admits he has been mulling over something for a while, prompting Rin to call his name. Rin blurts out a suggestion that he try cutting his hair a bit. She immediately feels embarrassed after saying it. Dio misinterprets at first, then clarifies she means only trimming the hair, not harming Lydersis. Rin explains she does not think his hair is bad, just that a fresh cut might help him see better and feel renewed. Thinking she offended him, Rin apologizes, but Rude stops her. Rude tells Lydersis that Rin actually made an excellent point. Realizing the opportunity, Rude wonders why he did not think of such a simple change earlier. He decides on the spot that they should cut Lydersis' hair immediately. Meanwhile, far away, Rude's master sighs over paperwork, grousing that Rude got caught up in this mess. He complains that sending Rude to Helios only for an incident like this has become a major headache. An aide suggests recalling Rude now that Blow's identity is exposed, but the master refuses. He explains that, with the tower requesting cooperation and believing Rude is away, it is safer to keep him at Helios for now. He adds that Ophiant's building is currently a wreck, making it awkward to bring Rude back. Joking darkly, he says Rude might react by threatening to trash the association the same way. He guesses correctly that Rude is the Arshan's second son who weighs heavily on the Duchess's mind. When asked, the aide reports that the Duchess promised to visit once Helios' situation is resolved. The master agrees to discuss details with her later, postponing any decision about Rude. Back at Helios, freshly cut strands of Lydersis' silver hair fall to the floor. Lydersis anxiously waits in silence, cloak around his shoulders. Dio and Rude study the result and tell him his new haircut actually looks quite good. Camelai and Rin enthusiastically say he looks much better without hiding behind his hair. Rin, still holding the scissors, sheepishly admits she had not meant to cut it herself and wonders how she ended up barbering. Rude reassures her, reminding Rin she used to groom Ben's hair and praising her skills. Encouraged, Rin happily accepts the compliment with a friend's support. Privately, Rude thinks this change is perfect, planning to use the party to cement a better image of Lydersis so no one can associate him with a monster. Later, Rude brings Lydersis and Dio to a secluded storage room to finish preparations. When Rin and Camelai walk by, Rude asks them again what time the party will be held. He resolves to maximize the impact of Lydersis' new look at that event so the word monster never crosses anyone's mind again. That night, in Ophion, a huge blue crystal communicator glows as someone laughs, saying things turned out wonderfully. On a rooftop, Rude in his black cloak reports via the crystal, asking if the Duchess's request has been fulfilled and if he can go home once the current tasks are done. He admits he worries about Lydersis but knows he cannot stay by his side forever. The master scolds him for wanting to leave so soon and reminds him how hard it was to enroll him at Helios. He adds that returning also requires procedure and tells Rude to remain a bit longer. The master cheerfully notes that Rude has become the star of Ophion and that many admiring letters from Helios students have arrived for him. Embarrassed, Rude tells him not to read those letters aloud and protests about secretly sending them. The master relents, promising to store them instead, while Rude urges him to stop joking and complete the formalities. As they talk, the master casually shifts topics, prompting more conversation. He remarks that it feels like a long time since he saw Rude's face directly through the crystal. With gentle affection, he tells Rude not to get sick or hurt at Helios and to remember he is cherished family. Rude listens in silence as his master finishes by ordering him to take proper care of himself. Shuddering from secondhand embarrassment, Rude thinks the speech gives him goosebumps and snaps back that the sentiment is a bit much. The blonde boy walks alone through the grand corridor of the palace. As he walks, he thinks that his master always says unsettling things and he can never read him. He concludes he will need to stay in this place for a while longer. Looking out at the beautiful night sky through a tall window, he admits staying here might be better than he expected. The scene shifts to a majestic academy-like complex under a bright sky. At the academy gate, staff ask a green-haired girl if the children have gathered, and she confirms many have arrived, eager to enter. A noble in purple tells Dio to wait because the story's protagonist always makes their entrance last. Inside, a lavish ball is underway as well-dressed youths mingle and dance. Some students notice a certain girl arriving and whisper that she is Il Flor and Crom. The silver-haired girl in a blue dress finds the party dull and uninteresting. Nearby guests gossip excitedly about the legendary black mage. Other boys joke that they want to be a mage like that, only to be mocked by their friend. Watching everyone gossip, Il thinks the ballroom feels chaotic and noisy. A blonde boy beside her wonders why everyone is obsessed with talking about the black mage. She answers that their reaction is natural given what recently happened. He adds it feels like everyone is staring at her, and she dryly replies that of course they are. He prepares to ask Il for something, and she impatiently asks what it is. Her red eyes narrow as she focuses on him. Smiling, he asks if she could do him a single favor. The hall doors open dramatically as three silhouettes appear, drawing everyone's attention. Il turns toward the entrance, eyes widening at the sight. She parts her lips, clearly about to say something. A shout of Lidursus rings out across the hall, surprising the surrounding students. The purple-clad boy Lidursus, flanked by his green and blue-haired friends, strides forward into the ballroom. Il and the blonde boy wave, calling the newcomers over to them. Il explains she only came because she was bored, while the blonde boy awkwardly thanks her and thinks anyone would look if someone yelled that loud. Other students gape in astonishment as Lidursus walks by. Lidursus proceeds down the center of the hall with a confident gait, his friends following. The crowd parts while everyone watches the trio cross the ballroom. Among the onlookers, some upperclassmen recognize one of them and nervously whisper Arshan's name. Rose petals suddenly drift through the ballroom air. Guests look up in confusion as more petals shower down from above. The green-haired girl looks around, wondering why petals are falling. The blonde boy notes with satisfaction that someone seems to be properly reflecting. Il watches the petals and quietly identifies the display as magic. The blonde boy agrees and muses that it truly is magic. Approaching Lidursus and his friends amid the petals, he cheerfully remarks on what a beautiful day it is and greets Lidursus. Lidursus' violet eyes sharpen as he reacts to being addressed. He smiles faintly and responds, agreeing with the blonde boy. Up on a balcony, a tall blonde man and red-haired mage observe the scene below. The blonde man feels the blue pendant at his chest glow with magical power. The red-haired mage addresses him as Chebel, drawing his attention. Chebel dismissively comments that the spectacle below is dull. Outside, Lidursus' friends crowd around him, suggesting they return, while someone calls for Anna. Elsewhere, another red-haired mage remarks that events are becoming more interesting than he expected. In his office, he looks over a file labeled for a special investigation team and comments on the proposal. Speaking with a subordinate, he rejects recruiting someone new. Instead, he asks where Seek is now, clearly planning to involve him. The scene cuts to a hooded red-haired figure in the forest as it is announced that the feared black mage has appeared. The black mage lifts his gaze, remaining silent. The story shifts to a new day over the rooftops of a bustling town. A carriage procession enters the city streets lined with buildings and townsfolk. A white-robed young man named Risbon, with sharp yellow eyes, is introduced. As the escort rides beside the carriage, one of the robed riders respectfully answers Lady Doreen. Risbon reports that the child they are discussing has changed. Inside the carriage, Lady Doreen notes that the Ophian child seems to have had a very good influence on him and recalls his rare smile. In a sitting room, she reflects that it has been a very long time since she last saw that child's smile. Facing Artian, she softly says his name. She admits she cannot leave him at Helios any longer, and now has enough justification to bring him home. The conversation builds toward an important request. Artian directly asks if she will come back home with him. He clenches his fist anxiously as he awaits her answer. Struggling, she begins to respond that she finally says she likes it here. Doreen thinks to herself that he seems to like Helios more than ever. Artian smiles and affirms that he truly likes living at Helios now. Back in a village, people shout that the black mage has come. Children playing shout at someone they call a villain and tell him not to move. A boy proudly roleplays as the world's strongest mage, claiming to be the great black mage. Laughing, the children continue their game as the real hooded black mage walks past them unnoticed. The kids tug at each other for a chance to wear the cloak while the silent mage stands nearby. Someone off-screen asks if another adult heard the latest news. Townsfolk gossip that the black mage has supposedly visited Royn's shop, insisting they saw him themselves. The real mage listens quietly, his red eyes revealing nothing. One child pauses, sensing a presence and looking around. He sees no one and wonders if he imagined it. Inside Royn's shop, an enormous feast is laid out on a table. The shopkeepers nervously ask their cloaked guest if he is truly the famous black mage. Reclining at the feast, the guest answers affirmatively. He dramatically unveils himself, calling himself the Black Mage of Ophian. The couple stiffly confirm this, clearly shocked by how ordinary he looks. While Royn drinks and praises the sweets, the couple whisper that rumors describe the mage as a handsome, well-built man, though they now doubt the exaggerations. The shopkeeper then loudly proclaims it an honor to host such a guest. He offers free food to the supposed mage, who gladly accepts their hospitality. Delighted, the shopkeeper imagines how famous and rich the shop will become as he is suddenly interrupted by someone shouting for the shopkeeper. A group of rough men barges in, angrily accusing the owners of running a business while not paying back their debt. Their leader mocks them for spending money instead of repaying and jeers that they have no customers. Terrified, the male owner insists he already repaid them last week. The leader concedes the principal but reminds him they still owe interest. He puts his boot up on a table and taunts them. Then he violently smashes the table, demanding to know if they are saying they cannot pay. He suggests they simply hand over the shop if repaying is such a problem, even though it is barely worth half the interest. The couple are horrified as he declares they will take possession of the shop for now. The wife realizes what is happening and turns desperately. She runs to the supposed black mage and begs him to save them. While Roym sweats, the wife explains that the gang comes daily to cause trouble, scare away customers, and enforce usurious loans. She denounces the thugs as wicked men and protests that she cannot lose the shop. On the verge of tears, she pleads once more for help. The purple-haired leader bursts into cruel laughter at her plea. He mocks the idea that the real black mage would ever visit such a shabby place, boasting that he has seen the true mage from afar. He describes the real black mage as an enormous, heavily muscled middle-aged man, the opposite of Roy's appearance. Smirking, he concludes that Roy looks nothing like that. The couple nervously look back at their silent guest, now doubting his claim. The gang leader taunts Roy for staying quiet and assumes he has no defense. Confident he has exposed a lie, he smirks that his suspicion was correct. Suddenly the real hooded black mage appears behind him at the doorway. The leader is violently struck down before he can react. The couple stare in stunned disbelief. The red-haired mage plants his boot on the fallen leader, sending the rest of the gang reeling. One henchman demands to know who he is and how he appeared so suddenly. The mage answers not with words but by unleashing red magic that terrifies them. A wave of power blasts the thugs through the air, dropping them all. One crook screams as he is flung aside. Another tumbles, groaning from the impact. When the dust settles, the red-haired mage stands calmly among the sprawled bodies. Everyone in the shop, including Roy and the couple, can only stare in stunned silence. Roy lets out a strained laugh, trying to process what just happened. Awestruck, he praises the mage's incredible skills and anxiously asks which organization he belongs to. The mage remarks that someone with such talent seems familiar, as if he has seen Roy somewhere before. Back at the tower, someone grumbles about that bastard Seek. The red-haired superior complains that another mage still follows Seek around like a lost puppy, calling it regrettable. The younger mage protests angrily at being called a puppy and is asked where he left Seek. He retorts that the superior already knows how erratic Seek has been lately. The superior calmly replies that he is well aware. Meanwhile, Roy nervously begins to introduce himself properly. He stammers that he is from Ophion and tries to claim he is the great Black Ma. The real mage grabs him by the collar, cutting off his lie and making him yelp. Roy is hurled aside with a painful cry. The mage holds him up by the throat, incredulous that this fraud dared call himself the Black Mage, while Roy begs him to stop. Terrified, Roy internally curses at how terrifying this man is. Glaring with red eyes, the mage coldly calls him garbage. Elsewhere, the younger mage at the tower asks his superior why he has come. The red-haired man answers that he is here to assign a new mission. He calls Van's name and says he is about to give him an order. Smiling, he instructs Van to send Seek to Helios. The two men fall into a tense silence after the order. The superior reassures Van that Seek should be nearby and tells him to fetch him back. At Helios, classmates greet Artian cheerfully in the morning. They compliment his new haircut, saying it makes him look like a different person, which leaves him a bit flustered. Across the room, Rude and Dio watch the commotion from a distance. Dio wonders if he should change his hairstyle too, while Rude mutters about all the fuss. Rude reflects that the change is not just in Arshan's appearance, but that he seems to be making a fresh start. Outside the school, several unfamiliar adults, including Seek, gather and talk. Dio asks Rude what he has been staring at so intently. Rude explains he does not recognize the visitors and wonders if they are new professors. One of the men, with striking green eyes, notices the students watching and thinks they made eye contact. He looks up toward the academy windows, seeing a figure silhouetted there. Back inside, Dio calls out to Rude, who is lost in thought. Rude thinks to himself that the man outside is clearly a mage from the tower and suspects they are here because of the recent incident. Dio silently waits, sensing Rude's unease. Rude decides he should be careful not to cross paths with those visitors. The young man introduces himself as Orphle, announcing that he will be the new professor in charge of the class. The students realize with surprise that the man they met is indeed a real professor. Orphle ends his introduction saying he looks forward to working with them, while the blonde student secretly curses the situation. A female student excitedly gushes that she already loves the new professor. Two girls chatter that Professor Orphle must be amazing to be sent after the recent incident, and wonder what rank mage he is. The blonde boy tells Camelai to calm down, watching the class silently. The blonde protagonist thinks about Orphle staying as a professor and concludes this means the authorities intend to thoroughly investigate the incident. He wonders how much Orphle knows and debates whether to hand his own information to the tower or school, recalling that Professor Hale was the culprit and that a black silhouette roamed Helios. He reflects that conspirators may still be at Helios, and wonders if the Duchess has been fully informed. Considering his master's decision, he thinks that for Lydercis's safety certain actions may be necessary. Lydercis suddenly reacts nervously, prompting the blonde boy to ask what is wrong. Orphle's footsteps approach, heightening the tension. A silver-haired girl calls out Rude Chrissy's name, drawing everyone's attention. Standing by his desk, she tells Rude that she has something she wants to say to him. She clarifies she wants to speak with Rude alone, just the two of them. Their classmates watch in stunned, gloomy shock at this development. Rude, confused but compliant, agrees to go with her while their friends remain speechless. A blue-haired boy anxiously asks another what they think the two are going to talk about, but gets no answer. Rude and the girl end up alone in a dusty warehouse full of crates, facing each other in silence. She complains that the warehouse is filthy, and Rude explains he brought her there because it was the only quiet place he could think of. She accepts that it cannot be helped and lets the location issue go. She then solemnly calls Rude by name, signaling a serious conversation. She asks Rude what he thinks about the recent incident. Rude starts with the obvious shock that Professor Hale was the culprit, but she cuts him off, saying that is not what she meant. She notes Rude was absent during the confrontation but must have heard the story from their talkative classmates, and she wants his personal view. She admits that, at least for her, the more she thinks about the incident the more something feels wrong, leaving Rude wondering what she is getting at. Looking intently at him, she begins to say that Rude Chrissy Rude nervously assumes she might suspect him, thinking there is no way that could be it. Instead, she abruptly asks what he thinks of Lydercis specifically, leaving him baffled. She starts recounting how, when Professor Hale betrayed them, she recalls that Hale first threw Dio off the cliff, targeting the friend who was closest to Lydercis, then pushed Chebel von Hedelion. She explains that although Chebel and Lydercis were not close like Dio, Chebel was still deeply connected to him. She continues that after those attacks she expected Hale to turn on the rest of them, but he focused on going after Lydercis again. Concluding her recollection, she says Hale's behavior that day made it seem like his specific goal was to torment Lydercis. She remembers that when Chebel was falling, she clearly saw something important. From Lydercis's body she saw what looked like black mana rising, and right afterward the black mage appeared. She says she initially thought that dark power might simply be Hale's mana, but the memory keeps bothering her. Summing up, she tells Rude that she suspects Lidursus himself might be involved in the incident. She explains she wants Rude's honest opinion because, at present, he is the person closest to Lidursus. Rude silently absorbs that he is considered Lidursus's closest ally and is being asked to judge him. Scene shifts to an exterior view of a grand city or estate, signaling a change of location. At this new place, a noblewoman in black repeats the Ophion Master's claim that the true culprit behind the Helios incident might be targeting her child. She demands to know if he can truly stand by that assertion while another man watches. The blonde man explains that, in their judgment, such a risk exists and suggests that instead of school, the child should remain by her side under protection until the incident is resolved. Clutching her dress, the Duchess refuses, saying she cannot do that. She explains that while her child was at Helios, he actually smiled as if he were happy, something precious to her. The man addresses her respectfully and thanks her for making his child smile. She then formally requests that the commission be extended with the objective of protecting her child from all possible dangers. When he protests that the case is heavy for a supposed rank 7 mage, she offers to pay any amount and insists his presence alone has been helpful, while he internally notes, he is truly rank 1. She adds that the extension should also cover Rispin. The Ophion Master orders someone named Rispin to go to Helios at once and join the investigation team. The blonde man promises to handle all necessary procedures for this plan. The Ophion Master emphasizes that above all, Lidursus' safety must take precedence over solving the case, and Dana agrees. The Duchess requests that the tower and Helios not be informed yet because she does not want her child's daily life disturbed. The blonde man hesitantly begins to object about the commission, addressing her as Duchess. Bowing her head, she pleads with the Ophion Master to understand the desperate heart of a foolish mother. The blonde man is left awkward and speechless by her heartfelt request. Later, in a different elegant building, someone calls out cheerfully, presenting something. A box is opened to reveal a sparkling Helios school uniform inside, described as a gift. 3 men sit around the box in silence, contemplating the uniform. The red-haired man smiles and tells the boy to put the uniform on so they can go to school. Holding the uniform, the red-haired boy named Seek quietly reacts, preparing to accept the invitation.